Good day.
Hi Shige. Hello everybody. Yeah, welcome in our show. Usually I'm the guy who's also controlling everything.
He's freaking
So
out.
it's now I know how it feels to be a sidekick.
Yeah.
But yeah, welcome everybody. This is the Bitcoin birthday party. This year it's 13 years ago that the first block of Bitcoin was mined by Satoshi Nakamoto
So-called
himself.
Genesis block, Johan.
Yeah, the Genesis block. Yeah, and yeah, now Bitcoin is how much was Bitcoin valued back then? Nothing, huh?
Nothing. Started on zero.
It started with the pizza.
The first real transaction happened in May 2010, I believe, with 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoins.
Yeah, and today with the value of Bitcoin nowadays in dollars, it was, by the way, it was a Papa John's pizza. And Papa John's is valued at a few billion dollars. And today you can buy with the value of the Bitcoin nowadays, you can buy Papa John's, the whole company, with the same amount of Bitcoins that they bought 2 pizzas with.
Talking about
Yeah.
hyperinflation.
Yeah.
Let's say
It says nothing about Bitcoin. It says everything about the dollar. And yeah, it's going totally Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Weimar style. And yeah.
well, it's of course the two systems combined that make it happen.
Yeah.
Let's welcome everybody who's watching today. I see a couple people here. Eldorado, Mbisani, Malakash. Nice to have you around. Before I'm gonna open with the text of this year, because I always like to write some texts for the specials that we make. Let's do a first raffle, Johan, and see if we can give away some cryptos. Last year, a total value of 10,000 euro was shared to the community. Let's see if I got all the right buttons ready. So far,
You have to tell me what I have to do,
yeah,
in the
so far
Streamlabs.
nothing yet, because I need to see the right screen on the. I was trying to show you my screen here, but the screen is empty. Could you tell me what's going on, Johan? Can you have a look in the
yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, everything is happening live, and yeah. Oh yeah, you have no browser source in the.
Where is it?
You have to first put your browser source there in that screen.
Yes. Which screen is that, please, Johan?
Oh yeah, you said you did. It's go to studio modus to TV browser.
TV browser. Oh, here. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and then add your browser as
Yeah.
not as a browser source, but as an what how you call that?
Here's
A
my
media, not
calculator.
media. I don't know.
Oh, it's okay. I know now where it is.
You have to add your browser that you use.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. But it's not open for some reason. We did all of this yesterday, and it's back. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go.
Now you can see this is live.
Yes, we did it yesterday, but it's always every restart I need to do it again, apparently. So here's the raffle wheel for the first raffle. Let's give away some crypto and make it a good start. I will first spin the wheel so we know what the price will be. We got a 2x multiplier. All prices have been changed to EFL prices. 1 EFL on the wheel. Of course, in case you win, I will exchange all your EFLs to Honk or all your Honk to EFLs for today. It's no problem, but we are focusing a little bit on the Netherlands today, and that's why I have chosen Bitcoin of the Netherlands, EFL.
Yeah. And talking about the Netherlands, we have also a very special guest this whole marathon. And that's William Angel or Willem Engel. Um,
I think names you shouldn't translate. Hey, but Johan, before we
names you
introduce
shouldn't
Willem, could we
translate.
first finish
Yeah.
up this raffle by you clicking
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
winner? And then you can
Oh,
start
yeah,
a
yeah,
new
yeah.
raffle so the people can write again exclamation mark raffle for the next prize. And then we will introduce Willem so that the raffle is over with and we don't have to look back at that.
Yeah, pick
Pick winner.
winner. Wat, even kijken hoor. Somehow I cannot
Now you have to
click.
first end the entries, complete the entries, and then you can pick
Oh, close
yeah, and
entries,
then
yeah.
you can pick the
Okay.
winner.
Pick the winner, here it
Yes, Souf
comes.
EB has won.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Souf. In case you win a prize, make sure to send either one of us a message on Twitch with the username that won and your address. We pay out all the prizes manually, and that way we will be able to pay you your prize. All right, if you can start a new raffle, please, Johan.
Okay,
Then
complete.
this one is complete, and you go to again, and you click for the next one, and you start it. And I will move you a little bit to the left because you are all the time on the right.
Okay, that's the button complete and then add giveaway.
And then we go again and we start a new one. Yes, please.
Okay, here we go. And I think I've done it.
Yeah, let's try. A couple people were too early. Emily and Mbisani, you are too early. Or Johan was too late. Jov is too early. Malakash is too early. You didn't
I'm not
start it
used
yet.
to do
You
this.
didn't start it yet, Johan.
Oh,
It doesn't look like
okay.
it.
Here's a button. Let's see what happens. I think it's happening now. Oh, this. Oh, I have to make a name again.
No, you
Okay.
have saved up a raffle, Johan.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Add a giveaway of yeah, and then custom.
No. Your
Not
your
custom.
giveaway, your previous giveaway saved up, and you can click it again.
Okay, and then oh yeah, start giveaway.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. If everything is correct, then you can. Let's try again. Here we go. Now I get the right message. It's it's the start. It's early here near Liberland, so please
Yeah.
forgive us.
The roles are turned around now.
Yeah.
You're the host now.
Yes. I want to do one more thing. What was the thing that I wanted to do? I wanted to move you a little bit to the left, but let's forget about it. Make sure to sit a little bit to the right, Johan. Otherwise, you were in front of me.
Okay. Wait, you know what?
All right.
This. Well, anyways, yeah, I was announcing all the guests. Our very special guest is Willem Engel from Viruswaarheid, Virus Truth. It's a protest movement in the Netherlands against the government mandates regarding COVID pandemic. And yeah, he will be here in this first hour any moment from now. And we have a lot of other guests. We have Gerrit Oerlemans from the e-Gulden Foundation.
Yep. Shall I name
There
them?
is all this. Yeah.
We will start
Okay,
with a little introduction that I'm about to do. Then we got Eleonore Blanc. She is
oh yeah, first one.
hosting a Bitcoin meetup in Amsterdam called CryptoCanal Bitcoin Meetup. After that, we will see Gerrit Oerlemans, the founder of the EFL Foundation. Then we got a full hour of Willem Engel explaining his mission in the Netherlands to all the English viewers that don't know him yet. After that, Toine Manders will show up. He is a tax lawyer and the vice chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties, also the founder of the one and only Libertarian Party in the Netherlands. Valenzuela, a well-known streamer who is connected with the Dash, is coming up next at 4 o'clock Liberland time in about 5 hours from now. 1 hour later, R.L. Bryer of Bryer.io has been guest of the show before and is always very welcome to give us an update on what he's doing today. After that, Erin Edwards will introduce us to flote.app, a new kind of Facebook, let's call it like that. Then the one guest I'm looking forward to, Adolf Honkler, is going to talk with us about the future of HONK.CASH. And in between, Joemar Taganna will present to us spicetoken.org. The spice token also is changing to SEP20, although I believe they keep the bridge with SLP. It's a Bitcoin Cash token. It's a very last minute booking of Joemar because he joined my Telegram last week and I invited him. He said, sure, why not? But he's a little bit in the wrong time zone because I wanted him to be part of the Bitcoin Cash / Liberland section. But he's actually in Asia and all those people are in Pacific time zone. So we might have Joemar somewhere in between. And then to close off the day, we have Paul Brooks. Liberlander Paul Brooks is coming to talk with us. I sent him a white paper the other day of a group of Dutch people that are looking to live abroad because of all the COVID regulations that they want to avoid. And Paul Brooks has a lot of knowledge about land ownership and crypto, let's call it like that. So I invited Paul, he's a good friend. And that's basically our day. If everybody shows up at a dedicated time and we fill up all the time, we will go live for almost 10 hours. So
one guest at the end. Adam Williams is coming as well at the
we
end.
might fit in Adam Williams with Joemar Taganna because I received a message from him that something came up. So, all right. Now I need to.
And Adam Williams, by the way, is the guy that you see in the video in between. We saw him just before we went live.
Yes, and
it's the guy that's
this
talking,
video will come up all the time. By the way, we will play that video in between dull moments. I have to click a couple of buttons. Give me a second because Willem is waiting to show his face to us. Let me put it here. Let's click a couple buttons.
TV NDI 4 or 5.
At the moment, Willem does not have a green screen yet, which is the reason why I put him in the television. There he is. Oh, but it's a bit distorted.
Oh yeah, you have to put it on landscape.
Oh, landscape vision. Could you?
Yeah, Willem, you have to turn around.
Could you switch it 90 degrees, Willem? Your phone. Otherwise, you look a bit strange. Yeah, we put you in the television here. All right. Perfect. There he is.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
The day after another big protest. I've seen some images. We can show them later on. A lot of police violence. People were bit in the head. But
let's not overemphasize the police violence. Okay. Yes, there was some police violence. And of course, that is atrocious. Those images went all around the world. I saw some clips of Disclosed TV reaching over 5 million views. But the protest itself was very peaceful, very large. It was a very good atmosphere. And we met all our goals. We gathered at the Museumplein and then we marched to the Westerpark. We had speeches there and then we marched back. So it really felt like a victory. If people come together, nothing can stop us.
It really depends on which channel you look at on YouTube. I saw a video of RT, the Russian Today. They really focused on the violence. I saw a video of, what was it again? The Sun, I believe. They pretended like there were less than 100 people there that day. And then there were a couple of moderate channels that really brought the news. I always like to follow the live streams. For example, Video in Verzet is one that I always enjoy watching. Yeah, you're right, Willem. We shouldn't overemphasize. We shouldn't exaggerate the police violence, but there was a clear goal.
Yes. So I think the protest was really a victory, and of course, when a regime is cornered, which is the case now, the WEF papers are on the streets, also in Belgium. the conspiracy has been proven. We're talking about collusion, treason, and a lot of people are awakening to from the mass psychosis and realizing this whole pandemic is actually a plandemic. I just read an article about the United States, them changing the law of their intelligence agencies, enabling them to dish out false information, false statistics. And this law was just changed in October 2019. That really shows that all the evidence is there. This is a pandemic. This is a coup. And the perpetrators, of which the mayor of Amsterdam is clearly a member, are getting scared. So what we are seeing now is clinching to control. But the funny dynamics here was that the police didn't really believe it. So you saw a lot of the Peace Corps police, then they don't wear helmets and they have these emblems that are used to do the normal crowd control, talking to people. You saw, and also when you talk to them, they were not in line with the thugs, the brown shirts, as we call them. And the brown shirts, they tried to stop the masses, but they couldn't because it was so many.
Yeah, and they were with not enough.
Sorry?
They were not with enough people. The protesters were
Well,
with too many.
I think once you reach that critical mass of more than 10,000 people, because I think it was not as big as 5 September when we had over 100,000 people, but I think 20,000 people, that's a fair estimate. You cannot stop that. And also, after 2 years of protesting, we know the shenanigans, the Romeos, the face masks, the inciting violence, the trying to provoke, all those things, and it doesn't really work anymore. So some people get surprised and then they lash back, and of course you see them. And then I talk about the Romeos or the special arrest team. Dive onto them like hyenas. But most of the protesters are actually very disciplined. So they are not seduced to counteract with violence. They close the ranks. And a special shout out to the defend groups and to the veterans, because they really pull a big share of this protecting the masses. And what I think you saw is the frustration with the police, because after the breaking through, they targeted our defense, our groups, and took them to jail. And we know this. There is nothing that they have done wrong, but it's just trying to seduce them to make an error so they can then prosecute.
Yeah, and maybe also for the media to be able to say we had a couple of rioters, we arrested some people, you know, stuff like that, to bring the narrative, make the narrative. Yeah, what you say, Willem, it's very true. I've been saying it almost 10 years now. I was aware of a global conspiracy before I got into Bitcoin. This global conspiracy got me to Bitcoin in a way. I've been trying to speak out about that since I don't know when, since forever. I become so desperate that I start to wear a clown wig from it. But the funny thing is that this clown wig, this year, the token connected to this clown wig, since our last chat we had, the price went up about 30-fold in euros. And I happened to have a big stash because I was giving that away to the people, and it ended up with a couple of years' salary just from a clown's wig. So I'm trying to prove a clown's world to the people. And of course, I know all that you do costs a lot of time, but more important, a lot of money. And I know how difficult it is, because once people break out of the belief system they live in, they tend to overshoot. They become so spiritual that they deny any kind of reality in a way and say, no, all money is fake, and you know, stuff like that, and money doesn't matter. I think that money does matter, and that's why in today's first text of the day, I do this now for, well, sometime I make specials and I write texts to basically explain why I'm wearing a clown wig. So I wrote a text also for today. I'm about to read it. It's the opening text of today. I think it will last for like 10-15 minutes. I will put it on screen so everybody can read it. Oh, wait, that's the wrong screen. I'm going to put it on screen. And if you're ready, Willem, I am going to read out this text with my intention to give away 1 million euro to Dutch corona protesters, basically. So, Johan, if you're ready, Willem, if you're ready,
I'm ready.
I'm going to do it.
I am ready to receive 1 million euros.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
But there is a snake under the grass.
Let me read it out first. See if you still like it, Willem. Because don't be too excited yet. Here we go. Bitcoin birthday. I wrote this text on the 31st of December. Here we go. Happy New Year, everybody. Today, on the 3rd of January, we are celebrating the first stream of the year by memorizing the first mined Bitcoin block on the 3rd of January 2009. The so-called Genesis block was created by Satoshi Nakamoto and started an era of sound and interest-free fiat money. It has made an impact on my life that my prediction about it, about how it wouldn't have been the same without Bitcoin, really has come true. Reading the white paper maybe didn't really do the trick for me, but when I received my first ever Bitcoin transaction and was able to look up that information on a Block Explorer website, I got goosebumps and couldn't sleep for a week. This would change everything, and it certainly did. Many people today are still unaware of the significance of this historic day 13 years ago, but for me it was pretty clear from the start, and I am completely ready and looking forward to that adventure. I believe introducing sound money will make a great impact to the world, as different features create different incentives, which create different choices, and those choices I believe are a lot more positive than the ones we have today. When I realized how big of an impact crypto money would have in the world, I decided I wanted to try and explain this impact to others around me. But I soon realized that not many people were willing to accept my opinion or vision. The response has very often been that I must be delusional, having such extreme and radical ideas about society. Can't you see that it's always been like that? Look at this scientific paper proving you different. People all seem to fail to see that their experiences have been programmed since birth and they all fall for the illusion of free choice. For decades now, most world citizens are living in the illusion of paper gold. They get out of bed early in the morning and dedicate their life energy chasing a dream that is funded by the accumulation of interest-bearing debt. The debt cycle this currency system creates causes harm and stress since it got implemented, and it showcases our limited understanding of all that is today. I have said for years now that anybody that wants to make a change in this world should consider which form of money they choose to be using. This logic is not understood by the most of the people I speak with, and that's why for the past couple years now, I've created the Honkler Hangout stream showcasing the clown world of today. With still 3 months to go to the third Honkler Hangout anniversary on the 3rd of the month, the 3rd of March, the counter of amount of streams stands to close to 300 streams created. And today's episode also promises to be full of highlights, which will be able for playback at any moment in the future for anybody that wants to look back to these videos. The Telegram channel celebrated its 300 member last week, and the stream itself has exactly 470 followers at the moment of writing. Nice numbers, but the story will grow much, much bigger from here. With the recent price explosion in Honk, I had a decision to make. How to go forward from here? Because of choices from my past, I have decided that for the upcoming months I will raffle out e-Gulden EFL Bitcoin of the Netherlands on the raffle wheel. Today's celebration will be the first and the last where the prize winners of the raffle wheel will have the option to choose between Honk and EFLs. As their prize from next day onward, the wheel will change to e-Gulden EFL only. I will also go and try to explain by streaming in the Dutch language. Recently, I've been contacted by some Dutch people with questions related to EFL. I've always streamed so that I could share my information for free, as I figured that the obvious advantage I would point out would have to be enough to make me a living. With Honk going into a new phase, I feel like it's the perfect foundation to tackle the issue of the Netherlands once and for all so that we can get to the ultimate goal. I will be honest, I've always been very ego-driven. The entire point of Liberlander Yoshi Livo is to prove the Dutch bank that took my bank account away when I informed them about my Bitcoin knowledge, to prove my Dutch bank their system can't hold because it's built on force, violence, and exclusion, and they are now going to have to compete with something voluntary and inclusive. The fight is on since years, and if there would be just enough Dutch people to support me with my crypto of choice, e-Gulden EFL, Bitcoin of the Netherlands, then those who would participate would have instant funding, as Bitcoin-like networks tend to have this price appreciating effect over time compared to the government debt of choice. In the upcoming year of 2022, my Liberland passport will expire, so I need some leverage to prove I've been a good citizen, as some seem to question my intentions in Liberland. It can be understood that not everybody is willing to play the game by the rules, but even if somebody else is making the rules, at some point you should be able to make your case to defend yourself to false accusations. After giving away 1 billion HONK.CASH tokens, I now intend to give away 1 million e-Gulden EFL with the only condition that the price of 1 e-Gulden EFL trades above the Bitcoin equivalent price of €1 each, as traded on Vrij Exchange for the duration of 1 week before the date of the 19th of March 2022, when the 8-year anniversary of e-Gulden EFL Bitcoin of the Netherlands is celebrated. As long as the price of Bitcoin does not reach $200,000, but that might be a little bit too quick. But it's another one condition, I agree. Okay. When these conditions are met, I will pay out the sum of 1 million euros at that moment, e-Gulden EFL, to the following causes. I will quickly name the causes. Half of the money will go to me because I am building Liberland. Quarter of the money will go to Sven Hulleman for his natuurpad.com initiative. 100,000 EFLs go to Huig Plug. And now we get a list of numbers. 22,037.1 EFL to Blue Tiger Studio, Blackbox TV, Café Weltsmerts, Viruswaarheid, Arno Wellens, Keuzevrij bij mij, De Andere Krant, Gezond Verstand, Maas Law, and another series of prizes of 2,203.71 EFL, 10% of the previous price, to Joran Lukacek, De Haan op YouTube, V voor Valentine, De Nieuwe Wereld, Sietske Bergsma, Maurice de Hond, Raisa Blommestein, Jan Bonte, Nationale Bond tegen Overheidszaken, Marijn Poels, Mordechai Crispijn, Frank Rusink and Podkaars. As you can read in the first line of my proposal, my incentive is clear. Will I be able to get this transaction going? I'm going to give it my best in the next couple of months. That is one thing that you can count on. To make it extra clear, once the preset conditions are fulfilled, the money will be available free of any requirements for the duration of 6 months. In case the money is not claimed in 6 months' time, it will become available to future giveaways. I will be happy to assist people if needed and am always open for their suggestions. I believe we live in a phase of transition. Not everything will happen at once because things cost time. Today, everybody lives in its own bubble. What still connects people is the kind of money they use. I don't advocate that you should stop using your bank account like me, but what I do say is that you can take the option to try something different. If it doesn't, it doesn't have to last 1,000 years. It has to do the trick right now. And if that's helpful enough, I think you should use the option to your advantage. Today, almost done, guys. Bear with me a little bit more. Today, we can make an important first step into reaching €1 per EFL. You see, the Netherlands has enough money, but people simply do not understand their money. By inviting Willem Engel to become friend of e-Gulden EFL, we got somebody in our middle with enough reach to make the Netherlands rethink their money and the reality they live in. The friend of EFL action is free of cost and only requires an investment in time. This investment of your time will teach people how to perform a crypto transaction and will make them understand the Bitcoin of the Netherlands to a level where I'm confident they will see the benefit over their traditional debt currency. Thanks for your attention, guys. Have a good new year. And of course, congratulations on 13 years of Bitcoin. It's been an amazing journey so far, and let's try and really grow to a level where we basically take over the status quo. That's my prediction since the start, and let's get us there. So that was my text of the day. Thanks for your attention. I will click it away again. And I will happily answer any question that pops up in the chat or, yeah, if Willem, if you have anything to say about what I just read out. I'm not sure if you could understand all, but
Yeah, it's a bit noisy here. Apologies for that.
it's okay.
We're at Schiphol now.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I think it's a great concept, and you make some very important points. Is that the current system is unattainable, or it cannot last. And I think a lot of people also in Holland are not aware of how they can and should use their money. So apart from going to Bitcoin or to digital currency, blockchain, etc., I think everybody can benefit from these conversations in a sense that once they think about their means, they also have to think about their goals. And that is what you would say in an organization or a company, mission and mission statements. Everybody should do that for their life as well. In Dutch, we have a word for that. It's called herbronnen. I think that is very important in this phase. That is one of the most positive things that comes out of this pandemic, is that people really need to think about the purpose of their lives.
Yeah. Yeah. One big aspect of money is different money creates different incentives, and because of the debt money having interest to it, you get a lot different choices than when everybody would use gold or Bitcoin, for example, because you cannot just print extra gold or Bitcoins, and you can print extra debt currency. So that on itself will make such a big impact. At least that's what I believe. I don't think it has been, I can prove it yet because it's not really, the experiment is not really on yet. It's working for me that way, But I hope that um, more people will try it. Let's say it like that, because once you use different money and you will make different choices, you will see different things in life as viable options. So that's a little bit my stance in it. And um, in the last section of the text, I mention your name, Willem. We have a group of people together. It's called Friend of EFL. And basically, what you need to do is tweet that you become a friend of the group. And if somebody like you would tweet that, you have such a huge reach. Oh, he left. He left. Oh no, there he is. Now
By the way, we have a question.
your sound
in the
disappeared,
chat.
Willem. I know you were not running away. It's okay.
I'm still here. Now I got a call. That's
All right.
why I
Okay.
think that.
I thought, there goes my friend. No, but
I
it's
got most of the text. So yes, I will tweet friend of EFL and then hope to promote the not only
I think
currency but also the ideas behind it, so that people step out of the debt system and think about how they should use their means instead of giving away their surplus of effort and production.
Yeah, I really think that if you would just message that you become a friend of this group, it would have already so much impact that all conditions are going to be met. We have 3 months basically to get this message across. I would like to also speak out my intention that if you would like, I can take off this wig. This is just an act. I am more than happy to create some video with the explanation. I already made a couple of these videos, but if you have a certain wish, like we don't have to rush anything. Like let's think about it before we do it. But I really think that with the exposure you have, you could have such a huge impact on this entire project. After 8 years, the group of people that is behind this managed to reach out to approximately 500 people. Yeah, it's not bad, but I mean, we got 17 million inhabitants in the Netherlands, and we need some help. Let's say it like that. And if you would be willing to write a tweet or post it on Facebook, I am more than willing to send out this €1,000,000 because money needs to be used, and I think this is the right time to do it. I've basically been waiting 8 years, and I think it's time now. It's this is the year we're gonna do it, Willem. Yeah, I see that Blanc is already in the chat. She is our next guest. Maybe I'm going a little bit too fast because Willem is, of course, still with us.
We have also people in the chat with questions.
Oh, we got people in the chat with questions.
Yeah.
Ask your question again, or Johan read it out, because they go quite fast at the moment.
Yeah, I got some. Somebody had a question that wants to know the. But I read it. Okay, that's from even kijken hoor. Zesham 3333. Yoshi, in the near future, do you think any security system will be accepted to secure Bitcoin from scammers? For example, many scams sites exist without any.
Now, Zeshan, I will cut off the question of Zeshan because Zeshan always creates confusion. The scam is called Euro, Johan, and that is what the problem is in today's world. And if you are responsible for your own being and your own actions, then if you are very naive because you have always lived in a scam, you might get scammed in the beginning, but you learn from those experiences, and you know that if somebody says that he is Yoshi Livo and he needs $1,000,000, you shouldn't just give it to him. You should try and find out some information if it's really Yoshi Livo talking to you. So I do believe that people who want to establish trust will have more and more options to do so within blockchain. But it will be in a way a centralized system creating that, like what's the right word for that? A label or something, like um, a stamp, approved stamp of a certain organization that it can be trusted, stuff like that. So I do believe trust will come into crypto more and more, but in the end, it's a trustless system which creates also opportunities to take money and run. You know, that's a part of it. I see that Johan has a call at the moment, so I'll just keep on talking. I'm very excited to hear from you, Willem, that you are willing to participate. Your 1 hour that I reserved in our planning will be at 2 o'clock. Before you come on, we have Toine Manders, which is he is the founder of the Libertarian Party. But after your section, we have the chairman of the EFL Foundation of the Netherlands. In case you have any kind of question that goes into the technical aspect, he is also more than, or I'm going to tell him that he is gonna have to be ready for those questions and assistance in the future. There is an entire team around this project that is, I'm 100% sure, more than willing to participate. One of the things that I remember from the previous time that I spoke you, Willem, is the last time you mentioned gold, and that gold can be used at the moment that all electricity fails. And I thought about it a couple nights, but that's in my way, you know, that's basically saying like, yeah, when you go out, there is a chance of you getting the flu. You know, should you stay in quarantine and never expose yourself to a possible risk, or should you build resistance and get stronger from the things you experience? So you are 100% correct. In case we have a global power outage, crypto monies like Bitcoin and EFL will all be somewhat useless, although most phones have batteries, of course, and you don't have to perform a transaction in the blockchain because you could print. I have a friend who bought a Cassius coin 10 years ago, which is a printed Bitcoin. This printed Bitcoin has a value today of 1.3 million euros because of all the Bitcoins that are on top of it. So, in theory, he could go to the bakery. It's just a little bit different to give him change on 1.3 million euro. But there are possibilities to make a physical form out of these coins, you know. And if the question that Zeshan had, like how can we avoid scamming? Eh? If there is a trusted party that prints EFL notes, and everybody knows that this party can be trusted, then those notes could trade at the value of the EFL that they are printed for, also when there is no electricity. So I get your point about the electricity. I just remember that from last time. So you see, I couldn't sleep from it for a week. So.
Yeah. Well, I've also thought about it, and I think there's many layers to this. You mentioned the most important one, and that is trust. Because everything comes down to bartering your surplus effort or production.
Yes.
And what we did in the old days to have a substitute, something that is rare and that is valuable or considered valuable by everybody. Now, of course, you cannot eat gold. So what is more important than gold or more ancient? That is area or ground.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if you look at all those layers and all those transitions in economies, because we changed our way of life, each of them has unique traits. That's what you I think refer to as the forms of money give you new options.
Mm-hmm.
In my ideal world, you try to divide or spread your investment or surplus in gold, in crypto, in cash, in digital currency, in ground, maybe even in food storage, because those things have a different, on a different aspect of life, have a bigger value.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what you mentioned about the printing of EFL notes, there you come to authority or a system, and then trust becomes even more important, because the whole debt system was really taking off when I think in the 70s they released the gold standard,
72.
and that made it that you
71
could just
August.
keep printing money, and the little effort that it takes to create money stands for the lots of effort for the rest of the people in the world producing. So you get a parasite within the system.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not so much whether you use paper or gold, but it's much more about who is controlling the money system.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in a way, that's why I like these decentralized forms of currencies, because everybody is equal in a way. Of course, not everybody has the same skill set, and some people can write computer code and others cannot. But in a way, there is no boss, and once you start printing paper notes, somebody is printing that. So you get back to that problem. But in theory, it's possible. For example, there is another question in the chat. Are we gonna create a SEP20 token out of EFL? SEP20 is a tokenization process on top of Bitcoin Cash. In case we would take such a step, it would mean that one central party is going to take your EFL and pay out tokens, and that becomes the central point of failure. So, yes, Zeshan, everybody is able to make a SEP20 token out of EFL. Go ahead and do it. But you need to get the people to trust you with that money, and that is something that only over time with good intentions can you build such a trust. We are trying it now for 8 years. We have had one time we had a error in EFL, but for the rest of the 8 years it has always been working. The error has been fixed also in a way. It was a double spend attack, which is the most common weakness of all crypto coins. But that is how you build trust, and that's how, in the end, at some point, people are going to trust you by simply showing your face on camera and talking about it and showing successes that you have made with it and stuff like that. So trust is the biggest issue, and because the Netherlands is so incredibly well, the system, the current system of debt money works so incredibly well for the Netherlands. The people in the Netherlands have a blind trust in that system because for the last 70 years it has served them very well. And I am maybe one exception because I chose the wrong study and then Bitcoin happened and I got fired in exactly the right moment. My life is basically one big a coincidence in that way that my timing is always perfect, and now I'm here outside of the EU while the shit is hitting the fan in the Netherlands. I don't know why that happened, but it did. It's um, what did I want to say? So for me, it worked a little bit different in trusting the system because I had an alternative. But these people that are working more than half of their life and are saving up a pension fund, having a mortgage that they have to pay off, they are, yeah, it's for them a lot less easy to make a step into something new. So, yeah. Um, in the meantime, I don't know if anybody wants to say anything, but our next guest is on Skype ready. So I was thinking maybe we should call her in and maybe she has a question to Willem before you go, Willem. Let's see. She's also from the Netherlands. organizes, well, she's not born in the Netherlands. She is living today in Amsterdam and organizes crypto meetups. I'm gonna try and get her into the chat.
I can say in the meantime that we showed also before the show these QR codes. This time is not for has nothing to do with the Corona Pass. The QR code that you can use to send crypto to Viruswaarheid, and we already collected for almost $15
Great.
in crypto.
15 or 15?
15.
Okay. No.
Yeah. Not much, but it's a little bit. But in between the guests, we show this little clip that's made by Adam Williams, a bodybuilder. He's a sports and health coach. And
Something wrong. I'm
crypto.
sorry. I'm
Yeah.
clicking. We will play that video soon. I have to make a.
Yeah.
I have to make a. I have to put Eleanor in the TV down below, Johan. Could you? We will put you in the video below, Willem.
Or you can ask if she has a green screen. Okay.
Johan, could you tell me which number the television below Willem has?
I don't know. You have TV4 and TV5. If Willem is in 4, then you put her in 5, or
Okay, yeah.
or the other way around.
Let me try it. Give us a second.
And
give us a second.
you have NDI4 and NDI5.
Yep. All right, there we got Eleanor on.
Hi.
Eleanor, I'm so
Hi.
glad you are here because you are the only woman of the day. I really did my best to get more, but women, in case you are watching, please start using crypto or all the money will belong to the guys again.
No, they do. They're smarter than us. Some are just more casual about it. Don't go on live streams.
Yes, they are. That's true. They are not so crazy to show their face.
Yeah.
Eleanor, Willem is here still with us.
Yeah.
Do you maybe have a question for him?
Yeah, absolutely. How does it feel to be one of the main representatives of this freedom movement right now in the Netherlands and being here speaking about these protests? And how do you feel personally about that? Do you feel like is there responsibility? Like how did you get to this point?
It feels great in one word. And about the responsibility, yes, I feel responsible for what I and the whole group of Viruswaarheid instigate, and in a broader sense also where the resistance is heading to. And I'm mainly very proud of the line we took in Holland of peaceful protest and non-violent non-cooperation. You see in other countries it being less peaceful, and they did not achieve more goals than we did in the Netherlands. Personally, it has changed my life considerably. I dance a lot less. Those are my wishes for 2022. For me and the whole world to dance a lot more, to enjoy life, to really experience life in the physical realm and less in the Zoom and calling realm.
And we are not talking about head banging the wall. Eh? No head banging the wall. That's not the dance we are talking about.
No, but I can just imagine being part and being so close to these protests can affect you as well mentally, this constant struggle. I mean, I feel it because for me, crypto is a bit like that. There's also this constant battle and responsibility for more economic freedom. So the parallel with today is frightening, actually. I will say that all these protests reassure me that not everybody in the Netherlands is a square. There's actually that people are ready to go out. Another question maybe, do you think this is changing also the mentality in the Netherlands where people are less trusting and ready to actually go out and speak out? maybe for being an expat, I've always seen the Netherlands and I'm a Swiss expat, so I come from also a square country. I'm not pretending anything. But do you feel like this is changing something in the mentalities of the Dutch population, really?
So about the long term, we first need to win the war. Otherwise, I think we will become a very fascist, mono-thought country. But I see it going in the right way. Now, what has happened with the pioneers and the early adapters, as the protesters are, is that they are less trusting of authority and more trusting in themselves, balancing it more in the groups they cooperate with, they live with, instead of the anonymous government, which has done a great job in marketing themselves as maybe not the most capable, but the most trustworthy. And in reality, it's a scam. This is a criminal organization, which is really, we're only scratching the surface at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think when people realize the extent of criminality within governments, we should abolish governments and go back to living in our regions where we have civil servants that are accountable and where we have members of parliament that people can still speak to. So the distance between the voter and the government becomes very small. And that's what I call participation democracy. I see that as being the big win coming out of this crisis.
So always the best balance of power is that the distance between your representative and you is so short that you can visit him with a baseball bat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, Willem, we will see you again in 1-2 hours or something like that. I'm sure that you got many more other things to do, so we will leave it to you and you will come back later.
Enjoy. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
It's time for the raffle.
He will come back later today.
We do now a video and then the raffle.
Oh, you want to play video? Yes, no problem. Let me find.
And then we can take
Eleanore,
a break, go to the toilet.
We give away crypto prizes all the time, so we are gonna do a raffle. While I play the video, but let me first, because I'm gonna put the video on the place where we had.
You can also do the short one with the alternative version.
Yeah, but I want it on the place where Willem was at. Is it?
Oh, you played it over there? No. Do it full screen so
full
that
screen.
people can also send donations to Willem.
Oh yeah, this is our donation moment, everybody. By the way, exclamation mark raffle is still open for the next prize. Okay, this is a.
And you can send donations in Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Zcash, Dash.
We have made the QR codes for all the coins that you can send us to. This is a 9-minute video, so let's make it a 9-minute video, and then we will be back with Eleonore Blanc. But let me click the right one.
On a sunny Saturday afternoon, George sits serenely in his barber's chair, content in the knowledge that in just a few minutes his hair will be as smart as this swanky barber's shop. Suddenly, he realizes he's left his wallet at home. George smiles awkwardly, trying his best to hide the terrible predicament he finds himself in. George's son Andy, sitting nearby, manages to decipher his father's bizarre expressions. What's
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser. For what they're doing, and the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program, and I've met several times at the walks and at the protests. He wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote, so let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The fourth industrial revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed, 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then, to go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military-industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption and many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack of democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach.
Are we back?
We are back. Here we are.
We are back.
That was the video with QR codes. Gave us a little bit of time to, introduce ourselves to each other, because it's the first time I see or speak Eleanor. Eleanor, your name was mentioned by Joel
It's Joel.
Valenzuela, the
Yeah.
Dash streamer. And
Yeah.
I'm very glad you are on. Like I said before, the only women of the day. It's not something, it's not planned like that. I mean, tell us a little bit about yourself, Eleanor. I already gave a small introduction. You are currently living in Amsterdam, hosting crypto meetups. That's about how much people know about you. So let's go from there. Oh, wait, maybe before we started, we should do one raffle and give away some coins. What about
Okay.
Make it rain.
Yeah,
May you all
make some
win.
coin rain. Last year we gave away close to 10,000 euros. So
That's really
we have
cool.
to spin this wheel sometimes. I greased it up in the Christmas break. So, oh, wait a second. And now
I can close the entry.
You can close the entry. I'm going to spin the wheel.
Okay, people, the last second
Woo!
to type exclamation mark raffle.
And I'm gonna spin the wheel.
Is going in 3, 2, 1, and now you're too late.
Okay, we got a 4x multiplier. 4x.
Shall I pick a winner?
You can do it. 4 times 1.5 makes 6 EFLs to the next winner.
Ooh.
And Henk is the lucky one.
Henk
418. Henk 418.
Write it down.
Henk, you're so
Henk
lucky.
418,
Type your
congratulations.
type your address. Is it EFL?
EFL address, in case you want to change it to Honk.io tokens. It's all possible.
There were people in the chat actually asking what the fuck that is and how do you get this address. Go to www.efl.nl and there you can get your free EFL wallet.
Next raffle can start again, Johan. Close this one up. Start the next one.
And send your address in a whisper, and then
in case you win a prize, we will fix it. Don't worry. Write to either Johan or me on Twitch, and we will fix it.
Yeah, I'm Freedomradio, in case you don't know. Complete, and then I type in select custom.
You can mute yourself, and I will talk to Eleanor.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Eleanor, that was the business side of things. Now we are going to do the fun thing. You are in Amsterdam hosting crypto meetups. What is your experience with Western people using crypto? Why are they using it? Do they want to make more euros? Or are they? No, I'm not gonna give you. And please talk.
First of all, thank you for having me on this stream. I love meeting new people in new communities, and I don't know, I really like your first guest. I really look forward to the rest of the stream today. So first of all, thank you for taking the time to celebrate this day. Recognize that this was a historical day 13 years ago. So yeah, really important.
Yeah.
Really important. Um, Yes, I have a little bit of experience in organizing events and managing communities here in the Netherlands. It's been crazy. Like I discovered crypto through these meetups, right? This was my own school. Like I went to to meetups, and that's where I met people, got hooked up basically, and just never left the space. And now it's my wonderful responsibility and duty to organize these events and bring people together.
Can I
And
ask a
that's
quick question? Is that the Bitcoin Meetup Amsterdam in Pakhuis de Zwijger that they do once every month by Richard?
no,
No? Oh,
no.
different one.
I was a volunteer at that one actually. That was where I discovered crypto for the first time. My first 3 months in crypto, I was a volunteer and selling alcohol actually at those events. But it was great. It was a great place to just again meet, start. You have to start somewhere,
Mhm.
and crypto's so weird. Like you need and being with people, I think from the beginning really helped me. Um, I would say that in the Netherlands, there's a lot of may I dare say like OGs. Like there's a lot of people that have been in the space for a long time. People that were part of the internet, people really, I'm talking people that have been in the space for a long time. And those people inspired me from the get-go and were, I guess, shaped as well my way of thinking about cryptocurrency because I think they saw all these youngsters coming up in 2017 and like, oh my God, let's like make sure that they have the right values, right? So from the meetup community, values of censorship, resistance, permissionlessness, open source, all of those like cypherpunk ideas basically were infused right from the get-go. So that was my crypto school, I guess, those meetups. But overall, in the Netherlands, we have millions of users of crypto, but not using crypto for payments. I think the majority are traders. There's, disposable income in the Netherlands, and people are go-getters, and there's a lot of entrepreneurship, and it's encouraged. So I would say the majority of people in crypto are traders in the Netherlands.
In what way
but
is it
there's also
encouraged?
some spenders.
In what way? Because my experience is that it's discouraged in the Netherlands. If you say I own Bitcoin,
Mm.
everybody will say you are a unvaccinated bad person.
No, not anymore.
No? Oh.
It's so no, I feel like now it's like, yeah, duh. Yeah, I have Bitcoin. Now, do they have their private keys and do they use it? Are they putting it on a wallet? No, that part I'm working on it. That's my segment, right? But they know of it. They've heard about it. There's a lot of like these sororities and fraternities, and there's a lot of groups where people exchange tips on just on life and on money, and so I've experienced that a lot. There's that goes around, and yeah, it's pretty mainstream. I would say crypto now. It's not when the first Bitcoin Arnhem Bitcoin City, that was 2014, 300 merchants using cryptocurrencies in Arnhem. That's gone.
I know,
right?
because
High
of
fees.
regulations.
Exactly. Regulations, high fees. I would say the second wave of regulations that kind of killed the space would be the AML-D5, right? Where it required a lot of crypto providers to give much more information about their users, basically. But like companies like BitTonic right away were like, you're asking too much, and that's not what we're going to do. They won that case. But other exchanges like Deribit are in Panama now, so it's like, some are staying and fighting the regulations, and others are like, okay, this is just going to cost us like 300K to be compliant. We don't want to play this game. But others are thriving. One of my partners with the meetups is Bitvavo, cryptocurrency exchange. They're doing great, like really, but centralized exchange. It's not the crypto cypherpunk dream here, but in terms of business, yeah.
Great. So if I give away my
it's a
1
mix.
million EFL, we get a listing on Bitvavo.
Ooh, I did not say that.
We are very far away from getting enough exposure for such an exchange with EFL. Although it's the oldest Dutch crypto, It's almost 8 years old, but it's funny
Hmm.
you mentioned Bitcoin or R&M Bitcoin stud. I got videos
Yeah.
from that in 2014. I paid everybody a drink with Bitcoin there.
Oh wow! Thank you. Go you. And you spend and replace, right? Because I hate that Bitcoin Pizza Day. It shocks everybody. Like, oh my god, those pizzas were worth 80 million. I'm like, no. It's $40, and you replace your crypto.
Yeah.
It's not.
No,
So
Well,
how do you feel about that?
personally,
I want a pin for the hall of people who spend their crypto early.
personally, I do not replace because my bank account was closed in 2014. So it's difficult.
Whoa!
So I make money trading and then I can spend it, but I do not replace.
Wow!
Uh,
Interesting.
but yeah, um, I am not complaining. I remember the first time I used Bitcoin in a transaction, I bought a sandwich from Thuisbezorgd. This is
Yeah.
takeaway.com.
Yeah.
And it costed me around 0.15 Bitcoin for a sandwich. Bitcoin was at $100 back then.
Yeah.
And I thought it was cheap. And today it's $7,500 for a sandwich. But it was great fun, and everybody in the room was flabbergasted that wow, it is strange internet money, and now we get a sandwich from it. How is
Yeah.
that possible? So
It's amazing. It's magical.
yeah,
Like people,
yeah.
it's still magic. It's still like for you, you've been doing this for so long. It's part of your life. You have no more fiat bank account. Like you embody the
well,
cypherpunk
I
or crypto,
try.
you know. No, but it means I think people need to hear these stories more. They don't realize that you can use it for payments. It's always mind blowing for people. They come into the space with dollar signs in their eyes. And my first job is to sort of,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, yeah.
let's start again. What is money?
Hey, and tell me,
Literally.
how many people visit your meetups, and how often do you have
Yeah,
those meetups? Where do you hold them?
yeah,
What is the
yeah.
setting?
So,
Does
you
it cost
know,
money to participate?
no. So versus Richard and past experiences where I remember I had to like check people's transactions on the
Okay.
blockchain because no, mine are free. All my events are free, online or in person. I want them free. My business model is that I have sponsors basically that help me, pay the venue, my time, all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
So that's the logistics of it. I'm a little bit heartbroken because I wanted to launch a second format this month and it doesn't look good. But basically, Crypto Drinks is on the last Wednesday of each month, and approximately 100 people were coming, and it was super fun. And it was in the center of Amsterdam, on the Herengracht, at the Bali, and it was really fun. It was like in that old bank vault thing, and it was like, and then we went for after drinks because never enough drinks at the Duke of Tokyo. So that was a great format, and I love it. And it's just pure networking. We've also added on top of that a crypto salon where people could bring stuff that they made. Like I'm also like a pottery person, so I also make pottery. So then you could we had like a sort of a peer-to-peer marketplace for art. Like these shoes were done by one of our local artists, and we paid in crypto. So that was also happening at the same time. And I also, of course, mint NFTs, co-ops for people attending. So that's just like a nice extra little thing to get. And then I was launching Crypto Tech on the second Wednesday of each month, where I wanted lightning talks about protocol development, startups, and just being able to have a more techie side where people could actually talk about, what they're working on, developments, etc. So
Cool.
I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see.
Well,
And then
you
Crypto
don't know.
101,
You are here now, big things can happen.
Yeah, okay, let's allow events again in person. They're so important. And I do teach online every last Wednesday of the month as well at 6 p.m., 1 hour class about basics of crypto. That's also free. But that's online, which is also nice because it's for then all the world can be there. You know what I mean? Like it's not just the local peeps. And I always end that class with a BCH airdrop. So
Cool.
that's how I do it. That's
Nice.
what I do.
Yeah.
So when are you coming?
Well, I am a little bit stuck because I am not taking part in the medical experiment, or at least I am in the control group, as I like to say.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
So, but traveling is a little bit difficult at the moment, as nobody accepts my diplomatic passport at the moment.
I love Wow, you're gonna be like, you really need to get those. We need to get those SSIs going on, self-sovereign identity. So this is like a thing of the past to be verified by a centralized identity, so that Johan and me can be like, yeah, Yoshi exists.
Yeah,
He's a
exactly.
person.
Well, I prove that I exist every day on stream.
Right.
But yeah, when I'm coming over, well, I left the Netherlands like 3 years ago because I got so
Wow.
tired of it to
Hmm.
talk with people that got their head so far up their ass that they cannot see all the bullshit around them. And I left to Liberland, and I don't regret it a single bit. It's very beautiful here. And I intend to come back one day, but not in the current conditions because it's crazy in the Netherlands at the moment. The
Yeah.
the the, the difference between here and the Netherlands couldn't be bigger. I got the feeling. I'm very lucky in my, it's all happening with how to say that correct. Some luck is involved, I guess. I make choices, of course, but it's more happening to me. It's more, it's not really for me. Liberland 3 years, 4 years, 5 years ago was a very logical next step because I tried to live without a bank account, and that's what's Liberland in a way about. At least for me, they really focus on this Bitcoin. So for me, it was a very logical step. Then I come here and everybody says, "Why you want to go to Liberland? You are Dutch. You are from the most free country in the world." Yeah, look at it now. It has never
Yeah.
been the most free country in the world. It's a great marketing that they have, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's a little bit different. And than what is in the mind of people that are not from the Netherlands. Amsterdam, marijuana. But if you are actually from the Netherlands, it's a little bit different. So
Yeah.
since 2 years, I'm very happy that I'm here. Or let's say I'm even more happy that I'm here. I really hope that one day I will come back. That's why every day I try my best to explain people what they have to change for me to be part of their community. And
Yeah.
I
Good.
think that the Netherlands is on its way. The current pandemic, as Willem also likes to call it,
Nice one.
is helping us in a great way. The
Yeah.
government is putting everybody into crypto. I got a feeling, and
They are.
libertarianism, and so yeah, that's. I see a bright future. I think 2022 is going to be a great year for everybody that believes in an alternative reality from the mainstream narrative. Let's call it like that. And I've got a lot of faith that one day I'll be back in Netherlands and do some nice things there.
Nice. Nice.
Um,
I hope we can welcome you back, and I hope that the Netherlands hear this, that they're losing people
well, I was
as
I
well,
was on the Dutch TV last week or something. It's not the first time, so they follow me.
Okay. They're
I'm
like,
not so free as I try to pretend, but
okay.
no, I'm sure that there are people in the Netherlands that also see that some change needs to be made. My biggest issue with debt money is the infinite amount you can print while we live
Yeah.
in a finite world. And that is for me the reason why let's say different, I've never really understood money because how can there always be money? If you are in the Netherlands, it's really like that. There is always money. And
Yeah.
yeah, for me personally, I don't think it's such a bad thing that there is a kind of reality check to the Dutch way of living because it was, I, 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 I believe, it's my personal understanding, that not everybody in the future of this planet can be born and live the first 18 years of its life the same way as I did because it's just too big of a footprint. That's my belief. Yeah? Um, Eleanor, is there for you also something like that, like a moral higher ground in using crypto, or is it just like, hey, it's exciting, I like the technology and I like to develop these things, or is it actually something more deep? How is your vision on crypto?
Yeah, thank you for asking. It's really heavy actually, and I think my perspective to crypto is pretty much holistic. It's political, it's social, it's going to change a lot of things, and it's not, as you were saying, it's not just an alternative imaginary world. It's actually working now. It's not that crazy. It's not. We're not talking magic spells here. We're actually. It's working, and it's been working for 13 years and developing itself. It's not just a static
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
No, for me, the moment it really went, the light bulb went off or on is when I realized that we had money outside of governments. It's brilliant. It's not just money goes up and yay to the moon. I mean, sure, that's one side of the industry, and I'm not discrediting it. And thank you for the day traders and providing liquidity to the market. But the bigger picture for me is what motivates me every day to wake up and to be part of this. It's really the idea that we've had and I'm not the first one to say it. I think Roger Ver and others were on stage talking about the separation of money and state. We've had the separation of church and state to a relative extent, and not everywhere, but secularism. And we now have a money that evolves outside of the state. We're outside of fiat. Where it's a parallel economy where frontiers don't matter, where you live doesn't matter, your identity doesn't matter, and anyone anywhere can transact with the rest of the world. It's absolute pure financial freedom at its best, and that is what motivates me. Because
You can still use it on the black market, by the way.
also,
Yeah.
even though according to Chain Analysis, I think the level of because they do all this blockchain data, and they are watching these blockchains are being watched. I think it's less than 1% of all crypto transactions that are actually considered illegal.
Yeah, if we go
but-
deeper into it, Johan always likes to make this point, but let's just be clear that of all criminal activities, a very small fraction is in crypto. And
Yeah, it makes so much more sense. Like, it's easier.
if you understand crypto, you are not going to sell coke for bitcoins because it's
No.
traceable.
Yeah, no. If unless you have like a massive cypherpunk on your illegal activity gang, like you need an expert. Because the moment all these people that are like, exiting and using centralized on ramps and off ramps, it's like, well, you're not even trying to be anonymous at this point, So, yeah. But no, so going back to your question, definitely for me, it's all about understanding money more and more and making that understandable to others as well. Because the moment you understand how money works or how it doesn't, once you understand the gold standard and the end of it, once you understand that the US government actually confiscated gold to everybody's gold and then kept it for themselves, increased the price of gold to increase their reserves, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And this is not like 300 years ago, right? This is like 100. It's fascinating. So, yeah, crypto is the tool.
There are questions coming in the
Oh.
chat, by the way. Yeah, when is Bitcoin going to 200K? That's nobody knows, but it's not about the dollar.
Maybe it's not supposed to go up. Why would Bitcoin? I'm sorry, I'm a bit of a Bitcoin contrarian, as you can imagine, but why would Nokia go up in stock? It's like we have smartphones today.
I always put it in a different context. It's actually the dollar and the euro going down. And that's what's really going. Of course, yes, Bitcoin is growing, and the more and more assets are being transacted with Bitcoin. That's why the price is rising. But don't forget that prices are rising anyway, and
because of the inflation. But there are more questions. I have a lot. The second one was, is there a clear difference between Blockstream and blockchain?
Nice one. I'm happy that some people know the history in the chat. Yeah. No,
okay. Just Google it. There's a Wikipedia page about this, I think. There is also how to get more women into crypto.
How to get more women to crypto. I think money doesn't recognize genders. It just doesn't. So for me, more women, less women, more men, less men. It's just more people. More people into crypto is what's interesting. I wouldn't specifically target any user group because, and I do, okay, and I roll back a little bit my answer because at one of my events, I actually had some women come up to me and say, oh, it would be so nice if you had just a woman's event. And I think I'm still battling with the idea because in my mind, it hurts me. Like, I understand that the market wants that. And I'm like, this is a permissionless environment. I don't want to exclude anyone. I don't want to make stuff like that. I want it to be open. And
You should have said, when are you going to organize it?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You
do
do
it.
it. Like if
But
I don't
you-
want to do it, you do
Yeah.
it. But people tend to, yeah. I understand. I
you got your
understand, but
network. I get that also. I got that.
yeah.
Somebody asked, what will happen when the last Bitcoin is mined?
Well, all the transaction fees are going to skyrocket to, make sure that the miners keep mining it, or they will increase inflation. That's what I think the developers
There was a
will do.
paper last September by Gavin Andreessen, I believe, who wrote that in the end, all Bitcoins will be transacted on third-party blockchains, and that it will all be
That's
tokenized,
sad.
and that the Bitcoin network itself is not going to keep on making new blocks, but the Bitcoins will actually be tokenized on different.
I mean, it's already a thing. I think there's more wrapped BTC being exchanged on DEX today than on chain, right?
Yeah,
So
could be.
it's already the case, and it's sad. It's sad that those developers did not see scaling as a solution. They decided to unscale, if that's a thing.
Well,
But
on the scaling part of things, I think not one blockchain can ever service the entire planet because it's too complicated. The economy is too complicated. So even if you could scale for the entire planet, there is always going to be somebody that wants to do things a little different, and they just create something new and connect it with Bitcoin, and they have their own little system. For example, when they have an event and want to sell drinks, So, what is your? Let me then ask the next question. What's your take on Lightning? Do you see that as
that's
a
hard.
improvement? Is that a
Obviously not. No, it's terrible, horrible construction. There's a great video by Rick Falkenshire. I'm not saying his name right.
of the
Rick
pirate
Falkenshire.
pirate party? In
Yeah, and he explains why the Lightning Network sucks. And I'm not paraphrasing him. I'm just putting
You
words in.
predicted it already
He
5
was
years ago,
brilliant.
I think.
That guy. I wonder where he is. I want to see him more. But basically, no, I don't use the Lightning Network. I think it's a terrible construction. The whole locking up funds, having to be online, these whole IOUs thingy, everybody needing to be basically watchtowers, which are going to be exchanges, which are going to be these big nodes, which are going to be big relays. It's a centralized, cumbersome thing on top of BTC. It makes no sense. But they've had to kill, I think, Bitcoin itself to sell their solution. It's like you create a problem and you sell the solution. That's the model.
Yeah.
So
It's like a real government,
and to each their own. For me, if I'm using other crypto, I agree with you. There's not one crypto for the world. So it's like, use Ethereum for different things, use Dash for others, BCH, of course. So
EFL if you're from the Netherlands.
interesting, your EFL thing. I haven't looked too much into it, but I'd have to look at your token economics and all of that good stuff.
I call it Bitcoin of the Netherlands. It's very simple. There is no technical innovation, but it does bring more transaction bytes to Bitcoin. It's basically, I call that the Lightning Network. We got a different protocol where you can do transactions with a slightly lower fee, and you connect it with Bitcoin, and you got I see that as the Lightning.
What do you think about these newer coins like Cardano, Solana, Cosmos, etc.?
So I do not give financial advice, but from a fundamental perspective, Cardano still doesn't have smart contracts.
No.
The IOHK Foundation is a very opaque system.
Hey, wait a second. Didn't they release the smart contract platform last month?
Did they? Finally? No.
Summer
Alonso
ago.
upgrade keeps being pushed,
Oh,
and then the smart contract capability is still not live. So for me, in terms of just global competitiveness, they're pretty low, especially for how long they've been doing this. So, the whole "Trust me, I'm a scientist" T-shirt, they really embody that. The weird. I would put Cardano and Zilliqa in the same sort of niche of certain projects, which are very like academic based, peer reviewed, but then versus the market, they're not super fast. Then Solana, I can't believe that thing is where it's at. It's just mind blowing.
Well, they're still in beta, I think.
Yeah, it's in beta. They crash the network. They just press a big restart button. It's extremely centralized, but interesting because obviously Ethereum network being so in demand and being so congested, it leaves room for others to explore. But let's remember the graveyard of things that were, supposed to be decentralized, that were supposed to be Ethereum killers, which are not here anymore. My big one I remember was 2018 was the EOS ICO, right?
Yeah.
Those were supposed, they raised 4 billion. Where are they? So for me,
Well, they still exist.
yeah, we had them.
I
I believe they
sometimes
were on the
use
show
it.
last year, or when
Yeah, they were on the show last year. On the EOS Nation.
the
Yeah.
biggest. What's the name of EOS? Is that forging, or how do they call it? The staking in EOS. They have a different name.
oh, delegated proof
Yeah,
of stake.
they were the biggest delegate inside EOS. We got them in the show one time.
Well, it's interesting because I remember meeting Dutch block producers. So there was a group of EOS supporters that wanted to be one of the validators. But the whole 21 validators in EOS got completely gamified, and it's like the top exchanges basically are the top block producers. So very interesting. And we still haven't seen like a rollback of EOS where maybe the top validator, which is an exchange, only rolls back the chain for their clients. I mean, that would be epic. But all of this is at play.
Hey,
So,
by the way, let me say a thank you to everybody who is following. There are many people that are clicking the button, so I haven't made any announcement about that. Thanks everybody for following. I also see another
We got a
question.
big question.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, big one coming
Joe
in.
Handsome, take it away.
Yeah. What is the best way, in your opinion, to encourage people to pay in crypto? What methods, apps would you recommend? Is it a question of making merchants accept crypto foremost?
good question. I think this is the chicken and egg question that every person in crypto has had to go through. Like, do we need merchants? Do we need users, etc.? We need both. We need people to think that they can spend their crypto anywhere at any time, and we need merchants to see this as a great market and good marketing and new users and just more business. So both sides have to sort of meet halfway. In terms of what apps I would use to spend, I would always recommend a non-custodian wallet. Make sure that you always have your private keys. That would be just the basic. I would use a mobile wallet just to be, it's a hot wallet. So obviously maybe a little bit less security than a cold, but if it's hot, it's just more convenient. You'll be at that bar, at that restaurant, you'll be carrying a bit of crypto with you and you can spend it. But yeah, how to incentivize people. It's difficult. I'm not gonna lie. Today it is still a very like idealistic thing to do. I think there's not many people that want to spend their cryptocurrencies. They want to hodl and not spend. But eventually those people, if they hodl long enough, they'll want to spend. So it's like,
The
there's
thing
both.
is, if you don't spend it, you don't make profit either, And like Willem said at the beginning, you cannot eat bitcoins. So, I mean, it's people that say, I will hold on to my bitcoin forever. You need to explain them. It's only money when you spend it, and otherwise you have nothing. You have nothing.
Yeah.
And I think that the value of money becomes because it is money. You can buy stuff with it. What would be the value of money if nobody is spending it?
Absolutely. No, that's why I don't believe in the narrative that crypto is just a store of value. No. It's a store of value and a medium of exchange and a unit of account. It's all those things
Yeah.
all together. I don't want to pick and choose one of the features. You know what I mean? It's like, no. And we'll see. I think it's getting more and more democratized as well. People are holding more crypto. So let's see what the onboarding curve is. I think this year, a lot of people got in through the NFT space. So they've had to like buy some crypto somehow to mint and get into it. And they're seeing this whole artistic JPEG world going on. Maybe next step, those people will want to spend the crypto that they made on
What do
those
you think the
JPEG.
future of NFTs is gonna be? Do you
Oh,
really
it's gonna
believe we are
crash.
gonna
It's gonna
upload?
crash hard.
Okay, glad you see that. I believe it's the
No, it's sad. It's sad. It's great and it's sad. But every cycle of adoption gets crash and burn. Like a lot of people that joined through the ICO bubble aren't here today. They got burned.
yeah.
Same with people with NFTs. There's great adoption, and then there's also the great fallout. And so, but every time hopefully retain some knowledge, some cool people, and yeah, we'll see. But no, it's a kind of a crash and burn market. And when anybody's coming to me saying, oh, which NFT should I buy? I'm like, oh my God, like, just do you collect art in your life already? Like, is that if it's a
Just use the print screen button.
I
It's
got
cheaper.
non-fungible paint. Oh, now I'm disappearing.
You're completely.
I'm a paint trader. But
there you go.
Got a real Vermeer.
Unfortunately, Daniel Debek wasn't available today because he is building a decentralized marketplace with Safex, with the Safex blockchain. But okay, he's not here, so we cannot talk about it. But I am buying up paintings here in the local area to one day sell them, but real paintings, not NFTs. I also think that once the price of Ethereum starts to rise, you will see the Ethereum price of the NFTs crash. That is basically my prediction, just like all the ICOs back in 2018. So
yeah, no, we'll see what stays from the NFT market. It's funny because I remember people talking about NFTs in 2018 in Amsterdam, and no one was interested. Like they were there talking about like these very expensive sneakers that they would put in a box and then slap a QR code on it as an NFT, and then everybody was like, yeah, okay. But it's in cycles. This market is cyclical, and NFTs are having their moment, and it is a cool feature. It is a cool feature that the Ethereum blockchain initially enabled. For me, it's not mind blowing. That's not the main thing about crypto.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a nice feature. Smart contracts are great, like really. So.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I think what's maybe maybe we can do a demonstration with if you show a QR code, we send you like a
little donation.
Because Yoshi is now in Serbia and you are
near
in
Liberland.
Amsterdam. Yeah.
No,
you
say
can
it.
maybe send
Say
her
it.
like a cent or something.
Johan, where am I?
Yeah.
Oh,
Liberland,
okay.
yeah. Okay.
Sorry, am I back?
You are back.
Oh, you're okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
We were just having a little fight about my location.
Your location?
He always says I'm in Serbia, but I am near Liberland.
Near Liberland. Okay. Sorry. Okay. No, my idea was maybe you Yoshi can send her like a cent in Bitcoin
Let's do it.
Cash
Sure.
and
Sure.
just to show the people how borderless it
Sure.
is, you know.
Yeah, great idea. I can
Because
also put my
I can't
Cointree
see
link.
you.
I'll also put my Cointree link.
Sure, go ahead.
But I'll put like here. Here you go. You see it?
No.
Yeah, Yoshi, you can scan because I can't see her.
In the center, please. And you need to make some noise. Oh, there you go. No, it's in my. Oh, here again. I can try again. Yeah. All right, 1 cent, Johan.
Yeah, whatever. Just to show people that
it's a thing.
what you can do with crypto.
And you can also see
Maybe.
all the donations that I make. Ooh. Yay, received. Look how fast. Look how
It's amazing.
Look how fast these blocks can propagate.
Have you ever experienced such a thing?
I try it. I see you now on the stream. I don't think I can scan this QR
But you
code.
can see, like, I send always €1 to my attendees, and it's always magical, and it starts with €1. It starts with those small amounts. It really is for for us. Maybe it's like, oh, okay, we're used to it. We use it. We're part of this industry already, but I swear, for people that are beginning to receive a little bit of crypto, because you can talk about money and blockchain and consensus algorithms for a long time, but giving crypto to people, it just
That's also how it worked for me. When I read the white paper, I didn't understand anything. When I did my first transaction and saw what happened, I realized the power of the technology. And so that's why I introduced the friend of EFL system, or a bonus, let's say it like that, because it allows people to request a crypto payment, receive a crypto payment without the need for investing euros. And I believe by doing it, that will really teach. I am a guy of practice, I have to do things. I have to make mistakes and stuff like that. Sorry. I have to make my own mistakes, let's say it like that, instead of learning of other mistakes made by others. So that's why I like the alternative coins, because you can send one coin and it doesn't have to cost as much as one Bitcoin, It's a little bit expensive. Also, to do, I in my show, I do raffles, and I pay about 10, I don't know, let's say 20 transactions per week.
Yeah.
So within Bitcoin Cash, that's doable. They now have the SEP20 tokens. It's a little bit more expensive, but still it's payable. Also because Bitcoin Cash is so incredibly cheap, of course. But in Bitcoin, I wouldn't be able to. I would lose all my value to the transactions basically if I would pay like that. So that's why it's nice to have alternative coins, so people can try it out a little bit and not lose too much money. And if something goes wrong, I mean, because in the end, you have to expect at some point something will go wrong somewhere. I mean, that's just my intake on it. Did you ever lose Bitcoins, Eleanor?
No, I was
Never.
lucky to, again, those OG people in the community, like literally my first meetup was like, this is your private keys. This is your public address. I didn't know anything, but I was, the local school taught me how to not lose my coins because they were all Mount Goxed. So they were like, okay, you're going to learn from us and not go through that. So no, they made sure, and I made sure then to not leave too much money on centralized exchanges, to be very picky where I do my KYC and back up my private keys. So no, I haven't lost any crypto.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's keep it that way. Eh?
Good operational security. What is good operational security overall, like when you deal with crypto, be conscious of it. Like, don't this is not just another password. This is a moment. Just take it. Just make it. Take that time. And I realized that wallets and user interfaces have gone leaps and beyond since the 2014 days. So I'm not sure that I could have entered the space earlier than when I did, because when I did, things were already pretty streamlined and wallets were nice and easier to use, and the whole onboarding process wasn't as sketchy as previous wallets could be. So
All right.
There's somebody at the moment having trouble with his EFL wallet.
Yeah, that's not for today.
But our next guest will be Gerrit Oerlemans.
Also that, but we are not going to.
Maybe you can do a demonstration then on the.
No, we're not going to do that today. That's not for today. I'm going to share a video if somebody wants to watch its explanation on how to make a wallet. And make sure to follow any of the Telegram channels. And then
he says the problem is when he fills in koppel aan het
Johan, I don't care.
It's
very simple, and if somebody cannot do it now, we're not going to do it now. We are having a Bitcoin party.
And he saw the video, he said.
That's why, by the way, that's why I use the Edge wallet, because I like the fact that it has multi-coins in it and that you have your private keys for each.
Yeah.
So those are, but for people, it's very important to start with just downloading a wallet. And I know that it can be difficult. Not everybody's tech savvy.
Let me see if I can already add Gerrit Oerlemans to the chat.
Yeah, Gerrit says in the chat, send to the person, sent to support at e-Gulden.org.
Okay.
You can mail him. Yeah.
Well, Gerrit, in case you are watching live, I am calling you on Skype. Let's see if he got a question for Eleanor.
Ooh, I hope I can answer.
For some reason, my chat message isn't coming through. Can I write in the chat also or not? Let's see.
I'm reading about the EFL network, by the way. So
All right. Well, if you, I want to say this to everybody because we have a kind of a full program. I would like to, hear more about the people. Of course, I can give here, I can give an explanation on how to work with EFL, but for the next 3 months, I have been wearing this wig now for 2 years. The price of Honk went up 30 times this year, and I like to support projects that didn't have this boom yet. So I am going to stream about EFL for the next 3 months, also to make this 1 million euro transaction happen. And basically, here. Basically, what that means is that if you have a question, feel free to
we have a
save
question.
it up,
Yeah.
and then in the upcoming months we can go into it.
But is there room for one question?
Yeah,
No?
You can ask it.
Yeah. It's for you, Eleanor. Do you think there is room for decentralized key vaults in the future? Because mistakes do occur. People will lose keys, and the threat of that occurring will deter people from getting into crypto thoughts. I lost.
Okay.
How many bitcoins did I lose?
Let me try again.
Lose?
Blockzilus asks to Eleanor, do you think there
Yeah.
is room for dissent? Oh, did you read it?
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see it. Decentralized key vaults. I mean, currently we have centralized companies like Hopper, Fireblocks offering multi-sig at a professional level, right? But it's a very expensive service that they're offering. So I'm guessing you're probably asking if there will be like a decentralized Fireblocks solution in the future. Is that what I'm understanding? If that's the question, then yes. Yeah, multi-sig. So we already have multi-sigs, right? They can be a bit cumbersome. I believe Bitcoin.com, even mobile wallet now has multi-sig. I know that they had it on desktop. Yes to multi-sigs. I know that CryptoCanal desktop has multi-sig. So it's not every wallet that is going to offer this solution, but definitely the moment you're dealing with large amounts or you're working in a team, multi-sigs are kind of necessary. So yeah, of course. And I think it's interesting, and that's the next step. First, to have your keys, and then the idea of being able to share keys with other people. Yeah.
I am trying to share a link with the chat. I don't really manage, so I'm sorry. I also put it in Skype for you, Johan. It's a
okay. Then I post
it's a video series that I created a couple years ago on how to set up a wallet. So if people have trouble setting up a wallet, then that is I think 30 minutes of 12 videos, 3 minutes per video.
That's nice. Educational stuff for the win.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always liked to, it's not so much educating others as more like challenging myself to see if my understanding is correct. That's also in a way.
Absolutely. I think absolutely. Me having to teach others forced me to, know things.
Yeah, and you find out when you make a mistake and you say something
Yeah.
and you say, oh, it's like this, and then why is it like this? Doesn't sound right. Are you sure it's like that? And then you have to look it up again and you find out,
Yeah.
oh, I was actually wrong on my belief,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
And that's awesome
yeah.
because I like learning from doing mistakes. That's a great
Yeah,
path.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let me see because Gerrit did not join us yet, so yeah, we are
Yeah,
waiting for that.
Can I ask a question to Johan actually? Because
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we're talking most of the time to Yoshi, but tell me more about you and tell me more about Vrijheid Radio as well, because I'm discovering all this community today, and I'm also curious.
Yeah, we have. I think this year's our 10th year, 10th anniversary in the summer. I'm doing this first it was just a podcast, only audio. And a very long time ago, it was actually a program on the Dutch local radio in Heemstede en Aardenhout. That's somewhere near Haarlem. And it was also on Revolution FM radio program for a year, I think. And yeah, then we started to do it on the internet. And I'm doing this for 10 years. I started it when I think the Dutch Libertarian Party was partaking in the Dutch elections, 2012. And in the first time, I just wanted to interview the candidates. And then I decided to continue doing it and just reading the news and having our libertarian viewpoints on what's happening. And I'm doing this. And I remember the first show I already did the Bitcoin charge. Because that was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
I think since that time I'm also in Bitcoin. Yeah.
wow. So who brought you to Bitcoin? How did you discover it? Through your guests or?
I had this. My mom wanted to have stevia. That's a sweetener, artificial sweetener.
Yeah.
And she got a link from somebody, and it was a .onion link. And it was a marketplace where they had all kinds of funny things.
And stevia. That's funny. All the chocolate and sweetener.
Yeah. And you had to pay with this funny money called Bitcoin,
Wow.
and I had no idea what it was. But I remember some people from the Free State Project talking about it.
Yeah.
So I asked one of them if he could help me. Well, he said, yeah, you have to mine it, but
wow.
I said, can I give you $10 and then you pay this thing on the dark web, and then anyway, to make a long story short, he did, and we got the stuff, and I had some Bitcoins left in my wallet, and he created a wallet for me. And then a few years later, I was in a party, and there was in the middle of the night, the beer was, we went through all our beer supply, and we called the beer cap. And this guy said, yeah, you can pay with all kinds of methods, including Bitcoin. He mentioned Bitcoin. I said, well, I have a few. How much beer cans can I buy? He said, well, you can buy the whole truck. And then I found out that the price went up in the last 1.5 years, I think. From a few euro to like 200 euros, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah, Johan was actually he was in it before me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we were in the same time. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how much the price was, because I said I paid the guy $10. Maybe it was $20. It's very long time ago. And actually, I don't know who the guy is anymore.
Wow.
I tried to find back who he was, but Yeah.
Wow. Well, I know that too. Well, first of all, thanks to your mom for wanting alternatives to sugar because she brought you to crypto. And then
Yeah.
yay
Yeah.
to the Free State Project peeps. I'm always, that's actually kind of the reason I'm here today. Because Joel put you in touch on anything that Joel says, or I'm like, yes. He was he was one of my last guests on my podcast, The Humans of Crypto, and I love his story as well. So yeah, and the Free State Project is really interesting. For you, Yoshi from Liberland, have you ever considered New Hampshire as a land of the free?
Yes, but I got some friends there, of course. I mean, as a Liberlander, they visit me here
Yeah.
quite often, and very nice people. But it's not adventurous enough. And then the land of the free, yeah, well, it's still it's inside of the United States. It's just not my country. It's not my style. I prefer why not build a New Hampshire somewhere in Asia or something,
For decentralization, that's good actually. We need several islands of free staters.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm doing
Interesting.
my job here in Liberland, and I'll maintain this little decentralized hub. And then but I support them in full, and they are making some steps in liberating themselves, but it's such a tedious process, and I don't know. I think it's easier to build a Liberland. What about that? And it's not easy to do a Liberland, so
2.0.
Yeah. And we are also involved. I'm also involved with a project. It's a kind of Free State Project Europe. And they want to buy a village in Spain.
What?
And in Spain there are a lot of villages with no people. They are the last one is gone, and so there are just a bunch of houses with nobody living in, and you can buy them very cheap. So there's a guy who wants to buy all these houses and then start a libertarian community.
Whoa, love it.
Yeah.
Hi, Gerrit.
Yeah, Gerrit is in the chat. Let me just make a quick. I need to make one click, and we see Gerrit. And there he is. Also without a green screen, so I'm putting you in the television, Gerrit. It's okay. It's okay. Gerrit has joined us, the developer of EFL. Eleanor, do you? No, I should ask different. Gerrit, you've been watching. Do you have a question for Eleanor, maybe?
Yeah, many, but
well, it's your time, Gerrit. It's your time, so you decide.
I know. No. The first one that came into my mind is one I shouldn't ask is why you didn't hear about EFL yet, and why we haven't met yet. So it's a small world.
Ik weet het niet. Sorry.
No, it's a small world, but it's also a big world. I mean, we are being spoiled by all the initiatives everywhere in the world, and I don't blame you. It's
guilty as charged.
Well,
no, it's weird. You're right. Small world, yet not so small apparently. First of all, I stumble upon all of you guys today, and I'm like, wait, I don't know. For me, I think I've been living in my own little crypto bubble, and I haven't been really connecting to the libertarian side of politics in the Netherlands. But I'm very excited to meet a bunch of you today. So I look forward to future stuff. Yeah, no, really. Like for me, this is great. I'm so happy Joel put us in contact. And we'll do more stuff. We'll, now we know each other.
Okay, well, it will be the beginning of a lot of chats, I suppose.
You got each
Yoshi
other's
has all my
email
contact.
So,
you got everything.
For sure. We will set it up. That's how you do it. That's why we do the show.
I was gonna say, like, should I like exit? This was my time, and I can still stay a little bit longer. But
maybe you have a question for Gerrit. I mean, you are welcome
ask him how long he's in Bitcoin.
Oh my God, you guys are all OG. You know when I said that, all the Dutchies were like,
he's like the real OG.
No, but like in the Netherlands, there's something crazy. Yeah. Like there's so many people that were. Well, okay, Gerrit, how long have you been in the space? There you go.
Before Bitcoin,
I witnessed Bitcoin develop, and
oh my God, you're in the cypherpunk mailing list.
No, it's. I think really into Bitcoin. My first Bitcoin was 2011. That's
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. On what wallet? How did you do it? How did you how did you get it?
Oh, that was very simple. Just download the Bitcoin Core wallet, install it, and it ran right away at that time. You didn't have to wait for all the blocks.
Synchronization of 5 minutes. 5 minutes
Yeah,
sync.
Wow.
yeah. It's those were the old days. That's right. And you always regret to haven't that you didn't get more into it than you could,
Oh, it's
because it was also valid at that time. Your first bitcoins came from a Javelino miner, and every time you got a piece of Bitcoin, it gave a sound. And these were funny things from Butterfly Labs, and it was a completely different world back then.
wow. So Johan's mother stevia got him into crypto. Fascinating story. What got you into the space?
I was in crypto for long before Bitcoin was on the market. I'm a software developer, and I used it to conquer one of the main problems I saw back then, which was email. Email was used to send messages, private messages over the internet, but this was not private at all.
Yeah.
The problem to encrypt a message over internet was that the recipient must publish a public key, and have private key. But the initiative of sending an email is with the sender, and the sender knows he has something secret to share with the recipient. But so you first have to elaborate a session, a private session, before you can send a private message. So it was cumbersome, and I wrote software to solve this. But at that time, it was very difficult to get it between the ears of people. People just sent email and continue to do that still in a very insecure way.
Me too.
Yeah. So were you behind like initiatives like Proton emails and those type of one of those initiatives?
But still, Proton is centralized, isn't it? So
I am not the email expert at all. I would love to hear more. You see? Damn it, the Netherlands, so much talent. So much talent.
But you know what I think is so funny? How everybody
so
is using email without asking any questions of its working. And then comes Bitcoin, and no, I cannot send any Bitcoin because I don't know how a block is made. Like, you don't know what a POP3 server is. You are using email, you know? So what's the big issue with...
why money?
Yeah, you don't need to know how it works. The most important is that it works, you know, and that you can use it. But with Bitcoin, it's different somehow. They all want to know the details, and
I think because it's money, it hits differently psychologically. People are like, "Oh, no one's going to care about my, plans for the week or something like that." But then, I mean, that's another debate.
But you say it's money, but Bitcoin can be used for money. Bitcoin is much more than money. Imagine money. What's money? It's a coin or something. But this is Bitcoin has taken money to a much higher level, but it's not money as such. It's a software program. It's a network. It's you can do much more than using it only for money.
True, but that's why I think understanding it is maybe more of a priority for people that stumble upon it. I don't know. Maybe it's just cultural that no one questions emails, and then people are very baffled by cryptocurrencies. I don't know.
I'm just talking from my experience here, so that's just how I, yeah, here is Bitcoin. I sent you some crypto. Here's your wallet. Let's use it. Yeah, but how does it work? That doesn't matter. You got them now. It's no, but I want to know how it works. And then I'm like, do you want to know how Facebook works? Do you want to know how email works? Why do you specifically want to know how this works? And all the other things you are just using without any question. So
Maybe it's all the FUD. All the normal mainstream media has scared people. So maybe that's why. Maybe there's more, yeah.
They've
there's
been
yeah.
programmed to question it.
Yeah, well, they're like, oh, I'm not a criminal, so I want to make sure that what I'm doing is not criminal. And I'm happy that they're asking questions. That's good. I answer questions, so that's good for me. As long as people want to learn and stay educated, I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk about questions. There are questions in the chat. Somebody is asking, and I have to look for the question now. Yeah, here it is. How will one handle the risk management when it comes to securing the transaction records? Yeah, that's an easy one. I think it's to Gerrit.
Yeah, let me see if I understand the question. There are a lot of words, but it's for me it's not a real question.
Yeah, securing the transactions. I think that's the guy hasn't heard of blockchain.
Yeah, I'm like, it's
Yeah, the principle of blockchain is that transactions are secured. So
Yeah, by sharing it in a decentralized manner, so there is not one single point of failure. That would be my answer.
Yeah, and the next question is, where can you buy e-Gulden?
Yeah. I will share another.
Now, well, the where we can buy e-Guldens is from holders to begin with, because it's a decentralized currency. It's peer-to-peer, so you have to be with peers to buy it. If you want to buy it we've made sure that in the past 8 years, 7.5 years, there was always a set of markets available where you can buy EFL.
I'm trying to share a link, but it's still I'm not connected to the chat and Twitch for some reason.
Okay, but just go to e-Gulden.org.
Oh yeah, that's also
there you've got all the exchanges. There are 3 at the moment: Free Exchange, Unnamed Exchange, and last but not least, Atomic DEX.
Decentralized market. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is a good. Eleanor, you have any more questions?
No, I'm good.
Well,
I'm sure you have.
No, I know everything. I know everyone.
I will not kick you out. You can just say as long as you like. But at some point, Willem is going to enter the chat, and then I'm gonna have to replace you. I think something like that. So
I will scooch. I will get on with my business. But thank you so much for having me today, for taking the time to celebrate, 13 years of a immutable, permissionless blockchain. Even though I'm a big Bitcoin critic, we owe it a lot for being one of the first movers and for inspiring a whole generation basically to believe that we can't have money outside of the government, outside of the banks. So
you practiced that sentence. I
did not. I just do this
beautiful.
all the time.
I'm gonna make a highlight clip just for that.
I just live crypto a bit too much, but I'm very thankful to this space and for all the people I've met along the way. And these celebrations are so nice because we're all over the world, yet somehow we're also very close to each other, but we don't know each other. But I love this, and I with my community, I was also trying to foster this realization that even though we are all over the place and we have different reasons for being in crypto, we do share an underlying. There's something there, and it's tangible, and it's called crypto and blockchain. So thank you for having me.
Let's stay in touch. This is just the start of something beautiful.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
let's see it like that.
Yeah, and I hope I can organize events very soon. Join the CryptoCanal Telegram group, the meetup, you name it.
Cool.
I look forward to staying in contact and doing more political stuff as well, because there's no fooling each other. Crypto is a political instrument as well. So
yeah, with the entrance of El Salvador in the crypto market, I really think that the political moment for
No.
crypto has come, in a way.
Not my favorite example, but we can talk about that another time over a beer. All right, guys. Have a wonderful birthday celebration. Thank you for having me. Tot straks.
All right, Eleanor.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks for being
Nice
here.
to
Bye-bye.
meet.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see. Now I have to press a button.
Time for a raffle.
All the wrong buttons here. I'm sorry. Here we go. I'm back. Gerrit, we will do a quick raffle because we like to give away EFLs to all the people that are watching. So please bear with us. I'm going to spin the wheel. Let's put up the wheel. Oh, no. Let's put up the wheel, I said. Here's the wheel.
First close the thing.
Sure.
Huh?
Let's do that,
Yeah,
Johan.
here we go. Yeah.
We're going to close the raffle.
Okay.
And who is going to win it?
Yeah, here it is. The
Malaka.
winner is Malaka SBCH. Okay.
Let's see what you won, Malaka.
Oh, the lucky
Here
one.
we go. One spin on the wheel. We got a 8x multiplier. The value of one EFL is approximately 20 cents today. So this is 12 EFLs. Makes about $2.50 or something.
Mm.
EFL.
You can buy a beer with that.
It may be two. It depends on the country you are
Yeah.
located in. All right, raffle wheel out of the way. New raffle is already open, Johan.
It's coming. It's coming.
New
It's
raffle is
coming.
coming. Give it a little second.
Here it goes.
Announcement will
it's
be in the
open.
chat. Don't be too quick.
It's open.
Don't be too quick. The raffle is open. Exclamation mark play. And with that, we come.
Raffle.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Exclamation mark raffle. My apologies. Thank you, Johan. If I wouldn't have you, With that, we come to our next guest, Gerrit Oerlemans. He is not new on the show. We have seen him a couple times before. Of course, we are expecting him again on the 19th of March when we are going to celebrate 8 years of e-Gulden EFL Bitcoin of the Netherlands, because Gerrit is lead developer. Can I say it like that? One of the lead developers of e-Gulden EFL. Gerrit, welcome today, and happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Same to you. Huh?
Do you have news
happening.
for me, or do I have news for you today?
No, we are in rather close contact. I mean, we know to reach each other. When there is really news, I think we share it with each other.
I got a
I
scoop.
think I've got some news, yeah.
Oh, you got some news
Okay.
too? Oh, all right. Let's wait. I will wait. Let's bring it. What's your news, Gerrit? What's happening?
Now, well, the real news is that we are, you know that, of course, we're working on a new marketplace. And one of the things we are elaborating is to avoid to be a central point. And we are developing a new marketplace without being involved with the transactions involved.
Mhm.
To get a piece of presenting products. And
Sorry, Gerrit, can you say that again? You broke up. We had a bad connection. Could you say again what you just said?
Okay. So we are setting up a new marketplace without trying to be a central point in that market. So we bring. I see a hesitation from you. Or
It's going well this
still,
time. No, it's good. It's good.
Okay. So we're trying to bring together people, and when you look at Amazon, they're presenting products, and behind that product is a person or a private company. But we are our marketplace is more something like a yellow page environment, where we let people communicate with each other.
For the ones
So it's
for the ones that are born without a telephone book, the yellow pages is where all the businesses are listed.
Yeah, yeah. But one of the problems with marketplace we have dealt with before is that it's difficult to maintain, and you become a central person when you set up this marketplace. So we're trying to bring together people that are invited to market among each other. And let's say advertisements, but messages you want to broadcast and stuff like that. It's a completely new concept, and that's the main thing we want to. My main message for this year.
Great. What's happening, Johan? Something's going on.
Yeah, Johan is laughing.
Says, From says, Yoshi, stop eating the cactus.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to move the cactus because it's a little bit too much in my face, but I'm trying to. But...
You're stuck.
It's a microphone, by the way.
All right.
Continue.
Yeah. Now, well, you was talking about your scoop, so...
Yeah, well, I just invited Willem Engel to become friend of EFL, and he said yes. And in 40 minutes, I expect him to be on again. The next hour is reserved for him from 2 to 3. And I was hoping that you would stay while he is there to make a good impression on the EFL and to help him, because I'm not sure how much experience he has with crypto, and to make a little plan on how to take most benefit of the exposure that he can bring to EFL. Because I believe that if Willem Engel puts out a tweet that he become friend of EFL and share this on his social medias like Facebook, etc., that it could be the WikiLeaks moment of e-Gulden. So
the point is that one of the first things when we established the e-Gulden Foundation was that we promised each other that we wouldn't politicize e-Gulden, because e-Gulden is intended for everybody. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's a good thing to reconsider that. I don't know.
If I can make my point on that, I think if a person like a Willem Engel becomes a friend, it doesn't mean that the people of e-Gulden are politicizing the coin. It's just a person that becomes a friend.
That's right.
And he wants to get rid of all the politics in our lives.
But that's look. I can understand that the EFL Foundation is not going to make a statement like that. Like, let's get rid of all the politics, or don't get vexed if you use EFL. I'm not asking for that, but it's just one man who becomes a friend. And the thing is that this guy is a controversial person and has a lot of exposure, but it's just one guy, So.
Now, what we wanted to avoid is that EFL got tainted. And when one guy has a lot of, when we talk about Yoshi Livo, for example, if you got one person who is very dominant, then the coin gets associated with this one person. And but if you say it like that, anybody can be a friend of Eagle, and hopefully more. There are more people that are well known in Holland, well-known economist, but with a clear opinion. Everybody is welcome, and Willem Engel also.
Yeah, and that's I think it would just be a good thing if you would sit in his time also of Willem Engel, and you can just listen to his motivation. But I think he's a very reasonable guy, Same like I think I am a reasonable guy, although some people call it extreme, but I like to twist the story and say that the world is extreme, and then yeah.
One of the most important things which are under pressure right now is freedom of speech. And if you listen to anybody who has to say something, it is your own choice to bias or to give bias to specific opinions. That's your own choice, and as long as you have freedom to do that, then that's what we all want to achieve, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was my scoop. So it's not a scoop yet; it's a scoop in the making. But I wrote a nice text for today's episode, and I think it landed well enough for Willem to think about it at least. Oh no, now I did something wrong. Oh no, I misclicked something, guys.
Oh dear, what's happened?
Oh, I have done something
You end the stream?
Oh no.
Tell me what's happened.
You could have kept silent, Joshi.
No, I
Nobody
can't because now
anything.
I have changed some setting because I wanted to move the cactus and now I have destroyed it. Oh, here it goes. Oh no. Yeah, here we go.
We have to sit higher now.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I got it back. I will not touch it. The cactus is in my face, but it's okay. Itchy Pinky is welcome here. So.
Okay.
For the ones that don't know,
we're sitting very low.
For the ones
now,
that don't know, usually
low.
I stream with my cactus Itchy Pinky, and we got a digital Itchy Pinky, but never mind. Never mind.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Frommel, for all the confusion. Eh?
He posted a long line in the chat. He saw some people on some boomers talk on TV about crypto.
Yeah, the thing is, if you get information of crypto on TV, it's always with a certain sauce, a certain narrative, and
I always said you have to step out of crypto when you hear the boomers talk that they want to go in. You know?
Yeah. Once I discovered, or not discovered, it came to my attention that all the media in the last couple of weeks are hyping NFTs, and NOS, the Dutch broadcasting system, public broadcasting system, made an entire piece about NFTs and why they are so hot and how much money people are making with it. That is for me a serious red flag that the peak is set, basically. When the mainstream media talks positive about crypto, it's time to sell. But that's just my experience. So I don't give financial advice, as I always have to say. But yeah,
or when Nina Brink wants to go in. See Nina Brink on TV like this?
And then Jan Mark makes a comment. In that case, if it doesn't matter who becomes friend, ask Ursula von der Leyen if she wants to become an e-Gulden friend also. The difference with Ursula von der Leyen is, of course, that she's representing the EU on behalf of all those people. So she is a professional politician, which is, I don't know if
but that's one of the things that does matter. We focus on the Netherlands, so we only invite. No, we invite everybody is welcome to try to become a friend, but to try to bias EFL to the Dutch community. So Ursula won't be accepted as a friend
because she's Belgian.
Is she Belgian?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
But could you elaborate then a little bit more if that's not what it's about? I thought it was about her Belgian heritage. What?
Yeah. Okay. Belgium. We had long discussions about embracing Belgium also, because why wouldn't you extend the scope to Dutch language, for example? And Belgium is lacking country coin, so to say. We had the Belgium e-franc trial, but it's missing. So why don't you embrace the Flemish people also? And there are quite a few Flemish people that invested in EFL, not only money-wise, but also in time. So
I need to make a little comment because I get comments now in the chat. But what about permissionless and borderless crypto? EFL can be used by anybody all over the world without any permission needed from anybody else. But the friend, what is the name of that campaign? Friend campaign.
Yeah.
If we wouldn't have blocked out people not from the Netherlands, so all the EFLs from the Friend campaign would probably be circulating in Venezuela, Turkey, and other less fortunate countries than the Netherlands. So
we want to have we don't want to have a false start. To be trying to distribute the available EFLs as much as possible in the Hollands. That's the best we can do as a foundation. Afterwards during EFL, of course, is a global currency. It's you can't. It is borderless. Everybody can access it. But
what we are talking about is just the friend campaign.
Not just the Friend campaign. Our efforts are focused on the Netherlands.
Yes.
And
we try, or not we, because I'm not a part of it anymore. But the publications of the foundation of EFL are in Dutch, and with that you focus on a specific niche.
Yeah, and so this interview is kind of an exception because it's we speak English.
Yeah.
And the problem with speaking English is, first of all, I'm not that fluent in English, although I've written and spoken a lot in the English language, but still I'm very much handicapped. And I wrote English articles that were peer reviewed, but it is a handicap. So imagine if you're an average Dutch guy, you must be handicapped within the crypto sphere because everything is in English. So this is one of the counter movements to bring crypto in areas where Bitcoin won't reach, because it's Eleonore, it's maybe when she learns Dutch, maybe she reaches those Dutch people, but still she won't reach your grandma. Huh? That's the thing.
And my grandma knows everything, Gerrit. Yeah. She lost.
I'm sure.
My grandmother lost bitcoins on Mount Gox, so which was my fault. I'm sorry, Grandma. In case you're watching.
Yeah. Maybe it's good to get back to my scoop, which I wasn't prepared as your first question. But
questions are coming in, by the way, in the chat.
But I would invite everybody to go to map.efl.nl, which is the experimental environment, I must say. And we as a foundation are standing behind that, open for questions and critics and suggestions. But we don't want to do this as a foundation only. We need people, and we need people that elaborate our first move, so to say. So the scope is we want you all to participate and to make something of it.
Well, I think with the people we already spoke to today, I have a feeling that this year is going to be different, Gerrit. We are now in this game with EFL for almost 8 years in 3 months and 19 days. We are on the 8th year of EFL. And in the previous 8 years, it hasn't been so obvious why you want to use EFL as a Dutch person, because, yeah, the system serves you very well, or at least it served you very well. And today, with the efforts of Willem Engel and many others, of course, let's just say the entire situation globally at the moment pushes people towards a crypto like a EFL, and that's why I believe 2022 it will be a very different year from any other year. That is just my feeling, my belief. I cannot prove it with anything. It's just my red clown nose telling me that it's time. But yeah, I really do think that, because we have made, I can remember so many calls from you. We need people to participate. I really think this year is going to be different, Gerrit, and that the participation will come this time. I don't know how you feel about it, if you feel any difference, but
No, I feel much different because we kind of we didn't launch the new initiative. We kept it quiet, but we did address all people that are currently aware and actively follow EFL. But they kind of hesitate to participate. And maybe that's the age of EFL. People invested 7 years ago, and still it's not mainstream. And maybe that's a disappointment. But the main reason is that there is a lot of noise, and the noise comes from all initiatives in the world. So let's say 10,000 coins, 10,000 teams, 10,000 ideas, and which one is the best? And if you are a minority by definition, being a small country, doesn't mean that you can excel and be visible. But you have a lot of resistance from mainstream, and you are a minority, and that's what people should start to be aware of. That being a minority means being a community, and that's the main notion I start to hear more and more, that communities become the escape of globalization, and that's my main hope, that will get some traction.
Yeah, and in a way, I do believe the political landscape of today is in our favor in that way, because communities are being made smaller. You cannot travel as easy as you could 5 years ago. It's not as easy to trade with other countries as it was 5 years ago, because of the how to say it correct. Let's just call it the lockdown, the couple of weeks of chaos that are still counting in the world of transport today. So
yeah, you say there's some break on globalization.
And because of that, localization becomes a more looked at alternative. Let's say it like that. I don't want to say it's being pushed, but
yeah. Now, the globalization has some nice aspects to it. Like, we are all equal. If you say something against that, then you're in a bad spot globally. And it's when you learn about all the positive aspects of localization, of community building, then you get to words like sustainability, and when you look at the marketplace in Dutch cities, which all shops are from big companies owned by, and small shop owners, small enterprises, small entrepreneurs have very hard time, and they're even that's the first thing that's being disrupted with the lockdown, not to enable local initiatives, but to break them.
Yeah, that's
to break
true.
them.
That's true. I didn't look at it like that. You're right. You're right. In that respect, you're right. But
So
because that is being done, people do look more at their local community. Like, hey, all of a sudden I cannot go to my local shop. Why is that? Why do I have to go? Well, I don't want to say that it's mainstream yet, but it triggers people in thinking about their reality or their lifestyle, or let's say it, their habits.
People have time, plenty of time now, you would think, but I don't see that. Don't see that happening. People would have time now during the last Christmas holidays. They would have had time to publish an announcement or an advertisement on map.efl.nl.
Yes.
You are the one who was on top. You're gone now because your Honkler. Your Honkler advertisement has depleted. But well, you see, something is moving, but everybody listening here could put an advertisement, some message he wants to share with the world, Holland in the first place, but the world, no problem, and for free. Try to discover how to do that. That's if you have time. But I doubt people have.
Well, we did get 4 new friends in the last Christmas, so that is something. And because I put my head above the grass, not sometimes, in the last month, 2 months maybe, I've had people come to me and ask me about EFL, and this has basically I made up my decision to stop streaming in English, and until the 19th of March, I will stream in the Dutch language, because I got a feeling that the time is ripe for it in a way. I get questions from people. This entire stream has always been about answering questions because I got too many questions, so I got a stream and I can just say to everybody, join the stream and ask me questions there. Over time, that didn't really hold up, and it was more like a giveaway than that I was answering questions. But I think the Netherlands, well, some people in the Netherlands are now more ready than before, and I would like to give it a shot, and for the next couple of months stream in Dutch. Because I don't care about how many viewers I got or how many followers or whatever. In a way, I would like to explain crypto to the Netherlands. That's what I intend to do also with Liberland in a way. So, yeah, I really have the feeling in the next 3 months, we are going to wish we never started this entire project and it wouldn't have become so successful, Gerrit. That's what I really believe.
Okay, but we are ready for this success. I mean, we are ready for it for quite a while now, since 2017, when, contrary to what you said, there is no technical, what did you say?
I said there is one.
Innovation, no technical innovation with e-Gulden to Eleonore. But since 2017, there is no technical innovation necessary, because all the features added to Bitcoin from that time are not really necessary.
True.
And Taproot, you name it. It's Bench. It's an improvement, but I think it's more important that the improvement comes from attracting getting more attention, and that's our main focus. We are a small group. I'm talking about a foundation and a team around it, to which I also count you.
Let's put it out there for the people. How many people are we talking about? That is interesting.
It is. I think people that have EFL between their ears, it's about 5,500. And that's not much. But people that are regularly contacting, it's about 25. And people that are weekly contacting, it's 5 or 6.
Yeah.
So that's the and they come and they go and they come back again. So it's I just had a person who asked to finish his participation with the savings plan, and I had a long email conversation with him. Although savings plan is anonymous. And he decided to continue with it for the next 3 years. So it's those conversations are very I also put a lot of effort in it, because it's just one person who is asking and who's getting response. So we are ready for. We have also published a lot. So it's easy to point to our old publication if people have specific questions.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also why we are ready for success.
Let me try and see if Willem Engel is still online. Sorry, I can only do one thing at a time. I'm a guy.
Yeah. Oh, in the meantime, I can say, there's lots of things going on in the chat, but
maybe it's
I think
I see a lot of people talking with each other, but
Yeah,
maybe it's a
it's
good
basically,
moment to play a small video for the crowdfunding of Freedom Radio. No, not
Yeah,
Freedom Radio.
good idea.
Virus Truth.
no, for Viruswaarheid, yeah.
We will play a 9-minute video. After that, we will be back with Gerrit Oerlemans and Willem Engel together. Does that sound right? Is that okay for
Fine,
everybody?
Good idea. And we can also do then the raffle after the video.
And we will do a raffle after the video. ! Raffle. If you didn't join in on the raffle yet, we are giving away EFLs today, Bitcoin of the Netherlands. And we are celebrating the 13th Bitcoin birthday. 13th Bitcoin birthday. I am trying to find the right video. And this is not it. This is maybe it. I will see. Johan will tell me if this is the correct one. We will be back
there's a lag
in 9 minutes. See you soon. And make sure to donate. Donate to Virus Truth. No, that was the wrong button.
On a sunny Saturday afternoon, George sits serenely in his barber's chair, content in the knowledge that in just a few...
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. 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 And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number two, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests, he wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The fourth industrial revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed, 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then. To go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed, at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals, so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group: love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they are the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Raffle, toch?
Yes, we are back. That was a small video to promote our crowdfunding for Viruswaarheid, the Dutch anti-COVID restriction action group, if I can call it like that. We are first gonna do a raffle, and after that, we are going to continue the conversation with Willem Engel, maybe, and Gerrit Oerlemans, of course. I'm sorry, Gerrit, I almost forgot you. Johan, maybe you can pick the next winner.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
I'm so busy. I'm looking to all the donations that are done. It's going wild now.
I will use the spin button in the meantime.
Yeah. Within an hour, you can also. But the donations are also below the video. You can also see some the addresses for donations. But I close the thing now, and I pick a winner. And the lucky winner is Emily.
Hey, Emily,
To
congratulations.
you, Emily. Yeah, Emily, to you.
Emily.
And
Emily,
well, let's
you.
go to the.
And I have spun a 9x multiplier. I'm now gonna spin the price. Let's see what it's gonna be. Oh, great. 0.9 times 9 makes 8.1 EFL. Congratulations to the winner. Let's start a new one. Johan, please.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
done.
if I'm correct, let's double check. Willem, can you pull up a green screen for us? And I can put you on the desk. Is it possible?
Yeah, and if you're in Skype,
If not, I'll put you in one of the TVs. Yeah, I'll do that. Let me double check.
I can check now all the donations that are done. I just saw that there are 200 e-Guldens for Viruswaarheid. That's about 43 euros. And other donation and $33.75 in crypto. Yeah.
Nice.
But it's still coming in. So I check if there are unconfirmed transactions. Not here. En even kijken. The other one, Dash. And all confirmed, yeah. But perhaps every round, every time we show the video, there are more donations coming. So at the moment, your Viruswaarheid has got about 70 euros.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
we are only going for 3 hours, so it's not bad. Not
Yeah.
bad. And of course, we didn't take into account the 1 million that is still pending. Willem, welcome back. I hope you had a good travel. It looks like it was a safe travel. You made it, and you made it to your destination. In the meantime,
Correct.
Gerrit Oerlemans, chairman of the EFL Foundation, has also joined the stream. And officially, your time is starting now, Willem. Do you have any specific news for us to share? Is there anything you want us to know about?
Well, we talked briefly about the protest yesterday, which is getting a lot of international attention. We see it back in all kinds of headlines, from RT to Jordan Peterson has tweeted about it. I think Joe Rogan, David Icke. So it is setting Amsterdam and Holland on the world map, with a very dubious claim that now we are the most restricted and most violent COVID coup country in the world. And to be honest, I think when people were at the protest, now also the media is focusing on the violence, which is fair, because I think we need to have an investigation, and the officers that committed these crimes have to be brought in front of a judge. But let's not forget that it was a sounding victory. We did what we were there for: gathering in protest, drinking coffee, doing a march through the city with tens of thousands of people, having speeches, and most of it was still in a lot of love, unity, and peaceful protest.
Yeah. Yeah, and we saw the pictures also of the piles of bricks next to the road that were untouched. So heads off to all the protesters that remained peaceful.
Exactly. Exactly. After 1.5 years of protesting, you see that there's a discipline, that people know the shenanigans, that they see through the hurdles, or the way the police, and in that sense, they don't act on themselves. It's always the mayor and the cabinet of the mayor, and I think in this case, Grapperhaus directly, who is directing the violence, and the police is being used as pawns. But what is so nice to see is that the protesters are seeing through it. So constantly filming, identifying who is potentially a rioteer with a uniform, or even without a uniform. And we see a lot of these agent provocateurs, which is explicitly forbidden by the Venice Commission. If people are interested in the real rules, then please go to our website or the website of the Venice Commission directly, and you can see all the international rules and guidelines around protesting. And we already counted more than 20 different
violations.
and I'm different. I'm not saying the amount. Then we're talking about thousands of of crimes committed by the police.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad reality, but it is the reality. And in a way, this pain we had to go through this pain at some point because the system was a lie. And that is at least how I explain it, to see it in a positive way.
Absolutely.
At some point, we had to get over this moment in time where we were so diluted with fake news that we actually believed it. And one of the ways.
Yeah, tomorrow I have a special meeting or a special interview with Jeroen Harambam, who is a professor, I think in Leuven or in Belgium, and he studies the phenomena conspiracy theories and why people believe in conspiracy theories. And in reality, it is about reality perception.
I always say,
why do people adhere to certain stories even if they're blatantly false?
Yeah.
Yesterday I was watching a documentary about the moon landing, and I never thought about it. Like I just took it for granted. Yes, there was end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s. We had all these Apollo missions and the moon landings. And watching this documentary, it reminded me is not necessarily that the moon landing is false, but that the story that they are telling, the narrative, is false.
Yeah.
And that is what we have seen with 9/11. The buildings collapsed because I've stood on the buildings, and later in New York, I've seen that the place where the buildings were non-existent, or the place where it was there, but not the buildings. But the story behind it is demonstrably false. Like you can clearly, if you do the fact check on the explanation of 9/11, it's bullshit. And with a lot of momentous events in history, they are probably different than what is being taught.
I always have to laugh at the people that call me a conspiracy theorist, and then I reply to them, yeah, but who is paying taxes to a king? I mean, what about that conspiracy? But yeah.
Well, the guys behind the judgment of what is conspiracy and not is Reuters Thompson. It's when you go to Joe Rogan, he needs to hide in different media which are inaccessible still by those people. But it's fascinating to see who is judging conspiracy. It should be called free speech, and then let people make their own judgment. But of course, you also have trolls. Like I said, we are a typical grassroots environment, the EFL, and we have a lot of people that like the initiative, but also trolls. So there's always some this will be competition or whatever. People that don't grasp the idea yet or don't like it, but still you have to have a means to, as a grassroots organization, to get rid of bad statements. So it's also kind of a defense to be able to call something conspiracy theory, but it starts with free speech. I think it's
absolutely
one of the reasons why I put the two of you together, Willem and Gerrit, is because I believe that in some way we need to connect all these different movements, because of course Willem is a big name in that movement, but not the only name. There are so many people trying to make their point, showing a different reality, and at the end of the year, they all start to announce that they need donations for the next year, and thank you everybody for supporting us. But they are always asking for euros on a bank account. And then I get so frustrated from that, and I think, guys, open your eyes. I have everybody that's on my list, I have written them an email, at least one. And sometimes they write me back. Most of the time they don't. And I see everybody struggling in a way to find that group of people that they feel they belong to, or that belong to them. And I think we should make it so much broader. And if we can prove that the money that everybody is using is not what they think it is, then we get somewhere that they can question everything, basically. And the money.
But what's the problem? What's the problem, Yoshi?
But the problem is
why
that
why don't we just get together? I mean, that's
good question. Yes.
just elaborate a platform. You do it, and then you invite people you think
Yeah.
that belongs there.
Yeah, but they are not picking it up, and they because
That's right.
I-
It's the same with EFL. And I think one of the main issues is that people are scared for their reputation. I mean, there is this one challenge. Yeah, maybe not you, Willem. I don't know, but it's why don't you just embrace EFL?
Yeah. So for me, it's more of an aspect of not being familiar with it.
Okay.
So being in the unknown. Yeah, guilty by association and image. I don't do that kind of stuff. So that would never be a factor of deciding to do it or not to do it.
No, but others that we need
there
to
are
invite.
organizations which, sorry,
others that we need to invite are. So you're an
yes.
exception.
So this is one of the pitfalls that I see in the resistance, that there's a lot of organizations are awakening, but have not reached the level that they see that the media is false, politics is false, science is false, the court system is false. It is all a facade. And I'm not talking about independent judges, independent politicians. Of course, there are good people that uphold certain principles and values, but the system is so corrupted that it has only one purpose at this moment. It is self-preservation.
Yeah, buy time.
The whole system, all reality is skewed in order to be able to keep going. And in that sense, I say to people, already we are living in the matrix, in the sense that AI is the enemy.
Yeah.
And the enemy part there is that we do not understand it, but that we surrender our personal sovereignty and our responsibility to something, a magic black box that is supposed to solve our problems with computing power.
Yeah.
I think that hesitance that I have towards the digital era also plays a part in the hesitance that I have towards electronic currency. I see the option of it, but I'm still figuring out what to do. And another aspect of why we haven't dove in, why we didn't dive in it, is we also wanted to prove, like what we did with the court system, we also had a few court cases against the bank. And in those court cases, we also showed that the banks are part of the problem. They are in that power structure. And we need to have a bank account and do the court cases in order to show this to other people. And what was astounding to me is that even though we fought these court cases and we won, and the most important part was to show what banks are really like from the inside, kind of vindictive and always siding with the government, that a lot of organizations stand or fall by the accessibility of a bank account. And that's one of the reasons why I want to participate in this day, because we really need to look for alternatives, and a digital currency is definitely one of the most promising.
You know, Willem,
you are. I think you have two. I think you have two options, Willem. One is fight the matrix, and the other one is create a parallel solution.
Absolutely.
And we are definitely on different sides of this case. And we are elaborating a parallel solution. And we are having a hard time, and you are fighting the matrix. And I think both paths have to be taken, I think.
Absolutely. So what I said from the start, we are fighting or using a pressure tactic. So trying to make the playing field as small as possible for our adversary. Now, what we definitely need is to make our own playing field larger. And that is where the parallel society comes in. And when I look at it, our first part is, I think, the food supply. And I think in Holland, we have a very good starting point with the farmers that are also being under attack. So it should be relatively easy to get a barter economy or a half economy, which is still based on the currency, but let's do it as much cash as possible. And from there, we need to build to go to a real alternative economy. And that's like every one of us is in the resistance that plays that part towards real autonomy.
But I'll tell you that it's extremely difficult. I must tell you, I am a farmer.
Mm-hmm.
And I know from firsthand how difficult it is to build this parallel and to, my product it's like bringing water to the sea. And if you are a farmer in Holland, you're completely hung on the debt system.
Yes.
I mean, you can't escape.
Well, you can escape. If you look at the Rabobank, why and how it initially started, that was the whole idea behind it. Is that farmers got together and put their savings in one account, so the farmer that was starting could use that savings to start up his company and then pay it back later and doing the same. So this was really based on an ideology and a community thinking. And along the way, all these efforts and all these idealistic movements have been captured. Mm-hmm. And now what we saw with social media, same thing. Social media was the solution for the old media, but it became completely captured, and it actually gave our weapons to our adversary. And I think that is the big scare and also the real threat is that once Facebook or China or the European Union rolls out their own digital currencies and starts to manage this from a central power structure, it actually becomes more oppressive than cash money. And that's what we're already seeing now with banks, that almost everything is already digital.
Yeah, I think that what you mentioned as the last point is a very real threat, and this central bank digital currency is coming. The ECB is openly talking about it. China has already implemented. ECB is expecting it to be 2026. So they are planning that, and we can wait until all the functionalities are regulated in such a way that they work against us and we lose all our privacy. Or we start by educating ourselves today and work in a system that they do not control. And so that is, like I said in the very start to you, Willem, once you break away from the system, people tend to overshoot and then decline any form of value, and money doesn't matter and stuff like that. And
so this is what I see happening in the resistance as well, that there are two roads taken. I mean, there are multiple ideals, but mainly based on the financial part. We see that people want to be purer than pure and don't do anything for money and don't respect the reality that without money, there's still a barter system. There's still a value system. Even if I give you my time, I cannot do that infinitely. I need to have something in return. Otherwise, it becomes a slave system again. So the people in the resistance that focus only on the pure action, that cannot be sustainable. Then the other part, and those people are kind of seen as war profiteers. that they start their company from a certain ideal, and they service a niche market, and within that niche market they become successful, and they start actually making money and being able to sustain themselves with that new company that they have built. And to both sides, I would say the middle road is better. But we need to realize that also within the resistance, we need those new companies. If we try to stay away from any form of agglomeration of money or value, we will always be the slave class.
Exactly.
Yeah, I understand it from your point of view. If you look at Malone, for example, Robert Malone, he's 62. He's a farmer also. I mean, his wife has horses, and he has nothing. He has nothing to lose in this respect. I mean, he doesn't need the funding. I'm 64. I'm a farmer. I don't need funding. And maybe it would be wise to reach people that are less vulnerable. I mean, you're in the middle of your career, so to say.
Yeah,
And
but I
of
also
course you
worked
need
on my
funding.
autonomy, and I think that was a big part in my family. I come from a family that trades in real estate, so we have done a lot of financing within the family. And when I look at my own position, I own the building that I teach in and that I live in. So in that sense, I'm much less vulnerable to an outside attack. If I'm nobody can fire me because I'm independent. There's not a bank that can take away my building because I don't pay the mortgage or whatever. And I think trying to reach a certain form of autonomy that you do not become dependent on the system, that is the goal of this alternative economy or alternative society.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what I wanted to say also is that there is a large group that is not vulnerable. So, I mean, people who are pensioned, and they are sitting on the bench behind geraniums, maybe, but maybe some extra focus in that direction would give you a lot of extra support.
Well,
So,
I will take that advice and see who is willing to help with the cause. But I must say, I think already a lot of people in that age group are aware and are supporting, because until now we have nothing to complain about on the financial part. People have been giving very generously, and we're not really campaigning for donations. It's kind of happened very organically.
yeah. Okay.
Well, let's try and make something work on behalf of this friend of EFL thing, and maybe you know, Willem, you have some extra requirements. Like, if I'm gonna do this, I want some guide written in a certain layout. You know, that there is a virus truth guide of how to become or whatever. I don't know. But this is a couple people together that can make it work.
Did you explain the
I
friend
didn't.
campaign?
No, because I always
Yoshi?
think I don't have enough time, so I just
Okay.
throw it in there. Shall I,
Okay.
you want to do that?
Now, well, it's just the fact that we give EFL from a central fund, and we want something in return, which is your social medium. So if you say something positive about EFL, then you get EFL in return. That's the deal. And at the moment, we have about 400 people that really gave away part of their privacy by presenting their name, let's say Willem Engel, and a social medium that they have influence in. And that's the deal. And that's the campaign we set up in the beginning of EFL. And it just works
maybe it's a
very
good thing to
slow.
mention, Gerrit, that the money was put together by the participants from that time. it's a one-time fund,
Yeah.
so we are not creating new money. There is just we can hand it out once, and then it's gone. That's why we protect it, for example, from the people in Venezuela and Turkey and all the other places that want to get money for bread, but not the EFLs that we are giving away. They are not for that. So we try to protect that a little bit for the Dutch people. It's reserved for the Dutch people. And basically what it is that once you share your address and your name, people can announce themselves friend also with your address and name, and you get a little bonus for that. And because it is like that, the system is set up like that, all the reaction that I get a lot is, oh, it must be a multi-level marketing pyramid scheme. It's not like that. It's just a one-time fund, and we give that away, and you get some extra if you invite your friends also. But it's not like a lifetime payment based on some marketing tool or whatever. So that is a common misunderstanding that people have, that somewhere we are making money on this. No, we are not making money on it. We are just giving it away, and we hope that you like it so much that you get that you will participate more, and then there might be a profit out of it for the community. Let's say it like that. So that is some of my experience that I can share, that sometimes goes wrong and people think that I am making money by inviting them as a friend. I don't make any money on that. It's actually costing money.
No, it's very true what you say, Willem. That is, you shouldn't be ashamed to ask for funding. But when money is involved, people are very skeptic, and that's our experience. But we only are about money. So
yeah, and I think that is also connected to the Dutch culture, to not talk about income, to have savings. It's very different from the American culture, for instance. So the donation system is now becoming a part of the new economy, because a lot of new companies in the resistance are based on donations. So of course the EFL could play a big part in being the water that flows, instead of being fixed to still the old economy with the banks that especially with the social credit system that is coming with the QR codes, that can determine how much and if you can use and for what you can use
Look
your
at all
assets.
the crowdfunding actions today that get blocked. Wasn't Waku Waku
Exactly.
also blocked it? I don't know if they actually eventually got paid or not. But
No, I think eventually they got it, but the whole point is, of course, to delay.
yeah.
So they did the crowdfunding on their own name. There's also a lot of stories about it, that it was a scheme and a lot of people profited from it. I don't believe any of that. It was very straightforward. They did a crowdfunding for their restaurant. They made more than 200,000 euros with it. And then the crowdfunder said, oh, wait a minute. Now we have to make you jump through all the loops. And that shows that when there's a digital interaction, normally, there's always a third party involved. And if that third party is a power player, like with the bank system, that is pulling the party line, or trying to be the best kid in the class of the regime, then you do not own your surplus, actually, because they control it. And I think what blockchain does, if it's implemented in the right way, you still have the idea with a cash transaction. And what is a cash transaction is that it's only between two people. And that control system, that pyramid or triangle that's constantly made, is seen everywhere. If you look at the patient-doctor relationship now in this so-called health crisis, normally with informed consent, the doctor makes a diagnosis and prescribes a certain medicine that is best suited to his knowledge. And he informs the patient, and he goes over the options and says, okay, you can do this or this or this. eventually, or in the end, it's your choice. And that's a two-way street, but based on two players. And now what's happening with the IGJ and the WHO, the RIVM, etc., all those so-called health organizations, is that they start to control that flow. They are telling the doctors what they can and cannot do, and they are forcing the patient what they should take. And that control system is not exclusive for healthcare. It is in every part of our society. If you look at our educational system, at our food system, and normally when you go to from the farmer to the consumer, now there are big companies between. And you see some of these farmer actions going against these change of supermarkets. I think for a lot of people outside of the farming community, they don't understand, or they just understand the part like the farmer wants a better price for their product. But it is all about that control system, a third player being a parasite controlling the flow of surplus or products.
I wanted to say that there is a huge paradigm shift happening in the moment, and like you mentioned, Willem, it's involving healthcare, food, education, and the thing that there are inside of all these niches, there are excellent players uh, making work of excellent projects, but they still connect with this old money system, which captures them in a way. And that's every time I go to these organizations and I mention them, look, there's crypto money, Bitcoin, blah, 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 a friend of EFL. And usually they just don't respond, or they say, yeah, but we focus on this, this is our thing. Yeah, but on your website is your bank account number. So why isn't there a Bitcoin address on it? And those conversations always, I am not the most diplomatic person sometimes. So
Yeah, but I think Gerrit and Yoshi, I think your goal is actually being that educator, showing by doing, but also handing out the information. And I'm a teacher now in dance, but I used to teach at the university as well. It is a lot about repetition because people only are ready to uptake the new information when they are ready, not when you decide they had enough information. So,
Willem, are you ready? I mean, imagine being Prime Minister of Holland. Maybe you're not ready yet.
Well,
I don't
never know
what
when
you're feeling about it.
Yes, so practicing until you are perfect. I'm very against that form of system. I am for on a need to know basis. I need to know enough to start with it, and then I'll learn by doing. And I think that goes also for cryptocurrency. So we wanted to start earlier actually, but then we got all these court cases with the banks. But when I look at also my own life, how I want to invest my surplus, it's definitely also land, also gold, even food, buildings, e-currency, actually anything that gives me autonomy. So yes, I see a big part in the future for electronic currency. But there is a hurdle to take, actually two hurdles. One is it's unknown. And I think a lot of people heard of Bitcoin, but they don't really understand what it is. And the other one is the waiting for which one will actually be successful, and the looming digital currency of China, Facebook, or the European Union is making people hesitant. At least for me, it does.
I understand that because it's very powerful technique, and you give a lot of your autonomy away to such a protocol. So, I understand that there is resistance or that people are hesitant.
Well, you do the same with the bank. So I don't know if that is the biggest fear of that you give away a lot of autonomy. It's a new technique. We did it with the banks as well, and then a lot of people had to go from checks to electronic cards, and that took a while. So it's a process. For me personally, it's mainly about if the world government steps in and monopolizes it again, then what do we do?
Yeah, the main thing we always said, Yoshi, was that EFL, we don't pretend we are the solution. Just try it. The threshold is so very low. I mean, what is one EFL? It's 20 cents. It's nothing. And we are trying to elaborate answers to questions. What can you do with it? And we didn't have enough time yet to present it. What can you do with Bitcoin? Sell it for euros, in the sense that you've got a lot of euros. That's the other way around. So we must elaborate a new paradigm, a new economy based on cryptocurrency, and that's not existent yet. And that's why I say we are not ready yet. Or we should accommodate a lot of people who want to build on that foundation. So we started with the notion that we have two options. One, creating a parallel universe based on cryptocurrency, for example. Not only cryptocurrency, but we are not ready yet. I mean, it has to evolve. When you're attacking the matrix, I don't think, even when you become the Prime Minister of Netherlands, I wonder how successful you will be. But yeah, those are I think we are not ready yet, I say.
True. We need a paradigm shift and an awareness with people about what it is. And what you see now with the Great Reset, these forced changes have an enormous backlash. With the vaccine industry, now they make huge profits. But when this turns, nobody will take any vaccine anymore. So that market will completely collapse.
Okay, chaos, that's one option. Yeah, another option. Chaos from Matrix.
Yeah,
that's right.
So gradual change, I think, is preferable, because then you have a lot of systems together, and for the purist, it can feel that it's insufficient.
Yeah.
For instance, when you look at the lanterns, some old and then the LED lanterns and now the smart lanterns, they all coexist. But if you see that some parts of the technique doesn't work, then you can always fall back and quite easily. If you invest a lot of money to change the whole technique, and then it surfaces that it has essential flaws in it, then you're worse off than you when you would have stayed with the old technique.
Yeah.
Well,
there are a lot of good initiatives like transition towns. You've heard about it, maybe. It's all about sustainability and local economy, but they are all, sorry to say, but they are kind of laughable because they're too small, they're too nice, it's not serious, and that's the problem with grassroots. It's we need to build. The problem is that we need a lot of funding, as you say, to be able to do that. Maybe we need to stir the matrix also, so that we can get a little bit of chaos to drive people in, or to educate people into the preferable directions. Preferable, they should choose themselves. So it's
our suggested
free speech, which is important.
Yeah. Well,
I think these autonomic or these communities that are now being set up because of this crisis will also be incubators for exactly this. And even if it sounds low tech, because people will start living on farmlands again, in communities, So it feels almost going back to the transition of hunter-gatherer to pastoralist or agriculture. But maybe we need to do that because then we see what we really need and we throw away all the excess baggage. Because if you look at society, now we buy a lot of stuff we actually do not need at all. And we fill our time with a lot of useless activities. So going back to nature, going back to the basic stuff, I think shows us that there are things that are fascinating, that are really a step forward. The whole information technology is a revolution. But having a digital copy of yourself that is getting lost in all kinds of digital dependencies, that is not a bright future, I would say. So what I said is dependencies being addictions.
Yeah, but the main meme within the cryptocurrency world is not your key, not your coin. And when you let it sink in, then you get to the main thing which disrupts the globalization aspect, which is encryption. So Bitcoin is all about encryption. So I want to say something to you which cannot be eavesdropped upon. That's Bitcoin. Although it's a general ledger, everybody can look that as things are being transacted, but money is sent from A to B, but A is anonymous and B is also anonymous. That's the main thing. And everybody who says something else, like your money is on the street when you're transacting Bitcoin, that's not true. I mean, the sender and the recipient, they are the only ones who know they actually transacted.
Yeah, and it becomes a different thing if it is a centrally by the government planned cryptocurrency where you can only get a address after you show your passport.
That's the exact opposite.
This was my Liberland passport. Every time I say passport, I just have to show it. I'm so happy with it. But sorry. So there is a real threat in this technology because it can be used for evil, and that's why we need to educate ourselves about it before we get another bullshit story about how great it is and how everybody doesn't want anything else, And the media can spin the story however they like, and a lot of people still take it for granted, and we have to be able to show the people an alternative way so they understand what's going on before the government steps in and forces it on those people. And because I'm in a way really scared of what's coming. If everybody just keeps on following this way, I guess we all know what's coming. It is the centrally planned universal basic income.
We've all read George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, they haven't we?
Yeah, this is the time where it's happening, and not a lot of people get it, and that's why it's such a shame to see that all these people are doing a great job, but then in the end are working around each other. And in some way, it needs to connect and work together, because the opposition, or let's say the enemy, is well structured, well organized. If the WHO wants to bring out a message, the next day in all newspapers of every country all over the world has that same message. And
yeah, but Yoshi, that's exactly where we need to attack, because that is also their vulnerability. It is very hierarchical and it's very rigid. If you take away the nodes in this information network that is carefully crafted the last 30 years, then things start to fall apart rapidly, because this is a building they have created. For instance, if you could neutralize the key players that are perpetrating these crimes within the RIVM or within the Ministry of Health, then things are really falling apart. And once it crumbles, everything is interconnected with those hierarchical systems. So that's exactly their vulnerability, and where I see a lot of chances. When I started the organization of Virus Truth, I had a few talks with Ramriel. He was the first interviewer when we did this interview at Weltsmerts. And he showed me that what I was doing was already done by the Swedish Pirate Party. And it's the swarm theory. And I think, although what we are seeing socially, biologically, is that we're going from a pack animal or to a herd animal, and now we're going to a hive animal. But exactly that chaos and fluid dynamic cells cooperating, doing a lot of redundancy. Everybody is reinventing the wheel, but it makes it so hard to disrupt for this hierarchical behemoth. And that I really feel that will be. We don't know which cell or which organization has the key to dish out a destructive blow to that system. And the beauty of it, the other side also doesn't know, because even with their amazing intelligence work and their AI systems, and if you look at Facebook knows when your relationship is over before you do, because they know you better than you know yourself. The thing that AI is really bad at is creativity. So spontaneous thoughts that really come from within, or realizations that come from within, I think they are still relatively difficult to program, and that's where I see a lot of opportunity. And if we use those parts for a digital currency, same thing. We really need to use our creativity and our way of interacting, like a non-rigid, non-hierarchical structure.
Yeah, I only fear one thing, because they have power that you haven't mentioned yet, and it's a proven solution. If you talk about the 1920s, you had Germany, a very advanced country, highly educated people. How could they fall for what happened? They all knew. And the reason why they fell for Nazism was propaganda and media control, scare. So when you start to disrupt, people get scared, and they become very vulnerable for what's happening right now. And yeah, you said it many times before, but that's my scare, my personal scare also. I mean, I don't know if you read Blood Countries from Timothy Snyder. If you've read the Nobel Prize of the Literature 2016, Svetlana Alexievich, Second and Time. These are narratives, stories which you don't want to revive. Nazism, Stalinism, and that's where the other side is moving to as a final escape. So we need to prevent that.
Absolutely. I had an interview with Matthias Desmet about this mass formation. It's like a form of hypnosis or confirmation that people want to belong to the big group. And then I always want to take that step further. Where does that need come from? And I really believe that it is all about childhood traumas. Children that have been punished, that fear pain, but even more important, fear neglect or abandonment, or the feeling of being insufficient, have a tendency to seek shelter in the big group. This is fish behavior, because they're part of the school of fish. they find safety in numbers, and that's exactly where it goes wrong. It's not even about autonomy; it's about safety, and that scare tactic. So one of the reasons why I try to educate people, but why I don't want to use fear or exaggeration to the other side. I'm not saying they are going to destroy us or that there's an agenda to wipe out 90% of the human population, or that all the people that are getting injected will die, because that's still using fear to educate people, and it doesn't work. The only way we can counter fear, and that sounds Christian in that sense, is love. And it starts with first establishing or repairing self-love. And from that self-love comes the possibility of having self-critique. And with self-critique, then you can establish a more objective reality. And you're inoculated, so to say, against all this propaganda. And we really have to go back to the beginning. Of course, we're constantly sending and disrupting the propaganda channel. But the real solution, I think, for that is to make people to increase their autonomy, is to have them in a safe space where they are their primal fears.
Can you repeat the last? Because you were breaking up for the last second.
So I really think that we need to create a safe space for people to be willing and able to confront themselves with their primal fears, their childhood traumas.
But that safe space is not chaos. So
no, it's not chaos, because people fare very poorly in when they don't know.
So that's something to avoid.
Exactly, and this is also the lure that the government has. Everybody now understands that if you look at it factually, it's really a childish bullshit story, the whole narrative. But at least there is a story. There's something to cling on to, and that branch that the government is offering with a carrot on the end of the branch. Like, okay, we have a very narrow path to safety, but in the end, we get a reward. That is typically how children are manipulated. And once we realize that we are in the tree and that we can take any branch and there's more fruits hanging around, and that's creating alternatives, that's creating options, then people are not falling for the bullshit story anymore, because it's not a well-crafted story, to be honest. Like, most people that were really critical got it in a few weeks or months, that they could punch holes through it, that they could actually assess, like, this is not reality, this is an attack on reality.
Yeah. But my main fear is people need not only an olive branch and a pea, but what I see, and these developments, as I called transition towns, I don't need to say EFL. These are babies still. So it's if things collapse, they are still babies and they won't survive. And we need to focus more on the parallel solution. And that's why I press you to dive into the or have people around you that can help you with it, and that you can focus on where you're good in.
Yeah, I promise that we will take a step in that direction and start to educate people or co-educate people, and start to also have the option of digital currency or electronic currency for the people that donate, or for the people that do,
for example,
chores.
Yeah, that's already a great start, you know.
Yeah.
Guys,
It's a good purpose.
should we talk
Yeah.
about something more? We got 7 minutes in this hour. I got a 9-minute donation video, of course, for everybody that wants to donate to our cause of the day, Virus Truth. We have been...
And the EFL is almost doubled during this whole conversation. It was 200 and now it's 385.
Oh,
EFL.
I'm looking at the
EFL.
price now. What's
the
that?
donations for
Yoshi's EFL
my
is
EFL doubled?
slightly
What?
shrinked.
Okay, Johan received another donation. If we... No, I'm not gonna make a marketing bullshit comment. No, I think that our next guest is Toine Manders, also a well-known guest of the stream. He has been on before. Toine Manders, for the ones that don't know him, the vice chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties. We have been talking for 2 hours now, Gerrit, and with Willem 1. I would like to invite Willem to stay 1 more hour if he has time to chat also a little bit with Toine.
Yeah, sorry, I really need to also do some other interviews. But I can be back at 10 o'clock tonight, right?
Well, we will see.
Well, at the end, we don't know when exactly the end is, but could be 10 o'clock, could be earlier.
Let's just, I will pledge my time to whatever information you need regarding EFL, Willem. I hope we can set something up that you become friend this week. I really think it is going to make a huge impact in the Netherlands. Hopefully enough of an impact for me to hand out €1 million to you and all of the great other initiatives next to Virus Truth that do exist today. I also want to thank you, Gerrit, for being here again. I hope to see you again on the 19th of March when we are going to celebrate 8 years of EFL and when I will probably pay out all of the million EFLs. Johan,
Yoshi.
Johan, tell me something.
If Willem is going, then maybe Gerrit can make Toine a friend of the EFL.
Yeah, okay, we will see. We are now first going to play.
Just an idea.
Please don't forget to donate to our cause of the day, our crowdfunding for Virus Truth. I will play a small video and we are going to switch the guests. Hope to see you back in about 10 minutes. Here we go. Oh, and of course, raffle is still running, ! Raffle to participate.
Oh, en ik moet naar de wc.
Sorry Johan, hij was nog niet weg.
On a sunny Saturday afternoon.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar, dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. Viruswaarheid. And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So great organization, they need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program and I've met several times at the walks and at the protests. He wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote, so let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The fourth industrial revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then, to go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale, and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of non-violent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they're the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Yes, we're back. We are back again. Just Johan and me for now. Toine is in the waiting list, but we are first going to do a raffle. We are gonna give away some cryptos. If Johan, if you can please select our winner, I will spin the prize.
Yeah.
I will click the wheel.
Close, and now here we go. Pick a winner.
We got a
yeah. Spice Lover.
Spice Lover 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Let's see what you are gonna win. I'm gonna write it down. Spice Lover 1, 2, 3. We got a 3x multiplier for our Spice Lover. Let's see which price corresponds with the 3x. We go 3 times 1.7 makes 5.1 EFLs. Congratulations to the winner. Johan, if you could open a new raffle for us, please.
It's open, yeah. Yeah, we got the last one, 20 participants.
20, that's not bad. Not a bad score at all. I am going to try and find the right screen to add Toine Manders to the chat. I'm sorry, I can only do one thing at a time, and then I get confused. Let's see. Johan. No.
I can look at the donations now. We had. Let's open all the wallets to see how much we got. Yeah, the only donations we got so far was the e-Gulden donation. The other donations is still the same, but the e-Gulden is still 385. Let's do it.
I don't know what's going on. I lost something.
Oh yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah, for some reason my NDI is not working. Maybe I should leave the chat for a second. Is this the problem that we had before?
I don't know.
Oh, give me a second, guys. I'm trying to find it. Maybe this is it.
Oh, you can find one.
Yeah, no, I don't have any. I don't know what's going on. I cannot see it now. I don't see the NDI lines that I'm looking for, and the ones that I do see. don't have their properties available for some reason.
Okay, guys. Is Toine, are you still in the chat? Yeah. I can maybe the people can hear you.
No, I don't think so, because can you say something, Toine? Can you say? Something is wrong. I don't know, guys. I'm just I have a problem. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's going on in my. Yeah, we can hear you. That's great, but I want you to see it also.
My mic was nog niet open. No, that one. What
I'm going to.
We want to hear your voice. Just a moment.
Johan, I will quickly share my. Give me a second. Some technical issue. Johan, I'm sharing my screen. Could you have a look with me? I'm trying to select Toine's NDI. The problem is that I only have 3 at the moment for some reason. The rest is gone. And oh wait, it's here. It's down below. Yeah, now I know. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I go back. The only thing, Toine, could you flip your phone 90 degrees, please? Because the settings are
sure.
for. Yeah, great. All right. And now one more. I need to. Guys, I'm very sorry. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. The setup is correct now. In the highlight videos, nobody will know. We just make a cut and nobody will find out. I will announce that there is a new raffle running, ! Raffle, to participate. And with that, we welcome Toine Manders to the chat. Toine, welcome. You are the Vice Chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties and a tax lawyer for Dutch tax law, if I'm correct, Dutch tax law.
Well, I also specialize in international tax law.
International tax law, my apology. It's not the first time that you are here. Actually, I think you are the one guest that has shown up the most in my stream, for which I'm very grateful. And I'm also very happy to have you again here today. For all the people in the chat, feel free to ask your questions to Toine.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
I think they have a lot of tax questions.
Yeah, a lot of tax questions.
What to do with my bitcoins next?
And maybe Johan,
Text
you
here.
could kick it off and start a conversation.
Before all the other people ask this question, if you have to fill in your text form, what should you do with your Bitcoin?
Oh, well, it depends on where you live, of course. If you live in a country where you need to report your capital gains, then, well, that's what you need to report. And in that case, I suggest you move to another country where the capital gains are tax-free. If you live in a country like the Netherlands, where there is a de facto wealth tax, it's not called a wealth tax, it's called an income tax. But because the government taxes the fictional return on investment rather than the real return on investment, it comes down to a wealth tax in practice. So in the Netherlands, you need to find out what the value is of your crypto portfolio as of January 1st, along with all your other assets. You add up all of your assets with the exception of your primary residence. You can deduct all of your debts except the debt that you incurred to finance your primary residence. And then the balance of your assets minus your debts is taxed. And the rate is somewhere between 0.9 and 1.9%. Sorry?
Yeah, I heard, Toine, that the primary residence is actually going to be included.
That's
not
a plan.
that's a
It's not a
plan.
decision. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Or is that going too quick? Do I interrupt you in your answer? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was still answering the question
Yeah.
that Johan
Let's do
put
that
to me. That
first.
is correct. So, the Netherlands does not tax capital gains on cryptocurrencies unless you're a professional trader. But if it's a private investment, then the capital gains are tax-free, which is a lot better than most countries. Most high-tax countries do tax the capital gains. Well, I would suggest that you report it. I mean, it's if you don't report it, you run the risk of fines and jail time. And not only that, your crypto assets, if you don't report them, to avoid that tax, that wealth tax between 0.9 and 1.9%, if you don't report it, that means your crypto assets are now considered illegal funds. So if you then spend the money, you are guilty of money laundering. And if you ever want to buy a house or a car, or make an investment in a business, you've got a problem because you have these crypto assets that you didn't report.
Yeah.
And so the moment you do buy a car or a house or invest in a business or something, you've got something to explain.
Old bells start
they
ringing.
ask you where the money came from. So I suggest you either leave the country and go to a country where it's not taxed at all, or you report it. Because there's quite a few people who didn't, and then they got filthy rich out of the Bitcoin, and now they have all these assets that they haven't never reported. And so even though they're rich, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car,
They
can't
can go
invest
to
in a
Liberland.
business.
They can go to Liberland though.
Because if they do, they will get caught. So that's I wouldn't recommend that strategy. Immigration is then the better. If you don't want to pay the tax, the wealth tax, or the capital gains tax, if you live in a country that taxes the capital gains, my suggestion is to emigrate. There are quite a few countries where you can go and live without paying tax on your crypto assets or on your crypto capital gains. One example is Portugal. Portugal treats cryptocurrencies as any other currency, and therefore other currencies are not taxed on their capital gains or on there's no wealth tax in Portugal, and there's no capital gains tax on crypto on currency gains. That includes cryptocurrency gains. So Portugal is a good place to go if you have a lot of crypto assets. Another option you have is Malta. If in Portugal this regime lasts for 10 years, a special tax regime that you don't need as a crypto investor, but if you have other types of income, then Portugal can be advantageous for that as well. But that advantage will run out after 10 years. In Malta, if you're a foreigner living as an expat in Malta, you do not pay tax on foreign-sourced income or foreign-sourced capital gains. You only pay tax on local income, on local gains, and even that is very low tax. If you start a business and the income is in your business, then with a very simple method of tax planning, your tax rate will be as low as 5%. There's no wealth tax in Malta, no capital gains tax on foreign sourced capital gains. There's no inheritance tax. There's no gift tax. So it's an excellent place. It's probably the lowest tax country in the whole of Europe, if you run your own business. Another option. There are other options. There's a lot of countries in Europe that have a system which is makes a difference between a resident and a domicile. So Malta is one of those, but Ireland, the UK, and Cyprus also have this distinction between residence and domicile. Domicile is your home country where you're from originally, intend to go back to one day. And if you're if you're an expat, That means your country where you're from is your domicile, and your temporary residence country um, is your residence. And in these four countries, in principle, foreign sourced income is only taxed if remitted. If it's not remitted,
Okay.
it's not taxed. And so all four of these countries have tax advantages to offer, and that includes crypto investors.
Okay.
I'm most
Another
surprised by
country.
Portugal. I didn't know that about Portugal.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's very popular among the crypto community.
Oh.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
crypto investors move to Portugal. Even Americans.
Or Mexico.
Well, Mexico, I don't know if it's taxable under Mexican law or not. My impression
Okay.
is that a lot of people who move to Mexico don't pay the Mexican tax, but that's because they're just not reporting.
So efficient, yeah.
So
And I also
I
think
don't
that
know.
the COVID restrictions in Mexico that are a little bit less than other countries has something to do with it.
Yes, that's also true. It's one of the better countries in terms of freedom from COVID restrictions. Not as good as Florida or Nicaragua, but
How is that holding on
or
for
South
you, Tom?
Dakota.
I remember that last time we spoke, you spoke about your life as a second-ranked citizen in the Netherlands. Did it improve or did it get worse?
It got worse because the Netherlands is now in a lockdown again. Even so, I guess I'm not as second rate anymore because they locked it down for the vaccinated people
For
too.
everybody.
But yeah, they shut down all the stores that sell non-essential items.
I saw a great
They
item on that, and they
yeah,
started to sell
everything's
toilet
closed
paper.
basically unless it's essential. Sorry.
I saw a great item on that in some newspaper, and one of the shops in the Netherlands, and they sold clothes, and they just put toilet paper next to it as a new item, and then you are essential because toilet paper is essential. And they opened the store again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read that story too. I didn't check to see if it holds up in court. But I have a bad feeling that it's probably not going to hold up in court. But it's a creative
the
idea. I
liquor-
appreciate anytime somebody comes up with a creative idea to use a loophole.
Yeah.
But liquor is more important than clothes. That's what the Dutch government is saying, huh?
Yeah, also more important than sports. So
Yeah,
all the sports schools, the gyms are all closed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought something like that would be possible 3 years ago, really.
If it makes no sense, it must be the government.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, well, fear.
Yeah.
Government, they're fear mongers, and we all knew that governments use fear as a method to get through their restrictions of our freedoms. That's what we saw after 9/11 too. But this virus is a brilliant strategy from the statists. They got all they could ever hope for and more. Turns out it's very easy to make people extremely frightened when you tell them there's a virus going around that can kill you.
Yeah, I cannot believe
Even
it.
though the flu has killed millions of people every year for as long as humans can remember.
Yeah. That's amazing, how the group thinking works in a way. How it's
as long as it's invisible, huh?
Yeah, as long as you cannot really win it or point at it.
Yeah. Needs to be invisible
now with the new,
to make people scared.
New booster jab is for a virus that has all the if you would have the virus, then the official health institutions say that you have exactly the same effects as when you have vaccine damage from the vaccine. So that's also a great strategy, and then people die from this vaccine, or you don't know, but they are labeled as a death from the virus. It goes really deep. They have really thought of it well. It's just that it's Willem just said it. It's such a cheap story that you cannot believe people are still buying it. But yeah, it's happening. It's happening. Do you see that change in this year, Twan? Do you think we have reached peak clown, or will we go further than this?
Well, I must say I'm not very optimistic. On March 17th, we had national elections in the middle of a lockdown. And in the middle of the lockdown, after the vaccine had already become available for all the elderly people, still 95% of the Dutch voters voted for the politicians that voted for the lockdowns.
Yeah.
So it seems that 95% of the Dutch voters don't think freedom is very important. I don't think property rights are very important. So I'm not optimistic. I mean, if in the middle of a lockdown, 95% of people vote for it, then that means that it's going to be take a long while before people change their minds that so many people change their minds that they'll become a minority.
Well, there was a positive thing. Immediately after the elections, the half of the people that vote for Mark Rutte, the prime minister, they already regret it, and that was like 1 million people.
Yeah, well, he's been elected 4 times in a row now, I believe.
Yeah.
And
talk about the Stockholm syndrome.
And not only that, I mean, 5% of the voters voted against lockdown politicians. Even if that number doubles, even if it triples, even if it quadruples, that's still a small minority. So I do think it is true that more and more people are becoming more critical of these COVID policies, but it's nowhere near enough. So yeah, if freedom is important to you, probably the best thing you can do is leave the country and go to a place where people are more sane and value their liberties more.
Sure.
I really appreciate all the people that are putting in their time and effort, such as Willem, to change this course, change the country for the better. But I have no illusions that it's going to happen in a couple of weeks or months or even years. I think it's going to take a lot longer before enough people will come to their senses and will no longer be manipulated by fear-mongering.
We got a question.
And this COVID thing is not going away. Just the flu hasn't gone away in thousands of years. So there's no reason to expect the COVID to go away. Flu vaccines don't make the flu go away. The flu comes back every year and with maybe a different mutation.
Yeah.
I think the same thing is going to happen and is already happening with COVID. It's the flu virus is also coronavirus. The cold virus is also coronavirus. They're similar viruses. I'm no expert, but from what I've read, it's quite likely that it's a very similar path to the flu is going to be happening, which means that the politicians are going to keep on pushing the vaccine because just like a flu vaccine only works temporarily, the COVID vaccine works only temporarily. So they're going to have to keep pushing people to take it again and again and again.
If it works at all, of
when
course.
This year, yeah, when 2021 started, I was a bit naive. I thought, hey, there's going to be a vaccine now. A lot of people are going to have faith in this vaccine, and once people take it, they'll no longer have any excuses to have lockdowns.
You were drinking the Kool-Aid at that moment.
We'll be free. We will be free again. free at last.
But you didn't take the booster yourself. You didn't take the vaccine, Twan? You did not, eh?
No, I didn't.
Sorry, I shouldn't have asked.
That's okay.
We had a question,
by the way, I'm not, maybe I should say, I'm not opposed to vaccines.
No.
I think of vaccines the same way I think about sex. So rape is very wrong. It's a huge, it's a horrible crime that should be severely punished. Sex is fine. as long as it's voluntary.
Yeah, okay.
And I feel the same way about the vaccine. Forcing people to take it is a horrible crime. The people that force it on others should go to jail for it. But if people take it voluntarily, that's fine. And if you're old, then maybe then it might very well be true that the risk of the vaccine is lower than the risk of the disease.
Yeah.
So if you're old or if you have comorbidities, I don't tell people not to take the vaccine. That's entirely up to them, and I absolutely respect people, especially the elderly and the people with comorbidities who decide to take it. But I think that if you're young or healthy or you have another reason not to take it, that should be your prerogative. Especially since, from what I've read so far, people who believe that vaccines have positive benefits, they believe they have positive benefits in the sense that it reduces the severity of the disease if you get it. It doesn't really reduce how contagious you are. You can still get it and you can still spread it. So the idea that you should take it because you're antisocial if you don't take it because you could spread it to others, it seems to me that argument doesn't work because you can still get it and you can still spread it, and it seems that the vaccine does very little or nothing at all against that. So it's a personal choice. If you think the risk in your case of the vaccine is smaller than the risk of the disease, then by all means go ahead.
Yeah.
As for a free society, people have asked me, how would you solve this problem in a free society? What if there's a really dangerous virus? What if Ebola becomes very contagious? Then what should the government do? And my answer would be, the government shouldn't do anything. It's not a job for the government. We already have a solution to this problem. It's called property rights. Every person who has a home can make rules in his own home. Every person who owns a restaurant can make his own rules in his own restaurant and make them known to whoever visits him. And the same is true for every store owner, every owner of every building, every owner of every business. People can make their own rules. So if people make the rule that they will not allow anybody in their building who's not vaccinated or does not wear a mask, that's their prerogative. They can make that rule. I will not go there, but other people may like that and want to go there. That way, people who want others to wear masks and have vaccines can go to places where this is obligatory. The people who don't want to get vaxxed or don't want to wear a mask, they can go to restaurants, stores, employers that have the rules that they like. And that way, everybody can get what he wants. And if you get sick, if you catch the virus because you've gone to a place without these rules, you cannot blame anybody else than yourself because you decided to take the risk. So every business, every building should just have a sign that says, enter at your own risk. These are the rules. And then it's like smoking. If you go to a smoking restaurant and there's a sign outside the restaurant that says we allow smoking here, and you decide to go there, then you decided to take the risk, even if you get killed from secondhand smoke. That's you can't sue anybody because you assumed the risk when you entered because it was advertised up front.
That's the good thing about these streams, Toine. You don't have secondhand smoke from it.
Oh
You
yeah,
can just talk with each other, smoke without the secondhand smoke being a problem.
Yeah, if you invited me to your studio, then I would have insisted you not smoke.
I know. I invited Toine one time to have dinner with me, and he said, "Yes, sure, but you cannot smoke." And I respect it. I mean, it's your.
But there was a question in the
question
chat.
in the chat always goes first, Johan.
Yeah.
Please do it.
Is it for Toine Manders certain that voting in mail was 100% fair election?
Oh, I don't know. Obviously, when you vote through the mail, there's a bigger risk of fraud. It's harder to determine whether the voter is actually the voter who claims to be. It's obviously true. I don't know how big the problem is.
Well, in East Groningen, what usually a communist area in the Netherlands is, there were a lot of voters for the VVD, for the
Dutch Liberal Party.
Yeah, conservative liberal party. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much fraud there was. It's obviously a risk, but even I think only the people over 65 could vote through the mail. So even if they all in reality had voted against the lockdowns, which I'd be surprised if they had, but even if they all had, that still would not have been a majority. So I don't think we can solve the problem by influencing the system to no longer allow voting through the mail. I think even if voting through the mail is made impossible next time, I think that will not solve our issue.
I am trying to contact Joel Valenzuela, our next guest, so I was a little bit distracted. Let me continue with that, Johan. Can you pick it up?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, you're now the chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties.
Vice chairman.
Vice chairman, sorry, vice chairman, yeah.
I don't see you, by the way, Johan. Let me
You
see
don't see
Yoshi.
me? Okay, well, I'm here.
Well, so I don't know if the people viewing this, if they can see you, but I
the
can only
people can
see Yoshi.
see me. The people can see me, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, tell us about this alliance. What is it?
Oh, yeah, of course I can tell you more. In the meantime, I've been trying to my screen settings to be able to see Johan, but
well, maybe it has to do with that Johan has to talk, and then he pops up. Does that help? Johan, make some noise.
No, but even if he talks, I don't see him.
No?
Te maken met dit invite gedoe, zeg maar.
Oké.
Volgens mij ben jij de enige die... Yoshi is de enige die ons ziet. Maar goed, ja, continue.
Well, okay. So, I'm sorry, what was your question, Johan? Oh, about the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties. Yes, this is a worldwide association. Any libertarian party in the world can become a member. We have about 20 members now, if I'm not mistaken. The purpose of the organization is to exchange ideas, exchange best practices, so that knowledge that is present in one of the libertarian parties, but is not present in the other parties, we can share this knowledge, we can share these ideas, we can help each other that way. And we have conferences every now and then where we meet each other, and that's something that most movements have. I mean, the socialists have their International Socialists organization. The liberals have it, and we believe it was time for the libertarian parties of the world to have a similar organization so that we can share our knowledge.
All right, cool, yeah. Yoshi?
Yeah, I'm still trying to invite our next guest, so I'm sorry for that.
Okay,
Toine, this year my Liberland passport is going to expire. And as you know, I am being declared persona non grata by our veto. So in the upcoming weeks, I am going to release a statement about my version of the story. And I will send it also to you. And Vito is saying that I am not a proper Liberlander and that I am blackmailing him. I would like to see the evidence of that, of course. Can I ask you, do you still believe Liberland is a viable solution to all that is happening today? Or do you think that it's better to start like a small city somewhere and buy your autonomy from the state that you are located in? What would be your preferred solution to create a community with a more libertarian mindset than average.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've always supported the ideas behind Liberland. The idea of starting your own free country is of course, an appealing idea. And I think that the people who have supported this idea so far usually are very good people with very good ideas, good principles, the kind of people I'd like to support. I have never been very optimistic, unfortunately, about the probability of success. There have been a lot of similar attempts in the past by libertarians to start a new country, and I'm sad to say that so far all of these attempts have failed. And usually the reason they fail is because they're never recognized. All the land in the world has already been claimed by some country or another, and so whenever you start your own country, you first have to be recognized by other countries for them to take you seriously, for them to not do the sort of things that has happened in most of these projects, which is bordering countries, the country that claims the same territory, they usually lock people up, or they throw them out, or they threaten with jail. That's only going to be voided if you're recognized. And so far, none of these projects to start a new country have led to recognition.
True.
And I hope that that in the future one of these projects will succeed, but I'm not very optimistic. I wouldn't put my money on it. I wouldn't bet my money. I wouldn't invest in a project like that, because I think it's extremely hard to do. At least the way the world is today, I think it's very hard to make a plan like that succeed.
Really?
I am very optimistic about foot voting. I think voting with your feet is much more effective than voting with your pencil.
I call that voting with your wallet. I always say vote with your wallet.
Yeah, well, yeah, voting with your wallet you might interpret as investing in other countries. That's also a good thing to do. But I think more effective even than that is voting with your feet. If you vote with a pencil, the chance that you will change anything is extremely small. In the United States, if you vote in a presidential election, the chance that your vote will decide the outcome is smaller than the chance that you will get killed in a car crash on the way to the voting booth. So it's a complete waste of time as an individual choice. I mean, if 100 million people go out to vote for Ron Paul, then yes, that will make a big difference. But if you, as an individual, go out and vote, that unfortunately makes so little difference that it's you can just disregard it. However, foot voting is a very different issue. I think that the fact that people can vote with their feet and do vote with their feet is what saves us from the politicians. To give you an example, in 1980, the average marginal tax rate for the income tax in the average OECD country, the average industrialized country, was 68%. Now it's down to 45%. In 1980, the average top corporate income tax rate in the average OECD country was 48%. Now it's somewhere around 22%. Why were these tax rates lowered? They were not lowered because the politicians decided that they wanted us to keep more of our own money. The reason that this was changed is because of the risk of people voting with their feet and people voting with their wallets by the flight of capital and talent. Reagan and Thatcher started lowering their tax rates dramatically. When Reagan took office, the top income tax rate in the United States for the federal income tax was extremely high. It was, I believe it was 70%. And when he left office, it had gone down to 28%. When Margaret Thatcher took office, the top income tax rate in the United Kingdom was 83% for labor income. For investment income, it was 97%. When she and within a very limited amount of time, she managed to lower it to 40% for both types of income. And after they did this, other politicians followed their lead, not because they were in favor of this, like Reagan and Thatcher were. The reason they followed the lead is because of competition, because of the risk of people voting with their feet and voting with their wallets, the risk that people would leave to countries with better tax policy, with lower tax rates, a lower tax burden, and that people would invest in countries with a lower tax burden. That is why other countries did the very same thing. And that's why I'm very much opposed to the idea of having a European income tax or a European minimum rate for the income tax or corporate income tax. Biden has initiated a worldwide minimum corporate income tax rate that unfortunately a lot of countries have decided to join. This is a very, very bad idea because the one thing that saves us from these high taxes is precisely tax competition. So it works in practice. If you look at federalized countries, highly federalized countries like Switzerland, the United States, and I mean, the United States before 1913 had an extremely small federal government with extremely small budget and extremely low taxes. And as a result, before 1913, the United States economy grew at a very fast rate and started as a very, very poor country, became a very rich country in a very little amount of time. And even in the 20th century, even though the federal government grew, there was still competition among the states, and that is still a force for the good. And that still is the main reason why the United States is still one of the 20 freest economies on the planet. If you look at Switzerland, it's the same issue. If you look at the wealth per adult statistics, the Swiss are the richest people in the world. Why? Because Switzerland is highly federalized. They have a very small federal government. The cantons in Switzerland have their own tax policies, have their own tax rates. There are cantons that have a digressive income tax. So that means the more productive you are, the lower the tax rate. The opposite of the progressive income tax that most countries have. There are cantons with no wealth tax, no inheritance tax, no gift tax. In Switzerland, cantons compete for foreign investors and foreign immigrants. If you are thinking of starting a business in Switzerland or moving to Switzerland, you can negotiate a deal with the tax inspector up front and pay a fixed amount of tax, regardless of your actual income. And it's the competition amongst the cantons that is to a large extent is responsible for the fact that the tax burden and the regulatory burden in Switzerland is probably one of the lowest in Europe and in the world. It's one of the freest economies in the world. So competition works, foot voting works.
Yeah, in this logic, Toine, if we are looking to the United States, I call you the United States expert. I think of all my friends, you are one of the most knowledgeable. We see the food voting happening today, the exodus from California and New York to places like Florida, for example.
Yes.
Do you believe that this food voting eventually will break the policy regarding all the restrictions that are in place today in places like California and New York?
Yeah, I think it already has an effect. I think that if the politicians in places like California and New York did not fear food voting, they would already have raised their taxes more than they have. They would have already raised the regulatory more than they have. So it's already happening. So yes, absolutely. That is one of the main reasons why the United States has is in the top 20 of the freest economies in the world, and it's been in the top 10 for many decades before under Bush. W. Bush and under Obama, the United States started slipping down on that scale. It's there's a graph that I can show you.
All right. If you send me the link, I will show it on the screen to the others. You can write it in the Skype chat, and I will put it on screen.
All right. Yeah, the chart shows you that Florida in 2021 has gained 220,000 people.
Oh.
And Texas has gained 170,000 people. Whereas California has lost 367,000 people, and New York has lost 352,000 people.
So it's almost a one-to-one correlation then. The people are moving from the one to the other.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're leaving the states that already had the least amount of freedom, but that got even a lot worse during the COVID years. They're moving to the freest states that gotten even freer compared to the rest during the COVID years. Yeah, you asked me to send it to you. I have it on my Facebook timeline.
All right, I'll go there. I'll find it. Wait.
Okay.
Toine.
I put it there on December 30th.
December 30. That's good to know, because sometimes you can get lost on those timelines. December 30. Let me find. Oh, you are posting a lot, Toine. Let's see. December 30. That's 4 days ago. 5. More than 2. Let's see. 4 days ago. Do you remember? No, a little more. Oh yeah, here. I got it. All right. Now I just need to show it. Oh, I think I've seen this this image. I hope it's visible to everybody. Oh, I have to click this away. Yes, it's. I can zoom in a little bit more. I don't know how well the everybody can read the text, but the top state is Florida. Then comes Texas, Arizona, and the losers are California and New York and Illinois.
That's for Chicago.
To show the television, you're
sorry.
F8.
I have, yes, it's on. We are currently looking at it.
Oh yeah, now I see it. Oh, it's a big lag.
Yeah, we are now live for 16 hours, so the lag is adding up. I think we are on 10-second lag at the moment.
Longer.
I want to thank everybody for following El Capo di Crypto. Nice that you are here. We are doing a Bitcoin birthday stream, and Toine Manders is currently showing us a graph of the movement within the United States. We are talking about the voting by foot, which is visible here.
Yeah, New Hampshire is also gaining in population, not as much as Florida and Texas, but it's a much smaller state. And these are absolute numbers. These are not relative numbers. But New Hampshire is gaining, and some of the listeners might be aware of the Free State Project. Some of them might. So I'll maybe should tell you a little bit more about that, because I do think it is relevant to our topic. The Free State Project is a project launched by libertarians who said there are millions of libertarians in the United States. But the problem is they're scattered all over these 50 states, and as a result, they're a small minority in every single state, and that's why we don't get much done. So the solution to the problem is to pick one state, and for as many libertarians as possible to move that to that one particular state, so that we become a sizable minority there. And once we are a sizable minority, we will have the influence to change policies, to change the laws, and to increase our freedoms. And the state that was picked was New Hampshire. One reason is it's already a very free state. It's there is a project run by the Cato Institute called freedomin50states.org. And every year they publish a list of the 50 states ranked in order of freedom based on their scientific research. And the last numbers they have are for 2019. And in 2019, the free state in union was New Hampshire. And for in the years preceding 2019, the free state was usually Florida. New Hampshire was number 2. And so that's one reason they picked New Hampshire. Another reason is that New Hampshire is very small, only has about 1 million people. So that means you have a bigger impact.
Yeah.
Another reason they picked New Hampshire is because it is a state that has a great many small counties. So that it's more decentralized. You can have a bigger impact in your local county. Another reason is that they have a huge legislature. I think they have I don't know, more than 1,000 legislators in the state legislature, and it's a part-time job. It's not a full-time job, so it's basically a volunteer job. You hardly get paid at all as a state legislature in New Hampshire, because there's so many of them. It's easier to gain a seat there, and it's easier to have more local influence. And they had agreed up front that once 10,000 people signed a statement of intent to move to New Hampshire, that the move will be triggered. And the statement of intent stated that after that moment, where 10,000 people would have signed, then and the move will be triggered, they would have 5 years to actually move to New Hampshire.
All right. And what's the counter at?
Yeah, I'm going to fsp.org as we speak to answer that question.
Let's see.
10,000
sounds like not so many people, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's
a
a
small
big
community is big, huh?
It's a big commitment to
that's true.
to move.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, the United States is I think 600 times bigger than the Netherlands.
Then Liberland? Oh no,
it's a huge country. So I mean, flying from the Netherlands to New York, that's quicker than flying from Miami to Alaska. And we're flying from Denver to
it's a
Hawaii.
Huge country, true. It's huge.
Yeah. So it's and it's in the far northeast. It has cold winters, which is keeping a lot of people.
The people in Florida are not into it.
Actually, be surprised. A lot of people that are moving to New Hampshire are coming from California. Whereas California really has a really good climate. It's a cliche, but it's true. If you look at the number of nice days per year, then Los Angeles has like 200 nice days per year.
Wow,
which is amazing. It's actually most of the California coast has over 200 nice days per year. I think it's even more in LA. So it's and a lot of them are leaving for New Hampshire because they think freedom is more important.
Yeah, well, in a way it is.
To answer your question, there are 5,223 free staters already in New Hampshire, and an additional 20,000 participants have pledged to move to New Hampshire. 120 companies were started in New Hampshire by free staters. $250 million was invested in New Hampshire real estate by free staters, and 45 free staters have been elected as state representatives. Means they were elected to the state house, the state parliament, or the state senate.
And we want to do a similar thing in Spain. You heard about the project?
I've heard of it, but Spain, unfortunately, is a big country. It has a lot of people, and it's also
especially
fairly
Galicia.
centralized. Yeah, but the regional autonomy that these regions have is not that huge. Look at what happened to Catalonia. So I think the idea to start a libertarian village in Spain is a nice idea, but it's just as a community, because your neighbors will be libertarians. That's the nice thing about it. But I think it is you should not believe that the local town or the local village has a lot of autonomy, that you can actually get out of the taxes and regulations imposed by the Spanish central government or the European central government in Brussels.
The idea is that you can elect your mayor and and the police.
Yeah, I hope it works. But after what happened in Catalonia, I'm not too optimistic about that.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you want to leave Spain, that's the problem. Yeah.
So I understand the appeal of living with libertarians as neighbors. That's part of the appeal of New Hampshire for me too. So I'm all in favor of the idea, but we do have to be realistic about what we can promise people who are considering moving.
By the way, the chat, somebody's saying groetjes aan Toine van Bas en Soef. Yes, I think you know who they are.
Yes. Well, greetings to you too and to everyone.
Yeah, and somebody else says, "Let's pack our bags, Toine."
Let's pack our bags.
Oh, that's the same guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should call it a little bit for today. Our hour is done, and I got Joel Valenzuela, the famous Dash streamer, in the waiting list. Toine, thank you so much for being here with us today. I don't know if you want to add anything or have some message, like a New Year wish to everybody or whatever. I don't know. This is the moment.
Well, I wish everyone a very happy and free New Year, and I wish everybody very low taxes as well.
Great. I will keep you up to date, Toine, about my Liberland endeavor, how that is going. Something will happen at some point this year because I'm forced to speak out in a way, so that's what I will do. So I hope to see you back again for another update later in the year. Great that you are always here whenever we plan something. Today is a crowdfunding for Virus Truth and Willem Engel. I am hopefully going to give away 1 million euros later this year. So let's see how that will go. I will keep you up to date on that, and then, we will see. We will see. I really believe that 2022 is going to be a great year for liberty-minded people, because the system has overplayed itself. That's how I feel like. And everybody, we don't have to do anything anymore. We don't need to talk with each other about how great it is to live in a free society, because people are finding out themselves in a rapid pace at the moment. So, yeah, I guess that's it. Toine, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
And all the best to you.
You too.
Yeah, bye-bye.
See you next time.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye.
That was Toine Manders, Vice Chairman of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties and international tax lawyer. Our next guest is somebody that I am going to call in right now. Let's see if I manage. Oh,
I think he's already in.
He's already in. Did you invite him? Oh, yes. Wow, that's great. Joel, welcome.
He got an invite.
Now I just need to click the right buttons. Give me a second, Joel, because the people cannot see you yet. Maybe, Johan, in the meantime, you could click the next winner of our...
Oh, yeah, and do the video also with the...
The video we will do after, and we do another raffle in between.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
Let me find the right...
2, 1, and now you're too late. Yeah.
All right.
All right, we pick a winner. And the winner is, again.
Malakash. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
We will
Second
just
time.
add it to
Oh,
the
you're so
previous
lucky.
prize. 12 EFLs already won. I will click the button. Here we go.
And we had, by the way, 14 rafflers.
All right.
And even kijken, now it's time to complete this thing and then start it again.
Yeah.
All right, now you can type exclamation mark raffle in the chat.
And in the meantime, I have spun the next prize, and it's gonna be 6 times 1.3 makes 7.8 EFLs. Together with the 12 you already had, we will make it 19.8 EFL, Malakash. Congratulations.
You're gonna be a millionaire.
Joel, can I ask, is it possible
Yes.
for you to create a green screen in the background? Because then I can sit you on our desk next to us in the stream. If not, I will put you in the television.
You should probably put me in the television.
Yeah?
I don't
All
really
right,
have a
all
good
right.
green screen working thing here.
That's okay. That's okay. I just ask. Guys, I am going to play one little video before we start. This is our crowdfunding video for the crowdfunding of today. Virus Truth, a anti-corona action group of the Netherlands. I have to play this video because otherwise the pee is gonna run from my nose. That's how it is. I am sitting here since 10 o'clock, so I really got to go, guys. Let me quickly play this video and then we will talk with Joel. Here we go.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch walking around saying to people, ja toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. 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 And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests, he wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The 4th Industrial Revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then, to go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military-industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale, and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they are the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
All right, welcome back, everybody. That was our little crowdfunding video. Make sure to send Virus Truth, your contribution. They need a lot of support, and we would love to help them. In the studio is now Joel Valenzuela. Joel, welcome today. It's not the first time that you are with us, or did you invite us last time? You have been on our show also, or not?
Yes, I think it was the same as last time. This is becoming a yearly tradition
Yeah. It
for
was
me.
also with the birthday. Great. Well, Joel, we are 1 year down the road. How is life?
Life is
Oh,
great.
wait, sorry.
It keeps getting better all the
Maybe I
time.
should do a small introduction. Joel Valenzuela is connected, is a spokesperson for Dash. You stream also, Joel?
Yes, I have my own
His own
channel.
channel. Please prop it.
Yeah, follow him. He has good
Please
interviews.
put the channel in the.
Thank you.
I like to watch often.
What's your
yeah.
channel, Joel?
It's called Digital Cash Network.
On Twitch?
Mhm. YouTube.
No, Twitch is the one thing I don't do. YouTube, Odyssey, which is the library-based thing.
Oh, yeah.
Also, Instagram, I put TikToks up all over the place, but
Okay.
basically everything except Twitch.
Okay, well then this is a great way to show your channel to everybody on Twitch, right? Great marketing. One more time, the name of the channel?
Digital Cash
Digital
Network.
Cash Network. Make sure to follow it.
Yeah.
It has a nice content. So Joel, welcome once again. 1 year down the road. How is life?
Life is pretty fantastic as every year we go further into the adoption of crypto is always like a better year because I'm sure plenty of us remember what it was like way in the early days when it was just a very small side hobby and now it's controlling a bigger and bigger part of the world and now it's just I mean that can only be good I think and especially what are we 13 years into this thing? Not all of us have been around since the beginning. I definitely have not since the very beginning, but it's crazy to see this thing grow. It's like a lot of us, radicals have these sort of radical ideas and we just dream of like what the world would be like if one day just a few people embrace these ideas. And now with the radically free open economy that the crypto universe delivers, we're starting to see that actually become a reality in a very short period of time. It's really exciting.
And do you see a connection between the success of crypto money and the failure of governments worldwide?
Yes, but the connection, the failure isn't so much of a decline as it is a stagnation, in my view. That it's kind of the governmental systems are basically holding people back, and the problem is with the internet age in general, but especially with the crypto age, people are seeing that they can progress so much faster. And I think they're starting to get tired of waiting around. It's not so much, I mean, I wish it was more of a government's collapsing fast and everything else is doing better, but it's more of government is just staying the same and holding people back, and they're just starting to break out because they want to go faster and farther.
Yeah, interesting take on it also.
You lived also how long now? I think longer than Yoshi, yeah, for on crypto alone, or was it the other way around?
5 or 6 years, depending on how you want
to. Then Yoshi was longer.
Yeah, I lost my bank account in 2014 after I told the bank about Bitcoin. And I don't live.
I was 2016. I lost the bank, but at the end of 2015, I stopped accepting fiat payments. So close, but you got me beat there.
Well, I'm still using fiat, of course, because well, it's difficult. It's impossible to go without. No, not just supermarket, but just taxes. I also pay taxes in Serbia. But I try to reduce it. I use a lot of gold instead of fiat. Which is also, I live in a small farmer village. I cannot use Bitcoin where I live today, but gold is accepted in 6 jewelries, and I can change it to local government debt, and works good for me.
Interesting.
Works good for me.
But yeah, we decided to do an Ask You Anything. So if the people in the chat have questions about, just name it, NFTs, Lightning Network, what is the fastest coin?
Well, I have a Lightning Network question because I refuse to work with the Lightning Network as I see it as a step backwards. We are using crypto to get rid of a third party, and I see the Lightning Network as the implementation of a third party. I've heard you worked with the Lightning Network, so instead of me spreading my emotions, maybe you could give us some facts.
Yes, well, it's one of those situations it's been reduced to a black or white narrative a lot, where people love it or hate it. They think it does everything and it's perfect, or they think it's literally central banking 2.0. And it's, as with most things, the truth is a little more nuanced, but basically it's a system by which you can use Bitcoin still in a relatively peer-to-peer kind of a way, but it's very complicated. It's very difficult to use it in that way. The easier ways to use it are in a less and less peer-to-peer kind of a way. And so it's not that you can't use it as like peer-to-peer. It's just that every impulse will make you use it through the more centralized systems you can. And so, for example, if you want to do it a peer-to-peer way, you need to run your own node on like a computer, Raspberry Pi, 24/7, have it on, always on, and you need to, any amount of money you want to receive, you can't receive money until someone else opens a channel to you, which means someone else has to lock up money pointing at you in order to do that. And in order to send out, it has to be the same thing with you. And so it's difficult to connect, you have to basically make sure you have a connection with someone else. And then if you want to send to someone else, you have to make sure there's a path along the ways, and that the liquidity has to be all the way there. So what people don't necessarily realize is the higher the amount you want to send, the lower your options become, because it's, let's just say I want to send $50 to someone, and I have $50 capacity through this way, and then they have only $40 capacity to the next person, and they have 30, then 30 is the most I could send. But what if I send 20, and then now I only have 10 capacity because it gets used up, and you have to rebalance it and stuff. And so for an individual, I guess it's fun to do as a hobby, but it's not very effective, really. Basically, the ways you could use it in which it's easier to use are through some sort of what they call LSPs, or Lightning Service Providers, that take care of a lot of this stuff for you. And right now there are mobile wallets available that let you control your keys, as in they can't run off with your money, but they're still very reliant on a single infrastructure in order to use. Like, for example, if you have a mobile, like let's say you use like a Bitcoin.com wallet or something like that, and you have your private keys, and you don't want to use that wallet anymore, so use a different one. You just put the private keys in, and then that's it. You just put the recovery phrase in a different phone, and that's it. With the Lightning, when you do that, it would close all the channels you have. It would cost money to do that, and then you wouldn't really be able to transact that well in the new wallet, because it's kind of all the sending capacity is tied in with this one node, this one service provider. And so it's a lot harder to move that over. And the big thing is, when you talk about does it do what it's advertised to do? Well, yes, basically, but practically I could see it moving towards fewer and fewer providers, large providers basically handling most of the traffic. And also, what people don't really realize is it's going to become relatively expensive. Not as expensive as on-chain, but right now it's routinely 3 or 4 cents to send a Lightning transaction, and I can easily see that number going up.
Why is that? Because in the end, it's a closed system of Lightning node, right? So
Well, the reason is uh, one of the scaling limitations of Lightning Network is very different from other networks. With other networks, the scaling limitation is just how much capacity a node can put out. Like, what is it, bandwidth, what is it, hardware specifications, or just technical scaling, like how well engineered it is. But with the Lightning Network, it's based on money. So for example, if you run a Lightning service provider and you want to service 1 million customers and only allow them to receive $10 worth of Bitcoin each, only $10, you have to have $10 million worth of Bitcoin in your business just to provide that service to your customers. And as anyone who knows economics knows, that's a lot of opportunity cost. And now, of course, if you like, if you go to the Thorchain decentralized exchange, you can provide liquidity for Bitcoin for I think 11% APY. So you're making 11% just by doing that. So in order for anyone to want to run a Lightning business, it has to make so much more than that in order to work. So then I haven't done the math on that yet, but I'm sure that the fees are going to start being a lot higher just to allow people to transact, because you need a large amount of Bitcoin, of capital there in order
fee
to
in the
make things
Lightning
work.
network is then solely there to incentivize people to provide liquidity to the network. It's not actually the cost of a transaction, but it's the
Yes,
incentive
basically.
for liquidity providers.
Yes, it's both, I guess, but it's very cheap to send a transaction. Uh, I guess it's very inexpensive to route someone's transaction as long as you just have the node running. It's just that in order to route any kind of value, it becomes more expensive. So the bigger the payments, the more money goes through it, the more money you have to have locked in. Whereas with let's just say the on-chain Bitcoin network, say it does 400,000 transactions a day. If those transactions start conveying larger and larger amounts of value, it doesn't change the scaling equation at all. It's just the raw numbers. Whereas Lightning scales much better for numbers, but much less for actual financial capacity.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to ask about the settlement within that Lightning network. Basically, you have to wait until some other channel is closing to get the settlement done. Is that correct? So if you open a channel for 10 years, it could take you 10 years before your $10 is settled. Is that the correct way of looking at it, or is there a moment in between where things are done?
Well, in between, a lot of times what happens are they have rebalancing transactions, and so it basically is an update of everything. And so, like, let's say I have $10 in a channel with you, and we transact back and forth, and at some point there's not enough, we do more business, then I send another transaction that basically increases that to like $25 or something. And then over the years, there's a new one that updates. It's an on-chain transaction that updates our capacity every once in a while. And so there are periodic updates. Those do obviously cost more money because they trigger an on-chain transaction, but it's pretty typical that that kind of happens over the years. But it's still also it makes it so that the on-chain balances of Bitcoin don't mean as much as they used to, because now it's just like, well, this party has this much, this party has this much, and now it's just, well, you don't know who has how much. You just know who's connected, kind of connected to who, and the actual, you know, for example, if everyone closed their Lightning channel at the same time in like 10 years, you'd find a radically different makeup of ownership. Like the funds could be extremely centralized by then. They could be extremely decentralized by then.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Oh, now I forgot it. I thought of something that I wanted to say. Yeah, let me ask a different question. I have always said that all the altcoins are the Lightning network that connect to the Bitcoin network. Would you say Lightning networks works well enough for it to ever go mainstream, to ever really be able to scale to a global setting, or is it the dream of some small group of developers and is the rest of the world doing something else?
I think it can. The problem is, I believe it's a little more complicated and inefficient of a way of doing that, so that other solutions will probably be more popular and go ahead. Because it's not that inconvenient to use, I would suppose, if you're doing it through a large centralized provider. Again, it's not that much of an issue. And it just, if people already use payment apps today, they already have sign up fees, they already have like account limits and stuff like that with their fiat world. And if people kind of get used to that with Bitcoin, just sending back and forth like that, it could work like that. The problem is, we're, as I said about like the impatience of people in human progress and not wanting to be restrained, there are so many solutions that work so much better and don't have those things. And I think eventually it's just going to be that people start transacting in other things a lot more.
Another issue that I have with the entire Lightning network is the risk that I see in the regulation side of things, the KYC stuff. So you are running your Lightning node, and $10 is nice, but let's say you want to have 50,000 liquidity bridge and at any time. Then what I see happening is that all these Lightning network nodes, or what is the right word for that? All these bridges,
Nodes?
yeah, all the nodes,
Yeah, all the
all the
nodes.
Lightning nodes. Even everybody running that Lightning node, letting your $50,000 pass, is going to be required by law to ask you for your identity. And then how is that going to end? I mean, I don't, that is my biggest issue with it. You are creating this central point of failure where governments can, in theory, locate one player that breaks the entire chain.
Well, it's funny. Recently, I saw someone on Twitter was in some, because everyone goes on Twitter to fight, and someone on Twitter was fighting with someone else. They were arguing over like vaccines and stuff, which is of course the great thing that everyone's arguing about these days.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Gene therapy. Yes, I know. But so they were arguing about that, and someone said he didn't like his view, so he closed his Lightning channel to that person. He just like cut his note off because they disagreed on that. And I'm like, oh, there you go. Well, we have to face something about crypto, right? Crypto has flourished today largely because the government has done very little. And at some point, every single network out there has some sort of a censorship risk because of government regulation. The difference is, if let's just say you have your on-chain Bitcoin nodes and miners or whatever, if they all get banned in a certain country, as has happened before, you could open them in different ways, and then the experience for the end user is largely the same. As long as you connect to some nodes somewhere around the world, you can make a transaction work. The problem, the additional challenge, I should say, with Lightning is, if some of the bigger hubs that you're used to being connected to start implementing KYC and you don't want to use them, then your transaction experience by just using all the smaller nodes in other jurisdictions or whatever else, it becomes a lot worse. And all of a sudden you have like routing failures, and you can send smaller amounts, and it's just much more expensive to rebuild infrastructure somewhere else. So it's not that it's a unique problem to Lightning. It's just that it's more of a problem for Lightning.
Well, I admire you for trying it out, because I am so lazy in a way that, I read about it and then I think, it sucks. I will use a altcoin instead. So great job. Oh, Johan, yes.
Yeah, you tried it, eh? So you stopped with the Lightning network. Why was it?
So I tried it for an experiment to run it. I was leaving my spare computer on all the time, and I wasn't really using it that much, because the places I could use it, first off, it was just much more easy to use the mobile apps that use someone else's infrastructure. There was fewer routing failures, fewer things. It just was more easy to use that. But also, just using Lightning in general doesn't have much of a use for me because almost every place that accepts Lightning accepts a bunch of other coins, or there's a bunch of other things that don't accept Lightning because it's structurally easy. And so it didn't really enable me, because as someone who's already living on crypto, it didn't really enable me to do anything new. But the big thing was I learned about Thorchain, the native cross-chain decentralized exchange, and that they let anyone provide liquidity, and I could earn like 11 or 12% on the Bitcoin that I had in my Lightning node. So economics just played out. As the example I gave, that's literally what I did. I said I could take this like small amount of Bitcoin I have that I'm just have in the node just so I can use it. I can just take that out and put it on Thorchain, actually get money from it, and actually get paid. And so I decided to do that instead.
And the other thing I want to ask, El Salvador. That's they say, this Bitcoin is a payment system there, but that's also that's just a big Lightning network, isn't it?
Oh, if only.
Or is it even worse?
There's only so much I could completely say because there's a lot of stuff I've seen and I have to double and triple check facts and things. But I would encourage you to follow my friend Mark Falzon. And
saw some of his videos.
He's done some interesting digging into it. Essentially, most of the infrastructure is run through this thing called the Chivo wallet or the Chivo system. And that can receive and send out Bitcoin either on-chain or via Lightning Network, but the internal accounting is neither. And a lot of people have been missing funds and things like that, and it's a little sketchy. It's a completely centralized bank-like system. Now, there's a rumor, and I won't say too much more because I have to double check all the facts, but that it's actually running on a completely different blockchain that's not Bitcoin. The back end is. And there are some documents out there. I have to look them, make sure before I, figure that out. But, I'm going to put a video on my channel at some point when that happens. But basically, very little of it runs on Lightning. And as far as I know, the major retailers in the country accept it, but not the smaller ones. And it's basically, it's a great, I guess, tourist attraction for, people who want to come and move their crypto businesses to the country, people who want to bring investment money into the country. That's kind of what it amounts to. I don't think the average people are going to be using it very often.
I've seen the videos of Mark Velsen. That's I can recommend it, his channel. But he went there and he tried to pay with Bitcoin, and there are some people who accepted it, but then I saw a lot of those retailers. They had this, you had to use this wallet, this government wallet or whatever.
I was in the understanding that it was one big Lightning network and that you could only access their Lightning channel if you would provide your identity first, and then you could have some Bitcoins in that country. But now
it's more simple. It's just if you have a El Salvador ID, you can get the official government run app, which is just like a bank. It's not Lightning. The Lightning is what goes in and out of it sometimes. So they run a Lightning node, I'm sure, but they don't actually use that for their infrastructure or their back end for payments.
Interesting info, Joel. All right, let's go a little bit into the future. What do you think is going to happen to crypto in 2022? Are we going to hit the 200 million billions?
I don't know. I really don't know. I'm getting feelings like we're towards the top of the market, but I'm the last person you should trust on this kind of stuff. I'm terrible at market predictions, and that's why I don't do them often. I think that probably
maybe not so much about I ask you about the price. Shouldn't have done that. Maybe more a little bit on the development of the infrastructure. If people are going to accept it more easily now that it's so obvious their government is working against their favor, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that the next bull cycle, let's just say, or next 4 years, will be when you start to see wide adoption of cryptocurrencies finally. I think we're getting very close because a large chunk of the developed world seems to own or have some kind of exposure to cryptocurrencies. And that's now they're starting to look for ways of spending it. And then you have a few large retailers, for example, in the US that say, oh, we re-accept it because people have been telling us to. And pretty soon people will figure out that those solutions are not going to work at all. But then at least that gets the conversation started. And within the next 4 years, I think you'll see actual payment gateways for cryptocurrencies be actually developed, because the ones currently are really bad. I don't know if you've ever gone into a physical shop and paid with cryptocurrency, and whatever app they use, it's awful. It doesn't work. It's terrible. Like no one would deal with this. The infrastructure for exchanges is good. The infrastructure for DeFi is good. The infrastructure for so many things is good. But it's clear that no one's paying for things with this, because otherwise you'd see better merchant apps being developed. And so I can imagine in the next few years, better merchant apps being developed. I could also see a lot of people. So one thing that's interesting is, for the first time ever in recent weeks, the Google search terms for NFTs have surpassed those for crypto. And so NFTs are something that everyone can understand, I think, easier than they can understand crypto. The thing is, they are still based on crypto, and I think you're going to see a lot of creativity from, for example, younger people creating NFTs and making a lot of money on it. But then the money, where does that go? And that's what's probably going to get people to start thinking of, how do I turn this into digital money that I can spend? And then how do I, I'm not sure if that's a prediction of mine, but that's a suspicion of mine, let's say.
All right.
I have to say, I use the Bitcoin.com wallet, and that's easy to pay with. It's just like my bank app.
No, it's about the
Yes,
receiving
there's a
end, he
couple.
said.
Yes,
Oh,
the
there's
merchant app.
merchant, yeah.
But
I never
even
tried
then,
that.
I could give some complaints about even the Bitcoin.com wallet, which is a pretty good wallet. Just the amount of steps it takes to get to the where you need to actually do a payment. And because I've seen dozens of people use this app to pay at a retail location, and it slows down the line a little bit. And like, it's a little like, we're getting there. It's good enough for now. But if anyone wants to accept crypto payments, I would recommend they use the AnyPay point of sale app. And that's the only one that works well right now, as far as I know. It's the only one that's easy to set up and actually moves fast when you have customers going through the line all paying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I have been to Arnhem Bitcoin Town in 2014 already. They had a payment app for the merchants. The merchant could in their dashboard set a percentage, how much of the Bitcoin they wanted to receive in fiat on their bank account and how much Bitcoin they wanted to keep as a kind of savings or speculation. But it was always a problem, and most of it because the people handling these apps simply were not educated on it, and they didn't know what they were doing, and the problems. And so I know what you mean. It's still very far from being user friendly. Let's say it like that.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it's really it still takes people with what's the right word? A certain motivation, a certain idealistic aspect to work with this crypto. It's not more convenient yet than your average fiat payment or government debt, I should say.
Yes, it can be, and it's getting really close though in some ways. There's an app that I'm a very big fan of called Dash Direct that works with the Dash network, and it basically allows you to spend crypto at a few 100,000 locations in the US and sometimes save up to 5 to 10% doing that. And there's been a lot of different systems in the past that use a similar sort of gift code setup thing to do this, except none of them have a fast user experience. And this is the first one that I've used over the years where it's actually fast. So like I can go to a fast food restaurant or something here, order my thing, they tell me the total, and I pay with Dash right there, and I don't hold up the line. I don't make people wait, and I save like 3, 4, or 5%. And that's the first thing I've seen with actual people who don't know or care about crypto are actually starting to use it and get excited about it. And the thing I'm very interested in is they're in the next couple of weeks, I believe, or so, I can't be sure the exact time, but releasing a version of that which could also adapt to any merchant point of sale system, not just very specific merchants, and also based without KYC and without giving custody of your funds either. And so that should be probably a crypto first, where you can spend your crypto everywhere without giving your ID or without giving up control of your crypto. And once it's released, I'll be loud all over the internet. I won't shut up about it.
Tell us again as a little scoop.
What
is the name of the app?
It's Dash Direct.
But of course, Dash the coin.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes.
How's the adoption of Dash doing, by the way?
It's doing well. The thing is, the crypto world is going in such a different direction from merchant adoption right now. And, markers on the map don't seem to matter much to the market, but it's still, according to, as far as I've seen a few months ago, the largest point of sale provider in Venezuela still says Dash is either the top or the second most used after Bitcoin in their point of sales for like buying groceries and things like that at most of the merchants they provide. And I mean, here in New Hampshire, it's probably still the most used for retail transactions around here. It's the thing is, as I'm sure everyone in the crypto adoption world in general, whether it's Lightning, whether it's Bitcoin Cash, whether it's Dash, realizes is it's difficult to get merchants to accept it, but it's much more difficult to drive a significant amount of traffic through to actually give payments. To spend it. Yes, and it's that most people just don't have it, and so why would they buy something just to spend it? And so the reason it worked for someone like me is because I just made the decision that I was not going to have anything that wasn't crypto. And so then if all my income is through something else, that's what I'm going to be able to spend. Now, I think that's a big leap for a lot of people, but I think it's getting more and more easy these days, especially as, I mean, I hate to say anything good about Bitcoin maximalists, but at least there have been some high profile people trying to make it cool for people to like receive part of their salary in crypto, or to like basically, they're very big on like posturing about that. And even if so, the people who don't necessarily share all their same views still see that and say, I want to be cool. I want to like not have fiat, or they have that in their mind. And then once you have it, how do I spend it? Yeah. And then that's the way it goes. And that's probably the way I think a lot of people with adoption went first to, let's get 1 million merchants to take it, then everyone will want to spend it. And I think in the future, what will happen is everyone will have it first, and then they will seek how to spend what they already have.
I got one more Dash question, because 2021 was a year where Dash was bashed a little bit, or not bashed, but hunted by exchanges.
Just this year? How about every
No. Bashing is not the right word, but I meant to say that the specific thing I wanted to mention was the delisting of Bittrex and then the relisting on it. What was that all about?
Yes.
Because Monero is still not back.
Well,
right? Yeah, Monero.
So
they left out.
It's kind of a very silly issue, because it goes to basically around the world, regulators have heard this term, an anonymity coin or a privacy coin or something, and said, "Oh, this is no good. It's for criminals. We must try to pressure people into banning it." And from my understanding, most of the delistings of any of these coins around the world have come not by government mandate, but by exchanges and financial providers being afraid of a government mandate and then doing it without being actively threatened. And the only reason, so the way Dash works on its privacy function is it's basically an advanced integrated coin join. And so CoinJoin has been around and available to use on Bitcoin, like the mixing, forever. Although in very sometimes centralized and rudimentary ways, sometimes better. More recently, on like Bitcoin Cash, you've had Cash Shuffle and Cash Fusion and things that work very similarly. And basically, in fact, some of the Dash developers took the Dash infrastructure and did a mixed Bitcoin transactions, and it looked absolutely identical on chain to a Dash transaction. So basically, if you want to go to that level, you could call Dash the same amount of a privacy coin as Bitcoin, right? Because of the way it works, it should not be treated differently. And basically, the only reason there's been that kind of a challenge has been because people have read articles that say privacy coins such as Dash and Monero and Zcash, and they're like, "Oh, that's bad. Let's get rid of it." It's been like a very low level of education. So wherever people have managed to talk to regulators, or not even regulators, but talk to exchanges, then they're like, "Oh, okay, never mind," and they had it back. The problem is just getting their attention. And the reason why, and you've seen Zcash sometimes be added back as well, and that's not because Zcash doesn't have advanced privacy, but it is because there's ways in which you can use it to where you can be sure that you can basically get whatever information you want to from like a KYC exchange. And so they've engaged more, whereas I think the Monero community, first off, from my understanding, Monero is more difficult to use in a transparent way. It's not as easy to just sort of turn off the privacy, right? But also the community has been very strong in branding as like, this is like the criminal coin. You can do whatever. It's none of your business. And like, that hasn't really helped. But I think I think we're also coming towards the end of the age of centralized exchanges, where almost everything's going to move to DeFi, where this sort of thing doesn't matter near as much. So it could be a sign of the times, but not a sign of the future.
Do you think overall it hurt or it helped Dash? Did you get some more attention, or well, you did get more attention, but was it a good or a bad thing?
It's hard to tell. I think the relisting was probably a good thing because you just say like, "Oh, look," and then you see another, because a lot of these business decisions are low information, unfortunately, and so people just say, "Oh, that's bad," but then they see there was I can't remember all of them, but there was a few different coins that had a few different exchanges that relisted Dash later, and so I guess the more of that happens, the less likely it is that people will ban it, because they'll just say, "Well, Bittrex re-added it, and this other one did, so safely, you know."
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, somebody's asking in the chat where are you located. I think you already said it. Free State project.
The Free State of New Hampshire. Yes.
Or what city maybe? Maybe that's what. Or do you want to keep it secret?
Well, you'll have to come. I don't tell too accurately, and also there's a possibility I might be moving soon, which would be close, but who knows? So it might be inaccurate.
Just tuned in. Yeah. Oh, and somebody else asking how does Joel feel about Pulse chain?
So my feelings on this matter are based on little information. I've not done a lot of research. It comes more with the preliminary things I've heard on Hex. And I mean, so there's so many Ethereum competitors, and I have not, from my understanding, heard anything compelling that makes Pulse different, other than it comes from, Richard Hart's project and things. A lot of people I know have made a lot of money on Hex. I don't trust it really, since it seems to be very centrally controlled, and purposeless relatively. So I haven't really gone into it too much, and so I don't know. Pulse Chain, I'll watch. I'll see. I'll look at the technical audits and things like that once it's released, and see if it has any merit. As of now, as long as it's a Richard Hart project, I'm not particularly interested in it.
He's saying, even kijken, Pulse is Ethereum on steroids, the Ethereum chain as is
what isn't Ethereum on steroids these days,
yeah.
Sign of the times.
Now another question, can you say that Ledger is the safest way to save your crypto?
Probably a hardware wallet of some kind is the best way, I think, at least for a non-technical person. Some people have said that there's, just do it yourself, do your own air-gapped machine with all this kind of stuff, but I'm not technical enough to be able to do that confidently to where I'm sure it's actually secure. So for most people, a hardware wallet's the best way. Just be careful where you get it from. And oddly enough, with Ledger, which is something I'm a big fan of Ledger, but they did have a database hack where a couple years ago, I think, where someone got access to all the mailing addresses and everything of all their customers. And so then even if the hardware wallet's okay, now a lot of people know that they knew where everyone lives who has an interest in securing a significant amount of crypto, which is terrible. And so I don't know if their practices have changed, but maybe it would be better to find a certified reseller, not just some random guy off the internet, but like a certified reseller, to make sure you don't have that problem. But or just have a mailing address that has nothing to do with like your real name or your location, which is always more difficult, but whatever.
Somebody asked, how about what's this word? Railgun. Oh, okay. Yeah, railgun.
So I don't know much. I know basically zero about Railgun, except a friend of mine is involved in the project, which leads me to have positive views on Railgun. But that's as far as it is. I haven't actually done any research. I just know someone who's very smart and competent who's part of the team. So.
And my question from me, what do you think is the best Ethereum killer? Or do you think Ethereum will not be killed?
This is an interesting question because the thing is, I have to go into a little bit of like scaling things. So I think what we've had so many scaling fights. Is it like, how do you scale better than this? How do you do that? How do you do, and then is it L1 versus L2? Which one? There's a lot of arguments. And I think what you start to see emerging in the market is there's inherent, at some point, scaling is not infinite on its own, that there's trade-offs. You can scale infinitely with trade-offs. And so what a lot of, for example, you have something like, let's just say Solana, which, scales very much, on chain, but then there's a lot of trade-offs with that. And I think the L1, L2 model is probably going to be the way of the future. So Bitcoin basically abstracted away everyday payments and then everything else onto L2. And so, which is, Lightning in this case. And so in my view, they did it like they put too much that way. And then, for example, let's say, are you guys aware of Smart BCH?
Yeah. I'm wearing the Honk wig.
And so that's yes. And so that's another example where, where Bitcoin Cash is supposed to scale for some very small payments and stuff on chain, but for some data operations and stuff like that, they're still doing a second layer of sorts. There's still kind of that thing going on. Dash is coming out with some data contract platform, which has its own, Tendermint-based sidechain for just data operations. That's that. I could then of course there's Ethereum with L1 and then all the million different L2s going on there. It's pretty much it's a pretty consistent, kind of a thing. Or you could even say Ethereum's L1 and Binance Smart Chain is Ethereum's L2. It's however you say it, it seems to be the way things are going. And so the problem is there's this inherent battle between high throughput and I guess quality of financial transactions, because data transactions and financial transactions are not necessarily the same and don't necessarily need the same kinds of specifics. The problem that I always found with Ethereum is that it's basically trying to be in a certain way, a Bitcoin-like money chain where you put serious financial transactions on there in the middle of where every time anyone wants to put a new hat on their dog or whatever on their, their NFT or whatever somewhere else, that all goes through the same place. And so just like on highways and roads, you have different lanes for different things. You have the bike lane over here, and then you have the fast lane, and sometimes you have the high occupancy vehicle lane on the other side, that if you have several people in the vehicle, you get to use that one. And basically, I think that any Ethereum killer, first off, I think Ethereum is going to be around for a long time because just about everything is being built on it. Not like the financial system of the future is kind of being built on it. But I do think its position is also precarious because it's not there yet. And the technology is going so fast, and there's so many different challengers. There's very few Bitcoin challengers as far as the old school sound money kind of the store of value Bitcoin, I should point out, not the other things. But there's a lot of Ethereum challengers. But basically, I would look for one that is well designed. I don't think that just something that does the same thing, but like a copy paste type thing. I don't think that Binance Smart Chain is the one that's going to win in the end. Too much or I would say maybe Pulse, maybe things like that. I don't think that they're the ones that are going to win in the end, that just try to be well, we're Ethereum, but we scale today kind of thing. It's I think it has to be more advanced than that, offer more new things.
What do you think about the Cardano?
I don't think much about it at all. Okay. I've heard about it for is there much being done on it today?
Yeah.
I still can't wrap my head around. I still don't know if they've deployed smart contracts yet. I think I've heard they have.
We had a guest earlier today that said it was delayed. Right? The girl.
Yeah.
Oh. See, I don't even know.
I think they're already building this all the copying all these DeFi stuff on the Cardano chain. Yeah. This swap, all the swap things and.
Well, so what I would do, I would keep an eye on cryptofees.info, because it just says the total amount of fees being spent by all the networks, and including most of it is DeFi stuff, right? But it's still it's interesting to just see what people are paying to use. Of course, there are some that are much cheaper that have a lot of usage, and the fees are relatively low. But ultimately, that's where a lot of the profitability because if you can make money running infrastructure on it, you will run infrastructure. If you can make money providing a product, you will provide a product and therefore get the customers. So it kind of makes sense. So it's a good thing to keep an eye on. Yeah. So that was a lot of words that basically don't answer your freaking question. But I do think that there will be a few different chains out there, especially because it's so easy now to relatively trustlessly bridge networks to where you could just move one thing over to another one.
Frommel is asking, Pulse actually takes the whole ETF chain as you have it now, including your NFTs, and take FKK tokens, and you get them copied over to your Pulse wallet. Win-win. And then he says, but already has staking instead of mining. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how it turns out. The same thing happened with Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV and all those other ones where all the money you had on the Bitcoin chain you now had on new ones, and well, I don't know. They've gone in. They're different. Their merits. I don't believe the Bitcoin forks have had any merit based on just being a fork. They've had more merits on what they did since the fork, right? Anything that they've done, they've built, they've innovated on since the split is what has given them value in my view. And probably the same thing would be for something like Pulse. It's like you just can't just copy Ethereum's homework and then just there you go. Like we'll see what happens after. Let's see if people keep building on it, because you can't, what happens if people just keep on putting everything on Ethereum and not on Pulse, for example, then you have to catch up. Or what if everyone starts building awesome new things on only Pulse, but not on Ethereum? And then that'll be something to watch. So I think it's definitely too early to see,
Frommel asks also, I'm really curious how base BAYC owners will do.
How's that spelled?
BAYC.
Yeah.
Frommel always likes to shill the most unknown projects in the chat. Don't worry if you haven't heard of it.
Yeah, it's all right. Yes. Well, can I tell you some of my most obscure bags so you can shill them as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it was, by the way, the Borea Ape Yacht Club. Oh, it's with the ape stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's something. While I've been wrapping my head around NFTs and their value, I have not had a lot of value personally from some of these, the more trendy NFT stuff. Kind of like the Ethereum CryptoKitties. Remember that? Like, I understand that that's a significant milestone in crypto history, but it's not something I've ever been interested in, really.
Me, the Bored Ape Yacht Club is like the ICOs of 2018, and we are waiting for the price of Ethereum to go up, and all the NFTs in Ethereum will go down, and that's how I see it.
Probably.
I'm waiting for the pets.com NFTs.
Yeah, I am waiting for
Well, they are
somebody
already
to
pets.
explain me how to create NFTs on the Bitcoin Cash Ethereum virtual machine. I got an entire NFT series, Yoshi NFT series waiting, but I cannot create them. And I'm not going to create them on Ethereum because it's an insane amount of money to, it's just a little to have a little bit of fun. But hopefully in a couple hours when Adolf Honkler is coming to the stream, I will get a little explanation on how to create my NFTs on Bitcoin Cash.
But I'd like to know about your obscure crypto experience. And in the meantime, I can tell you that Ozzy Osbourne is also launching his own NFTs. Yeah.
Yeah, so is Melania Trump is doing something on Solana, I think.
But she's probably paid to say that, right?
Maybe she just actually is, but like the thing is, it allows people to sell digital scarcity associated with themselves, and so if everyone wants a piece of Melania or whatever, there you go, you got a piece on Solana. So, I mean, the levels of people that are jumping in on this thing is pretty crazy. Like, it's not just so much of a celebrity cash grab anymore, although it is still a lot of a celebrity cash grab. There's a lot of other people doing a lot of other interesting things on it. And I don't know. I think it's like free NFT with every Happy Meal. That's like next year.
Well, they have to fix the fees though, because otherwise the Happy Meals will go up in price a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's funny because some famous toy manufacturer just did a partnership with the Wax blockchain, which is doing a lot of NFT. It's a NFT purposed system. So that'll be interesting to see how that turns out. The NFT world is very interesting, and I think it'll be very fun to see in the future when you have like NFT flipper services where they take your NFT off your shitty, terrible blockchain that no one uses anymore, and like remints them on a new, like burns and remints on a new chain. Because I think a lot of people will be switching whatever chain there is. Like, you know, the big ones. I'm sure the whales will always be doing stuff on Ethereum because that's where the attention's at. But you know, they can afford it. I can't.
Yeah, but it's 5 o'clock and Bryer is Brian already
Well, so the
waiting?
thing is this: I sent him the agenda last night at 2 o'clock when I went to sleep, and I sent him the wrong file. So it's my mistake.
Oh,
He
damn.
has not seen the time yet. I am trying to contact him.
I can't, I contact on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm also on
way.
Twitter, but he hasn't seen it yet. Usually he looks
Okay,
quickly. And then we had Joemar Taganna, who was trying to go in between. He also has not responded yet, so we can talk a little bit
So
more.
we can continue talking.
We can listen to these
Yeah.
obscure coins.
I'm still here.
Yeah, and we have the raffle, by
Yes.
the way.
Oh, shall we
and
do a
then you
little
can tell
raffle
us-
in between?
Yeah, and then you can talk about your obscure coins. I'm interested.
Yeah. Let me put up the screen.
Okay, the raffle, the last chance to type exclamation mark raffle is it's closing in 3.
Yeah, we have a
2,
15-second lag, Johan. So give him a little
1.
bit more.
Oh yeah, okay,
Oh,
yeah. Hoppa.
oh.
Yeah, pick a winner, and the winner is Soef.
Soef, second one.
Second time, I think.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
Soef. I will give I saw one follower. I will give the same prize to mevrouwtje Shawarma.
Okay.
Mevrouwtje Shawarma. With the message that mevrouwtje Shawarma, we are going to make Willem Engel friend of EFL this week, which will put EFL on minimum €10 each. Eh? It's my expectation. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Let's see what Soef and mevrouwtje Shawarma will win. Oh, by the way, the jackpot is 50 EFLs. We got a 2x multiplier. 2x multiplier times 1.9 makes 3.8. 3.8 EFLs. And for Soef, that means 4.8 total so far today. All right, that was. Did you start a new one already?
Yeah.
New raffle is
fast.
open.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Joel, talk about what's your most obscure coin.
How can it not be Honk, Joel? How can it not be Honk?
Something more obscure than EFL.
Well, if you want to go so obscure that I don't even know what they are, I have 1 million Bitcoin SLP tokens on my memo.cash balance somewhere. I don't know what to do with them.
A lot of them are
get
from
new
me.
ones all the time. Yeah, probably. So I don't know what to do with them. So if you want to buy random ones, I can send them over.
After the non-aggression principle token.
We also got our Telegram channel, t.me/claimslp, and we will give you all kind of obscure SLP tokens.
Some are not obscure.
Some are not as obscure
like the
as the
Honk
other.
token. The refund token.
Well, let me talk about. So there's one thing that I'm very excited about, obviously. So I'm really excited about just crypto in general. I just love that it's going everywhere. One thing, and obviously I'm excited about digital cash because that's what I use, and I'm very excited to be able to use it more, right? All those things. But I didn't really understand the DeFi world too well because I just saw people with all these like weird like food and fantasy animal based exchanges where they're just doing a bunch of weird magic and making a bunch of money and then losing it all and stuff. Like I didn't understand the point of it. But one thing that I am excited about is native cross-chain DeFi, meaning it's like DeFi, DeFi that you can use without like being on one coin's ecosystem. Like, you don't put everything on Binance Smart Chain and just flip all their little tokens, because like all that stuff is sort of meaningless, you know? Now, so that's why I'm a big fan of Thorchain and big user of Thorchain, because basically that lets anyone swap any coin they support for anyone else, any other coin, with no KYC, no centralization, no nothing. And that's great. Like, do you remember when Shapeshift used to do a great service like that back in the day? And then they had all these like restrictions on them and then all that kind of stuff. But what I like more is that, like, you can deposit any coin you want, any coin they support, and provide liquidity and just earn something off of that. And that's something that I've been thinking more about as far as like, finance and stuff, is one of the reasons why one of the great things about crypto is people lose so much money on the day-to-day basis just by not putting their money to use. And with DeFi, it's so easy for anyone to start putting their money to use, start getting paid for the opportunity cost of having the money, instead of just having it sit there like a damn maximalist. My precious just sits there and does nothing. I have to interrupt really quick. Someone seems to be having a good time over there.
Sorry,
reading some funny comments.
It's
reading the
about
chat,
some
yeah.
tokens, some obscure token.
Continue. I'm
Is it a
listening.
Is it a good token? Yes. So I think that's going to be a big part of the future, and I'm a big fan of Thorchain because anyone can earn money for lending their money out to the platform, I guess, and they don't have to have some weird wrapped token. Like, you can just, like, for example, I have like a few bucks of like Bitcoin Cash I just threw on there, and I'm making some money on there, and it's pretty cool. Now, there's another project that's on that thing that I have much more mixed feelings on, but I would encourage everyone to do their own research into it as well, in case they find something that I'm missing. Something called the Incognito project, and that's probably it's incognito, so no one knows about it. But it's really very obscure. But basically, it does the same type of a thing that like a Thorchain, for example, does, except it wraps your token in. It's like a privacy DEX, so to speak, because it runs off of ring signatures and things like that, like Monero style privacy. So you can deposit any coin there. It wraps it in that, and then you can trade the wrapped asset, which is all obscure. Like, no one can see what you're trading for, whatever. And whenever you want to get out the native chain, you can do it. So, for example, you can deposit Dash on there, get P Dash, swap it for P Litecoin, and then withdraw actual Litecoin out on the other end. And so it works. It works. I tried it. You can also provide liquidity and all that. There's some red flags on the project that I'm still working around. Like, I don't know if I don't know how much longer the project is going to be solvent, based on a few things, like a few of the main developers aren't there anymore. It's a different team. And there's a few other things like that. So I don't personally fully trust it today. But it is a very interesting project to have because of the stuff that it does. And I hope more competitors to that do start cropping up as well.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Joel, I can share a little bit of my info because we are looking for things to talk about.
All right.
Oh, I have a lot.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
fine.
a lot.
There's always a lot to talk about. I
Okay,
can never
okay.
shut
No,
up.
better that you talk. But I was like, I can fill in some minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got some people.
By the way,
asking
yeah.
about this €1 million
Yes.
giveaway that I've started today. It is a list of good causes that I'm going to give €1 million to, with the requirement that some requirements. It can be found on my website schulden.nl, and I will, of course, make the highlight video and put this on the YouTube channel, and you can see exactly all the details. It was at 11 this morning, about 6 hours ago, that I spoke about that. But it's real. It's real. We're going to give away €1 million. It's going to Corona protests in Netherlands.
Yeah. Talking about obscure tokens, Joel has some 15 million moon farts, and he asks you if you want to buy some.
Yeah. Does someone want to buy? Let me
Do a giveaway
let me
from him.
actually let me look up my SLP tokens that I have just to
You
to see the
immediately
best.
know that this is an SLP token.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's
Let me
kind of like the
see.
NFT world, but then on SLP, that's kind of like the NFT world, but without
Yeah, except
pictures.
without the money.
Yeah. Well, I made a lot
Yes.
of
It's a nice
I
cover.
made a lot of crypto on. I made a lot of Bitcoin Cash on all these tokens.
So
Yeah.
I have a bunch of like psilocybin, like mushroom based tokens.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I know those.
I have there a lot of these seem to be like cause based because like I have 770 outlaw non-consensual psychiatry tokens. That's interesting. I have 55 stop CCP oppression tokens. And probably my favorite one is I have 24,690 unvaccinated sperm.
Oh, that's for me.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. I always wanted another man to donate his sperm to me.
Also, great comment, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the funniest one was something like, "Please, Naomi Brockwell, don't ignore me," token.
Oh, there is one. Do I have any of that,
No, I
or is
don't
that
know.
just
No,
Naomi?
she's the only owner, I think.
Yeah. Well,
I gotta
she
find
ignored
that.
us also. We invited her, but never got a response.
She's
I
busy. She's
tried
busy.
Kim.com also, but he didn't reply. So too bad. Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I also
Yeah, maybe.
invited Roger Ver. Well, we actually talked with each other, but he was busy and he wanted to step out of the spotlights.
Yeah. On the day that no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing because I really believe that my current Liberland status has something to do with it. So that's just my clown nose
Is it?
talking.
Mhm.
Since
Yeah,
sorry?
Kim is an interesting guy. Kim is an interesting
yeah.
guy, but I came to find out about him when all his accomplishments were in the past. And so the time that I've known him, I haven't known him to do anything. I've heard him to talk a lot. So I hope he does. He's talking about a lot of cool things. I hope he does them.
Well,
It just
my question is how
based
to
on my
contact
personal
this guy?
experience so far, I'm
How to come in
skeptical.
contact with him? Because I tried the official way and it's not working. So how to get in touch? You know, I would love to hear from him, but yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think the problem is
I
that
would
those people they have the whole day all these emails with "Hello sir, how you doing?" and then a lot of emails with "You wanna get into my crypto project?" And I think your email is somewhere in between all this.
Yeah, I made it into a nice email, you know.
Millions.
It was a nice text.
Yeah, but it probably doesn't see it or
I'm
because he
20
gets
miles
so
out of
much mails.
Liberland. That makes it somewhat unique, you know. There is no other streamer doing that, so.
Mhm.
But okay. Next year, Kim.com, we're coming for you. So you just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay, but people can still ask questions in the chat if you
Yeah,
like.
I can tell you, Joel, that I am currently in the status of being persona non grata of Liberland because of the questions I have asked. And that's basically what are we gonna do with the money questions. So
that's the best question to have, I think.
especially if it's your money. I am one of the few people in Liberland that actually made money on the project by signing contracts with the leadership of the project and keeping them to it. Unfortunately, it has caused me to become persona non grata, and well, I really don't care because look, I am Yoshi Livo streaming 20 miles of Liberland, and I don't need anybody's permission to say that. But now my passport is
Mm-hmm.
going to expire, and I want a new passport, of course. And on top of that, I am being accused of all kind of things that I can prove are not true. But Liberland doesn't have a court yet, so it's very difficult to go to court if there is no court in Liberland. And after a couple of years of abuse, I think it's time for me to show that all the false accusations are based on political lies and that they don't hold any basis.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's probably going to happen somewhere later this quarter. And that's also a reason why I'm giving away this €1,000,000, because I need to have a little bit of exposure and a little bit of leverage to get away with my
Mm-hmm.
status there. So
Well, this might be a good, I mean, maybe a lot of listeners know more than me already, but this might be a good opportunity to just talk about the current state of Liberland and maybe even talk about the Free State Project after that.
sure.
But uh, so Liberland, I know the concept. I know a lot about, the founding principles and stuff like that. What I never followed up on really is like the physical country. Are there people still living there? What's going on? Is there a government? Is there a
So
not government? Is there where are we today? What's the reality on the ground
the
today?
reality on the ground is that the soil itself is in dispute between two nations, which is Croatia and Serbia.
Mm-hmm.
The legal status is that, according to traditional documents, which is called in Dutch traktaat, I really don't know it's different than a cadastral registration.
Mm-hmm.
It's only the border of the country,
Yeah.
and they basically set the outer line of the cadastral registration of a country. So according to these documents,
Mm-hmm.
Liberland belongs to Serbia. However, Serbia is not
Mm-hmm.
claiming that piece of land today, because in former Yugoslavia, sorry, they always correct me on that. Former Yugoslavia, they made the borders of the countries when the Danube was still flowing in a different way than it is today. So
Mm-hmm.
parts of Serbia belong to Croatia, parts of Croatia belong to Serbia. Most of the
Interesting.
economic activity happens in the Croatian parts that are on the Serbian side. And that's why,
Mm-hmm.
but this is also the bigger territory of the both sides. It's approximately 10 times more land
Mm-hmm.
from from Croatia on the Serbian side than the other way around. And that's why both nations claim the Croatian land, and both nations do not claim the Serbian land on the Croatian side. And so Liberland is Serbian land on the Croatian side, which Serbia does not claim.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's unclaimed territory, and we claim it.
Mm-hmm.
The legal status of the entire project is that Liberland today is nothing but a dream run by a man traveling the world, receiving money from people that believe he will one day build a nation. Unfortunately, after
Mm-hmm.
5, 6 years of experience, I have the my experience is a little bit different, and that he is not really building a nation, but he is building his own name, and he just likes to go and
Mm-hmm.
visit places, talk about his ideas, but nothing concrete happens. We had a couple of boats which at some point burned down, which I thought was very peculiar
Mm-hmm.
in a very strange moment, because it was the moment where the boats needed to be shown to the investors, and then they burned down. So for me, it's like the Reichstag of Liberland, where somebody was blamed for a fire that was very convenient.
Interesting.
And so I started to ask questions about all of that, also because I am here to help this project, but the leadership of
Mm-hmm.
Liberland today prefers to pay his friends instead of letting me do some work. So all that combined, together with the disability of the leadership to actually organize anything, makes me realize that we cannot leave this project up into the hands of one man. Basically, that's how it is. Although he
Yeah,
likes the current
makes sense.
situation, because if we actually implement a constitution and implement a court, then he would have to play by the rules. And today he can do whatever he wants. So I understand that you are not in favor of living by the rules if today you can be completely lawless and basically use
Of
it
course.
in any way you want. But if we really want to make Liberland happen, then the current situation is completely ridiculous and it needs to, we need to grow out of this phase. And it's just one phase. And, a lot of people that have the same experience as me give up. And this is my biggest issue because it's very difficult for me to find people still willing to fight because their dream has been broken and they say, we can never make it anymore because this guy is not serious. Well,
Well, we have somebody in the chat wants to join you.
what?
And he asked, can we join you in Liberland? And somebody else is asking this question. Even kijken hoor.
Yeah, I am basically answering that.
Isn't this all the... Oh, you read the question. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the question is, isn't this all antithetical to the idea of Liberland? And I say, yes, today we should be very glad to not live in
course.
Liberland because it would be the most unfree nation in the world. The guy who is running it is an absolute tyrant and a dictator and has no community feeling whatsoever. He doesn't care about any of the people that give him power. And can we
He
also
likes
join you there
wine.
in Liberland? Asks Hand Lizard. You can absolutely better. I can tell you even better. In Friday, I just received a message. In Friday, somebody is coming to visit me who wants to make a small video on behalf of Down the Rabbit Hole is a TV show produced by Winter Productions. Down the Rabbit Hole. They have been to El Salvador. They have been to Bitcoin City of Arnhem. They were last week in Keene, New Hampshire, I think, with some Bitcoiner maximalists and libertarians who had some issues with the FBI because of their ideology. So people are visiting this location all the time, and I welcome them with a lot of pleasure. The thing is that not a lot of people know that I'm here because I am completely ignored by the leadership who sees me as a kind of threat to their status.
So as far as the land itself, the actual piece of land, is there anyone currently living or otherwise habitating on that piece of
fisherman,
land?
Fisherman.
Croats keep it there, but the problem is this: if you go to the land today, you are arrested. And because of that, nobody of Liberland can occupy it. So anybody who goes there is arrested. That's basically the status.
And who arrests it? Which authority does?
Because there is a treaty signed after the war that happened here, the breakup of Yugoslavia, which says that each country has the power to maintain the land on behalf of the other country, maintain the peace, keep justice, something like that. So basically, according to the law, it's Serbia. Croatia is claiming it on behalf of Serbia. Serbia is saying today that it's not them, but it's just a statement from a politician, so it's not signed into law anywhere. The thing is that regardless of the status, those countries, both Serbia and Croatia, are governments with a lot of debt. And things can happen if Liberland has a lot of crypto enthusiasts. There is money in the group, and with things like that, I believe that in the time we live today, if we could ever create a new nation, it's in this time with all the information that we have, with all the technological advantages that we have. So, yeah.
I think with not if with with enough money, you just can go to the Croatian and Serbian government and say, "Hey, how much do you want?
First of all, this.
Let me buy this Liberland."
More important than money is the ability to reach out to people and to get support for this ID. And if we end up, you have to understand that Serbia is, as well as Croatia, has completely dried up from young people, basically, because you don't make a lot of money when you work here. So everybody goes to countries like Germany and Netherlands to work there, you know. And so there's not a lot of people living here. If we can get, let's say, 1 million, let's just name a number, 1 million people to come here and say we are Liberlanders and this is our land, then I'm very curious what would happen. You know, if we can get enough people, I believe anything is possible.
But let's solve a mystery when people are continuously asking how many people live on Liberland.
How many Liberlanders are there right now? I can tell you only that there are approximately 200 people with a passport like this, and that there are 2,000. What did I say? 200.
I think it was
200 people.
200.
Yes,
I think it was more. Or there's people that are on the nomination to get one. That's higher.
Yeah, we got approximately 1,000 people with money involved in Liberland, and there are 500,000 people that just signed up. You know.
Nice.
So Liberland is more like a virtual country. No, it's not a country at all. It's only a dream today, which aspires to become a country. It's not enough land for 1 million people, says somebody, which is completely true. But I don't think we should all live on the Liberland soil. Actually, for me, the Liberland project is not so much about creating a nation, because I believe any nation is backwards in a way. So creating a new nation is nothing new. It's more of the same. And I would like to create something new. And the thing that I would like to change is that people see that income tax is a form of slavery, because nobody ever signed a contract with their government. Yeah, okay, well, if you take your passport, you sign in the passport and you sign a contract in that way. But nobody has ever really agreed on income tax. And it's if you read most of the tax laws in any nation, if you read it well, then income tax is actually not a legal tax. It's just something that everybody does because it's being told that it has to be done, but there is no real legal basis. Let's see.
It's for sure.
There is a comment about buying the land. Buying the land is not possible, because if you buy the land, it means somebody owned it before you. And if you want to start a new nation, you can only make your own rules if...
there is a building on that island.
No, there is no building.
Yeah, it's a ruin now. It's a ruin from an old building.
There was an old church, but it was destroyed. But you cannot buy the land. So, because if you buy it from somebody, and that means that somebody...
Yeah, but if nobody claims it, you can buy it from the government. That's how it usually works.
Yes, and then you have a piece of land within the government of the government you buy it from. Except...
And then maybe you can declare it a sovereign nation
but
after
then you are not
you're already there.
Then you are not buying it. Then you are paying them to release their claim on that territory and to not have a claim on it. But you can never buy it, because then the rules of the country you buy it from apply to it. So we do not buy the land.
Yeah. So this is not a good idea. I should preface this before people start getting ideas. But if they arrest people that go to the territory, what is the largest number of people they've arrested at one time?
I think it was with me, actually, with the largest number of people, but I'm not 100% sure. When we got arrested, we were with 4. And usually it's people going alone. And
Okay.
the thing is that the number of people involved in all of this is very small. And because of how the
Mhm.
leadership handles the situation, a lot of people lose interest also. They still like it, but they don't like the guy running it.
Yeah.
So that is actually a big issue. The people don't stay. But that is
Yeah.
completely logical with the current leadership, and I'm more than convinced that it will change over time. And look, I'm just a very stubborn guy, and I believe in things. I have dreams, and
Mm.
I just say that in today's time, everything is possible. We are about to see the biggest change in so many aspects of the entire globe that Liberland will just be a minor thing, minor change.
Mhm.
So imagine this, and this is not, again, a stupid idea. It's not a recommendation. It's just to imagine. Imagine if 200 people decided to go on the physical territory at once. That's a much more difficult amount of people for someone to arrest.
Yeah, it would be
And
a real problem
not,
for Croatia.
yeah. So if you just have 200 people and then they find a way to have enough supplies and things like that to be able to stay there for a while, and then there's new people coming and going, and like, I mean, at some point, obviously at that point there's some kind of a conflict. I'm sure,
Yes.
there would be an incident of sorts, but hopefully a non-violent one, and maybe that forces the issue
Absolutely.
a little bit, and maybe some people who see a few hundred people coming there and taking that risks are inspired, and then everyone or a lot more people join and try to do
If we
something
would
there.
have 200 people and plan it well, because of course, like you said, you need to make sure the supplies are there.
Yes.
I think it would really cause some international conflict, let's say it like that, and the governments are
Yeah.
forced to take a stance because right now they just let it happen and they think it's funny, and Serbia has some tourism because of it, and there's some money circulating, and so it's allowed. It's what is the name of that in English when they it's you know they don't really stop us from doing what we do because they think it's harmless anyway. So
Yeah. Well, as you mentioned, like the tourism and stuff, I'm sure, um, especially as a small landlocked nation, the surrounding countries could benefit from tourism and
absolutely,
infrastructure for people trying to
absolutely.
come in and visit. And there are quite a few, not quite a few, there's enough enclaved nations out there, for example, like Lesotho and things like that, that are completely surrounded by another country, but still manage to operate. And they all seem to, it's funny because a lot of people on the idea of sovereign, like new sovereign nations, seem to say like, oh, well, what would you do if you're all, how would you get infrastructure? Well, they all seem to work it out with the other
Yeah,
country. Be like,
Yeah.
can you just deliver our mail to us? Yeah, sure, we'll do that. Can we? They have a
yeah.
little arrangement so it all works out. I
Yeah.
can't, like, this could be just a new one of those things
Yeah.
and be a benefit to, Serbia
I
and
always say
Croatia.
the chance of
I
Liberland happening is bigger than 1%. And don't just
Hmm.
count it out just yet because there are so many things happening that look at today's world.
Mm,
So
To
crazy.
start a new nation just takes a lot of time and persistence, and you need to
mm.
keep on going. As soon as you stop, it fails. But as long as you keep it going, I believe there is a chance. So
Yeah, I bet if I go to both governments from Croatia and Serbia and tell them I want to buy a new huge casino just like Monaco and with a big
Hmm.
harbor for all the yachts, then they say, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead,
yeah,
because they
Yeah.
know they will get a piece of the pie because all those yachts have to go to Serbia and Croatia, and
yeah.
all those billionaires don't stay on that island. They just want to drive around and they want to have the best wines. And who are going making
Hmm.
the wines? The neighboring countries.
We got one more
Yeah.
question. Did you already start a Liberland metaverse? No, I did not, which has to do with the legal status of me. And if I would launch anything Liberland, they would freak out. So I first want to resolve that issue.
Yeah, but the name is not claimed. Anybody can use
I
the
would like to
name.
resolve that issue first. And something that I am working on is like a small building project nearby Liberland. I want to build a harbor, which is needed for the local community also because they don't have enough places to put their boats. So it's something that can be done regardless of Liberland happening or not. So I keep myself busy. And a very big benefit to everything I'm doing is that it is really a beautiful location here. And I am incredibly grateful that I came in contact with this project because I'm from the Netherlands, which I don't know if you've seen what happened yesterday again in the Netherlands, but protest,
Protests.
but police brutality against the protest. There is a complete lockdown currently in the Netherlands. No shops are open. You cannot go to the bars. You cannot go to the cinema. You cannot do anything fun. And I can do that here. So
Supermarket's open here.
the supermarket is open. Yeah, you are allowed
That's
to
not
buy
that fun,
alcohol.
though.
You can drink a lot of alcohol.
Yeah. The alcohol liquor stores are open, but sports schools are closed, and the clothing stores are also non-essential.
Joel, how do you see the global? Do you call it a pandemic or a plandemic? I think that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it's kind of neither. Like, because I don't think, maybe I'm not educated enough. I don't think all this was necessarily planned as it was opportunistic. As in, once it happened, everyone was out. Governments around the world just saw they could take power and took it. Now, I think it's very interesting. This is a great turning point in humanity for sure. And maybe I'm a relentless optimist, but I've seen, so from my vantage point in safe little New Hampshire here, safe free New Hampshire, where people do whatever they want and there's, no restrictions and everything's great. I've seen a massive, in the US is a very interesting experiment because of the state-based system that allows different jurisdictions to have very different worlds, and because of the modern technological world where information travels so freely, everyone knows what's going on and everyone can kind of work from home. Not everyone, but a lot of people can. It's easy. It's much easier to move, and people are moving. I believe 500,000 people or more have left California in the last couple years.
We just
and
showed
the same
graph.
thing.
Wait, I'll put it up for you. I'll share it.
Yeah, put
copy image. I will put it also in the chat again. We just spoke about this with Toine. I will share it with you in the Skype chat. You might be interested in it.
Yes. I'm pretty sure, I've seen the migration chats, but yes, what's interesting about this? So look up on the net gainers there. New Hampshire has gained 13,000 or so people, right? And New Hampshire has 1.3 million, so that's like a 1% gain. I've heard it's very hard to get to trust the reliability of this data point, but I have heard from people running the official Free State Project channels that there were over 1,000 people who moved to New Hampshire for the Free State in the last year. So 1 in 13 new immigrants to New Hampshire could be Free Staters. Again, I don't know how much I'm going to trust that number, but it's been out there. So that's something that's pretty nice to see. And I've seen that the House Majority Leader is a Free Stater. The governor of New Hampshire co-authored a op-ed with the founder of the Free State Project. Like, it's getting to be pretty serious, and I think a lot of that we owe to the last couple of years' insanity, where a lot of people, they're just like, oh, that's cool, you're doing that. Isn't it kind of cold? I don't know. Like, all those have been turned into, dude, I got to get up there. Like, it sucks where I'm at. And so, also on a slightly less, free angle, but still very positive, Texas and Florida have gained millions of inhabitants over the last couple of years because they have at long last decided to reverse the lockdown policies and embrace just people being there. And so I think we're starting to see, first off, we're creating two different worlds in the entire world. And for example, there's people of like a left or more left-leaning political persuasion in different states who just their idea of what the world is doing these days is very different from my reality. We just don't live in the same planet. And I think that that's ultimately a good thing because I didn't want to share a planet with them to begin with. And now that we have two different worlds, we have an awesome one and a shitty one, and I get to stay in the awesome one. And so it's not good for a lot of people in the world, that's for sure. But the fact that there's a split in the worlds is very encouraging. I mean, how many Australians do you think are happy with their situation there? And how many of those people have some sort of access to information that there's another world out there where people are living a very different way? How long are they going to put up with that? That doesn't mean that Australia is necessarily going to turn into something good, but maybe a lot of Australians are going to leave for someplace good. And, the same goes with, the rest of Europe. Have you noticed? So I have not paid much attention into this situation on the ground in a lot of parts of Europe. I hear from friends that at least Sweden, but also a few other Scandinavian countries are much less restricted right now. Is that true?
Well, yes, there is a big difference between every nation. I personally live in Serbia, where the government is quite small. There is not so much police force. There are COVID restrictions, but nobody keeps them. That's basically how it goes. And for example, they made it mandatory to show your QR code after 8 o'clock in the evening, which means that from now on, every shop is basically closed at 8 o'clock because they are not willing to scan for the QR code.
So what is the ability for my understanding it's been a long time since I lived in Europe, but my understanding is that it's relatively easy for people within the Eurozone to simply move and live in another country and find work. Is that still the case?
Gone with COVID, because you need to. Well, if you don't have a vaccine, then you need to have a PCR test basically every 24 hours, proving that you are not contaminated. If you do have it, then a lot of these places today have all kind of movement restrictions that you are not really allowed to freely travel. And they ask you, is this an essential travel? Are you going to a doctor? No, I'm having a vacation. No, you cannot have it. Where are you staying? Everything is closed. So the freedom of movement has been greatly reduced. I don't know, Johan, is that correct what I'm saying? Because I sold my car 2 months before the pandemic started, and I haven't left town since. I'm just
Well, to be
extremely-
honest, I know the politicians are saying a lot of this bull crap, but I have a pretty good time, I'm not vaccinated, I have no QR code, but I can still do a lot of things. Yeah, you have to sit in a restaurant, but I don't often. I know the places where they don't ask you for the QR code, and but I can still travel within the Netherlands, and I know I went to Germany when it was totally locked down. Well, we could easily cross the border. Same with Belgium. And and I know from people that drove all around Europe, and they because they have these rules, but they have not enough manpower to enforce it. So if they catch you, then you're fucked. But they have not enough people to fuck everybody.
So I guess are there locations, are there countries such as perhaps Sweden, but again I haven't done my research, that are relatively unrestricted and at the same time are open for relatively easy immigration for people who want to live a freer life? Is that still possible?
We're now in a project called you can call it Free State Europe, Free State Project Europe, but it has a different name. And we're trying to you have in Spain and also other countries, you have a lot of villages that are empty. the last inhabitants, they moved out or they died. And we tried to buy just the whole village and live there together. And and in Spain you have the possibility to vote your own mayor and your own policeman. So and they have a constitutional court, but I have to say that didn't work out for Catalonia. Yeah, but
Of course.
but on the other hand, they a lot of the COVID hoe noem je dat, boetes, fines, they went in the garbage bin because of the constitutional court. Dus, so sometimes it works. And yeah, it is I think a lot of and on the other hand, I have to say the countries are as free as you want it, because you can always try to avoid the policeman, if you know what I mean, or avoid all this bullshit.
Yes.
If you're smart
My
enough.
family's from Mexico. I'm very aware of bribing.
Yeah. And the south of Europe,
That's a different
south and the east of
thing
Europe,
as well.
it's very easy to. It's almost you have to bribe them. They expect you to bribe them.
Yeah. Which, that's probably makes a lot of things easier, because that's one thing that at a very higher level, anyone with a rudimentary understanding of how the world works realizes that there's a lot of things you can do as a richer person that you cannot as a poorer person, even in some of the most supposedly egalitarian societies. And it's a little more stark under the bribery system. It's a little more like you pay, you get your thing. Whereas in other systems, it's like, well, do you have proper legal representation? How about this? Do you, do you know the connections here? Do you have all the permits for that? Do you have an investment in this? And it's many more steps than just paying the guy, but it equates to the same thing.
Oh, it's also somebody's telling. I think you know this better than he does. There are still CIVIT restrictions in New Hampshire. Oh, COVID. Oh, you wrote it wrong. Yeah, COVID restrictions in New Hampshire. If you wanna go skiing, there is a mask mandate and social distancing, for example. Is that true?
Well, I don't ski, so I wouldn't specifically know. I know on the statewide there are none, right? This on the state level, as far as the government's concerned, there are none. There are, I believe, the public transportation system, which no one uses. It's just a small bus system. I believe they're asking you to do that, but again, that's a specific government office for a very specific thing, and I don't. It's kind of strange. There is one town, I believe, that is bordered with Massachusetts where they voted a mask mandate recently that I don't think will hold up in court. Like, I don't think they have the authority to do that in the system. But other than that, it's pretty much nothing. As far as like the ski slopes, it depends on who owns them. It could just be a private business decision that they decided to do. But there are occasional private businesses that do decide they want to do stuff, but pretty much everywhere, if you were to take the average human being from 2019 and put them in 2022 New Hampshire, and they have no idea what COVID is or anything, depending on where you are, they might not notice a single difference. Like in my town here, everything is very normal, but then towards the end, towards this season, where I guess numbers are high. I don't even pay attention to that stuff because it doesn't affect me. But you might see a few more people wearing masks. Someone would be, hey, why is everyone wearing those things? Did everyone get like cold or something? Like you'd have to, and it's not even the majority. It's still the minority. Yeah. So it's very like life is pretty much all completely unrestricted here. It really depends on where you go. I'm sure there's some more left-leaning towns where more of the businesses are just like, can you please put a mask on or whatever. But other than that, it's very good. Now, of course, if you go right across the border to Vermont or to Maine or even worse to Massachusetts, it's a different world a little bit. I believe the mayor of Boston implemented a vaccine passport mandate for inside restaurants and things like that. And it's not the rest of the state as far as I know, but it's still, yeah. So this very small area or not very small, but, relatively small, that is still nice and safe and fun. And I don't see the U.S. at least moving back towards that direction. I think that even in places like California, they're very afraid to do a full lockdown again because of how unpopular the last one was and how they actually lost representation in the federal government because so many people left the state.
Yeah. Somebody asking, he has a nice name. State enemy. Enemy of the state. That's his nickname in Dutch. Can you have concerts or sport events with thousands of people in Texas?
I'm not sure if you can in Texas. I definitely know you can in Florida. I'm not a big fan of most large sports, but I do watch MMA in the UFC, for example. I do know that they hold events in Florida frequently. I believe they had one in Texas recently. And so if they were able to hold events there, that means the answer is probably yes. I just pay attention to where they do that.
And there's a question for Yoshi. Is there climate change in Liberland?
Well, I think that is a good question to answer with the next guest, Johan. What about that?
Is he coming?
Yeah,
or,
we are waiting. I am in contact now, and Erin Edwards
okay, because
of the Flote app, the flote.app.
Oh, yeah,
is ready.
Oh,
so
I have to make my pizza ready, but I'll be back in a second. And then,
if you wait a little bit, because we got a 9-minute video for you to make a pizza, and then we can say goodbye to Joel. Thanks for staying 1 hour more, Joel.
Yeah, thanks.
Great job.
Oh, no problem.
We will do. Let's do one more raffle wheel with Joel present, and then.
Oh, at this moment, yeah.
And then we.
Okay. Here we are. Okay, I'm closing this thing, and I pick a winner. The winner is Soef. Hey, again, third time.
Congratulations, Soef. Let's spin the wheel, see what you have won.
He was luckier than the 15 other ones.
2x multiplier for Soef. Currently on 4.8. 2 times 0.2 makes 0.4. Total of 5.2 EFLs. 5.2 EFL. Congratulations to the winner. Johan, did you already start a new one?
Yeah, I started it. Yeah.
Exclamation mark.
Okay, people.
Raffle to participate in a new raffle.
Yeah. And in the next video, there's QR codes where you can pay with all kinds of crypto. Dash is also included. And there are also the addresses in below the video, and there you can pick out your favorite ones.
All the proceeds of our crowdfunding campaign will go to Virus Truth, a anti-corona movement in the Netherlands. So thanks all for participating with that, and thank you, Joel, for being with us today. Let's just book you already for next year, 14 years of Bitcoin next year. What about...
maybe in between also.
Yeah, maybe. Sure. It's always good to have you on. Interesting stuff that you shared with us. A lot of practical knowledge, a lot of experience that shared it. So...
And a lot of talk about civil disobedience movements and getting arrested, of course, too, which is always fun.
Yeah.
All right, Joel.
True.
Thanks. And have a great year. I wish you the best. All right.
You too. Have a great one, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was Joel.
I'm going to make my pizza.
And we are now going to watch the video of the crowdfunding. So 9 minutes, and we will be back with the next guest. Keep it up. Johan is going to make a pizza. He really wants to tell you that. Johan is going to make a pizza. Did you know that? Because Johan is going to make a pizza.
I thought you already started the video.
Pizza. Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, I will take off now, but thanks very much for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm een online strength and healing coach. I'm een American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walk around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. Viruswaarheid. And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program, and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests. He wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The 4th Industrial Revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed, 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then. To go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military-industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale, and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they're the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe that can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Yes, we are back. And I see I made a wrong setting, so let's just go ahead and change it. It's always difficult with this stuff. It's okay, it doesn't matter. We can
I see somebody in the upper TV. Oh, that's Joel still.
we can announce the
You are using the not studio modus. Oh, hi, I see you now.
Now I need to remove
Oh,
Joel.
now I have to go the other side. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
I have to go this side. Yeah.
I keep on
It's
forgetting
the
I have to press that button every time. Okay. Johan, your fat face is right in the middle, man. Go a little bit
yeah, I'm trying to
little bit
move
to your
myself,
left.
but yeah, to the right because I have to do everything in opposite direction. I think.
Okay, we will see. Try to.
Oh no, it's the other side. Yeah.
It's the wrong side, Johan.
Or are you moving me, or?
You have to go to the left.
Ik zit nou bij haar op schoot.
We will just
I'm
we
sitting
will
on her
just
lap.
wait until Johan gets it. This sometimes takes 15 minutes, but it's okay. We have a lot of
Yeah,
time.
there's a lag in between, but I don't. I think it's on this
Yeah, he
side.
found it. All right, Johan.
Or okay.
A little bit higher,
Yeah?
or I put you in the television. What about that? I will put Johan in the television. Or
No.
yeah, Johan in the television. Give me a second.
No, I'm
yeah,
okay
no, you are
now.
grounded in the television. Hats. And then this one.
It's cool how you have this set up.
All right,
Nice.
Johan on the television. At least now we are not sitting, we are not smelling each other, eh?
Okay, there we are. Yeah.
All right. Let me get a sip of my beer because I didn't eat yet today, so I need some liquid bread.
There you go.
On our desk is, I need to find a name. Erin, can I say the last name also?
Erin and Kinsley.
Erin and Kinsley. Let's stick with it.
Oh yeah.
Erin on the right, Kinsley on the left, and they are the. You just said it. It was not developer. Co-founders of flote.app. It's a social media application which I signed up for a couple of days ago. Johan invited me to become a member. And while we were at it, we thought it would be a good idea to have both of you introduce flote.app to our community because, as we all know, the censorship in social media is going crazy. I have a lot of problems with it. I basically I have to be very careful with my YouTube channel, and one of the nice things that I already saw is that you can send bitcoins to flote.app. So let's just take a minute and have you introduce flote.app to us, and then we will ask questions with the information we get. Is that okay? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
First of all,
Yeah,
let me welcome you, and also to you a very happy 13th birthday to Bitcoin. That's the reason why we are doing this today. We had a little miscommunication. You were ready yesterday, but we were still working out all the technical stuff here in the show and all the things. But it worked out. Here we are, and yeah, please introduce us to yourselves and flote.app.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you for having us on. I mean, Flote is basically, it's been described when we were at PorkFest as PorkFest online, or I would consider it almost like Liberland online in a way. It's a place for people that kind of share voluntarist values to come together online, create community, and also conduct commerce with each other. And like you mentioned, we have Bitcoin that's integrated right now. We're going to be integrating Polygon and other tokens in the future and coins. So it's, censorship has been just kind of getting worse and worse. I started seeing that back in the Ron Paul days in 2008, how they used to censor Dr. Paul. And we started Flote in 2019 when Erin brought a bunch of content creators that I was fans of growing up: Josh Sigurdson, Dan Dix, Luke Radowski, Jeff Berwick, all these people that started getting censored. And I think the biggest catalyst was in 2018 when Alex Jones got deplatformed. from all the major big tech platforms. And so we, at the time, we were actually developing a crypto wallet that was focused on privacy coins, but we ended up pivoting because we saw what was happening. I mean, it was becoming harder and harder to do, just to find simple things on the internet, using Google as a resource tool, using YouTube as a resource tool, things that you used to be able to put in as keywords. We're not showing up. We're not populating in the search results anymore.
Yeah, you can even put it like the exact same title as the video and into the search tool, and it's not going to pull up.
Yeah. So now we see that happening. Last year, Donald Trump getting censored from big tech. I think that's probably all, kind of part of their playbook or something. But here we are. I think we see what right now we're witnessing big tech where they've amassed so many users on YouTube and Facebook. But now we're starting to see that break up and starting to see different communities pop up online that are picking platforms like Flote, like Gab, like Getter now is getting big. And we are, we're congregating online, we're communicating, we're talking with each other. And really the next focus of Flote and what we're starting to see kind of naturally occur is that we're starting to support each other's businesses as well, which I think is really important right now with everything that's going on in the world with Corona and everything else. Because we have to basically remove the middleman from communication and commerce and interact with each other and build community. And so Flote's meant to be that kind of that P2P communication tool. We have encrypted messaging as well. We have live streaming. We have kind of all the other normal social media stuff. We're going through a big update right now that we're going to be launching this quarter that we're really excited about. That's going to have some new features, and then also
dark mode.
Yeah, dark mode, and then Polygon integration. So we're going to, instead of just having Bitcoin as it is now, we'll have wrapped Bitcoin, which will just be a lot easier for people to obviously send and receive transactions. But yeah, we're really excited. We have quite a few good people on our platform. Great community. I mean, people from Liberland or that are part of that, or any other really kind of libertarian leaning movements. We really think that they should be joining Flote, because that's a lot of what our community, who it is already, and what we're about.
What is the platform? Asks somebody. It's flote.app, and that was at least or joinflote.com. Yeah. I also saw in your name. I had a question.
Right.
When did it go live? When did Flote go live?
We went live in July of 2019.
All right. And how many members do you have today? How many users are on the app? Like weekly unique visitors?
We last we checked, we do have 56,000.
Not bad.
Yeah, we're still the small guy on the block, but we did run into scaling issues pretty early on, and so that's sort of what we're in the middle of fixing now. So once that new platform goes live, which should be, practically any day now, we should have full steam ahead. No issues for scalability, and that's when we'll really pump it. The last couple of years we haven't really done any marketing at all. Besides word of mouth. And so once that new stable platform is live, we'll be able to go ahead and promote the heck out of it and really market Flote to the masses.
I used it only once. I share a daily picture, but to add a extra platform in my loop is, you need to get in needs to get in your muscle memory a little bit, or what's the right word? So
yeah. And that's our goal too. We want to make bridges to other social media platforms, as many as possible, to make it as easy as possible for our users to communicate and share their content online. So right now you are able to post a post on Flote, and then that post will actually also post on Twitter. We also have a way for you to download your Facebook data and upload it to Flote, so none of that data gets lost. And we're hoping to create bridges on the smaller social media sites as well, like Library, like Minds, like Gab, all these existing platforms, but make it easy to post one. And we really want Float to kind of be the aggregator.
If you can fix that,
so
I will be
that's
your
the goal.
first user, or not the first, one of the first
Yeah.
65, 56,000. But yeah, that's always a big headache because I basically I promote crypto since years, and yeah, if it makes it easier to share it once and it goes to multiple platforms, so far the only one slightly doing that is Instagram, allowing me to post it on Facebook at the same time. But yeah, that's not really helping.
That's like cheating,
Yeah,
though,
I
'cause
know,
they
I know,
own
I
that
know.
platform.
I guess that's why they bought it, because they built something like that. But
Yeah.
We're really focused. We're going to be focused on interoperability and just making Float a really easy broadcasting tool. So yeah, just like you guys have mentioned, being able to post from Float to multiple platforms, including big tech and the new tech platforms out there, just to make it a very useful tool for
so let
content
me
creators
ask the
just like
question:
yourself.
what is the motivation behind it? Is it really like a dream? Like we want to create a platform for people to be able to speak freely, or as soon as Facebook comes over and puts $1 billion on the table, it's sold to the highest bidder? Or is it both?
No, I mean it
Because-
really
and
it
then
really
you
is.
create another one.
No, yeah. So I have, so I'll get into that in just a second.
This is a fun disclaimer.
Yeah. But no, I mean, really, I mean, if you look through our history, things that we've done, I've been in crypto since 2013. I've been building companies and products in that space since then. And we're just, I've been a libertarian or voluntarist since 2008 with Ron Paul. So we are very, I think in this new trustless world that we're developing as far as technology is concerned, I still think it's important to have a trust factor when it comes to knowing who you're working with. And so, I feel that we are those people, and we get that feedback from our community that they really, it's not even really about Float, the platform right now that they're very excited about working with, but it's really about like us and our team. We're fully committed to the cause, to fight the good fights. We're about to start a family here. We just got married, a year and a half ago. And we want to have kids, and we want our kids to be able to grow up in a world where free speech does exist. I mean, how scary is it that right now what they're doing, even just with like crypto content creators, they're bringing them down.
I would like a world where my child can go on the internet and say the sun and vitamin C are good for you, and a police officer doesn't show up at their door to take them in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, today's
but
time is really radical and extreme. So let's hope that it's temporarily, but
yeah.
But that's why, we have to, I think that really is the power of community and raising good babies, like to make the future better. It's all up to us, I think, at this point. And our actions day in, day out will decipher kind of how the future is going to pan out. And so, we really just wanted to be part of the right side of history.
Yeah, that, and then also just going back to it, like it is we believe that it is obviously a good business opportunity. We're 4% of Facebook would be around 100 million users. So that's we don't need to become the next Facebook to become successful. We can all, in all these different platforms that are popping up right now, we see the trend of more people using more apps, and that's why we're looking to make it very useful for users to use Float and be able to broadcast their messages amongst more apps. But I've always said that if big tech, if I were to get some sort of deal like the Signal founders got with WhatsApp, where they did offer a lot of money, I would only do it under two circumstances, take the deal. And that's one, if we can allow our users to delete all their contents.
And
what?
All their content and data.
Yeah, and all their data. And then before the transition occurs, and also if it was enough money where I'd be able to create another platform with that money,
with a non-compete.
Which is very, will probably not happen.
Yeah.
But I just, I like to put it out there as a disclaimer, and I think that's a fair thing to do.
Yeah, it's the first thing that pops up in your mind because it always sounds so great, and wow, they are so idealistic, and I want to support it, and then the money is on the table, and everything is thrown overboard, and we just take the money and run. So it's the first
Right.
thing. And the second thing I think of is this new social media app that Trump has announced. They tried it with Parler. I was actually, I did my best to share some stuff there, and then it was taken down because they were running that app on Amazon servers or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
AWS. Yeah.
now there's something new coming. Is that a competition to you, or do you see yourself having such a niche that it doesn't matter? You are going to create your own little bubble on the internet, and people will come. What is your...
Yeah, again, we see a lot of these. I mean, to be honest, I see a lot of these platforms like Parler and potentially Getter. We were just doing some more research into them last night. I see them honestly as potential honeypots when it comes to gathering, data and information on potential targets as far as governments are concerned, or big tech, or communism or tyranny, whatever you consider the enemy to be in this world that's driving this agenda. But there's an obvious agenda. So, when it comes to those, we're a little bit more cautious. But, we love apps like Library and Odyssey and Minds. And I think Gab even is like on our side. They're more focused on like a Christian conservative community right now, which is fine. I would say we share pretty much 100% of their values, besides maybe the kind of the Christian, undertones. But, that's fine. We're just kind of focused on our own thing with our own set of values, and building our own community.
And ultimately, I don't really see any of these sites as competition. I think our competition would be big tech. And I really do believe that instead of sitting here and saying, oh, Gab's our competition, libraries are competition, Odysseys are competition, I want to work with those companies and create bridges so people can communicate across those. And I really think the only way we can win against the fight for free speech is if we work together with these companies. A lot of these companies, they're on the smaller side, and ultimately we need the market share spread across multiple small social media sites to even begin to take on big tech. So no competition, just collaboration.
Yeah. I mean, big tech right now accounts for just trillions and trillions of dollars as far as valuation is concerned, on the stock market, and revenue in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So there's not really room for fighting amongst smaller apps. We need to stick together and focus on the big enemy out there, big tech.
What if regulators are going to decide that all the words vaccines have to be removed from any social media post? How far?
Can I curse on this?
No, you can. You go ahead. It's not my channel anyway. It's Johan, so.
Absolutely. I mean, that's where it seems to be, trending. And again, this comes to a trust issue of who's running what platform and what technology they're using. So we're looking to become more resilient and more unstoppable as a social network. So right now we're in the process of migrating our servers to another company that has a very resilient setup. We're looking to integrate technology like IPFS, obviously blockchain, unstoppable domains. These different types of technologies that thankfully are here now that we can use to fight back against censorship, both on the big tech level, the private side, and the government side.
And if we have to move jurisdictions, that's something we're prepared to do as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is a hill to die on. So even if we weren't to move or whatever, and regulators started clamping down,
I'm doing my best.
We would have to figure it out, kind of like Pirate Bay.
Put a couple of servers for you in Liberland, but it's gonna take.
There you
go.
Take a couple. That'd be great. Yeah.
It's interesting. I have seen it. I tried. I'm in crypto since some time, and I've seen a lot of social media platform tryouts be created, or your how do they call it, community hubs. It's not really like a flote.app. What I saw on your website was different in a way, and it's interesting. We did try it yesterday with the streaming, and it was still a little bit. It didn't go 100% smooth, and I was like, because Johan said no, it's your settings. I said let's also test it on Twitch, and then on Twitch it did go a little bit more smooth. So I was like, okay, no. And you just told me we are about to go in the next phase. Well, it's very
But
difficult.
it's a small thing. It's a small thing.
No, it's small. No, of course, it's a small thing, but it's very difficult with a limited budget to fight a company like a Facebook that has this incredible network effect. I think it's good to hear, or I see how it can work by focusing on one specific community, whether that is libertarians or any other group. Aren't you afraid that because of the select group of people that it will become the bubble that that everybody's going to make itself crazy basically by repeating the same message in a small group, and by that you radicalize into some small niche of the society that nobody can talk with except for your own little platform?
Yeah. No, I used to worry about the echo chamber effect. But I mean, the fact is that we create our echo chambers on social networks typically anyways. I mean,
And no two libertarian has the same exact.
Yeah. And talk about a community that always like disagrees, even if they just agree 99%, they'll fight to the death for that 1% difference and just debate it out. And that's what it's all about. It's all about communication, because when you get rid of communication, the only thing you have left, as far as is really violence. And that's what it seems like big tech and government is trying to do, is trying to limit our communication so that we do do what you're saying. We go crazy and we have no one to debate and work things out with, and then it comes to action, and that's we don't want to see that across the world, and even though we are. So yeah, I don't know. Like our community is awesome. They
and we're not limited to just voluntarists and libertarians. We actually have a lot of nonpartisan accounts on Flote. We also have conservatives. I've seen some leftists on the platform. As long we
have a few communists.
We do have a few communists. We definitely have a few communists.
Like anarcho-communists.
But I think the bottom line is, if you support free speech, then Flote should be your home.
Right.
Period. No question. A lot of people.
There is no report button on flote.app.
There is a report button. However, we really. Do you want to take this one actually?
Yeah.
Because I like your bottom up approach.
Yeah, I mean, we're just focused on. We do have a set of rules. So when a lot of apps say they're like uncensored or whatever, I mean, we have a limited amount of moderation that we really don't have to even mess with yet. But really, we're focused on, instead of the big tech centralized top-down approach, just like Bitcoin or these other decentralized technologies, we're focused on the bottom-up, moderation, or curate your own experience, moderate your own experience, be an adult.
Right.
If you don't see you see someone that, or some sort of content that you don't like to see,
just block
mute it, block it, get on with your life. And if you're coming to,
for example, on Facebook, you get a strike, and after so many strikes, you are a week in the bin, or I don't know, Is that available? Do you have something like that, or you have the ability to block people, but the people can say whatever they want? Is that?
Yeah. I mean, they can say whatever they want. Like I said, we have a list of only 7 rules that are pretty, laid out very, very, leniently. We're looking to come up with more community tools so that, again, the community can kind of moderate itself. Again, we can't have, we're a U.S.-based company. We're U.S. citizens, at least for now. So we're not, we're not looking to have some content on our platform, obviously. But for the most part, it's kind of, free range. I mean, really no different. I mean, we're just, a lot of these apps are really just turning back the clock about 5 years for even the big tech platforms, when you were allowed to say, pretty much whatever you wanted. without getting reprimanded for it.
Right.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm talking with Adolf Honkler, the next guest, that he has to be a couple minutes late because I like the things you say, so we need to give it a couple minutes more.
Thank you.
Flote.app, what to say about it? I want to ask the future of Flote.app. How do you see that? But I don't know if I'm asking double questions. Johan is still eating, so he's taking the easy road again.
I'm finished already. Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
you can ask a
I
good
was
question.
listening. You're doing a good job.
Do we have
Yoshi.
something in the chat, Johan?
Yeah, there are people that asking because they don't know how to answer a whisper in Twitch.
No, I don't need to hear that. We are asking questions about Flote.app.
So I gave him my email address. That is Johan at vrijheidradio.com.
Okay, so everybody sends the email to Johan.
Oh, sorry, wrong email address. vrijheidradio.com.
No.
Okay.
Well, let me then just announce that the chat is open for questions for Flote.app. So there is streaming on Flote.app. I saw also what was that? There was a media section, and because I used it once now, and when I did that, I double posted my post because it ended up in a different section, and I didn't see it right away, and then I was confused, and let me actually open it. I will show it on screen to the viewers. This button here, this is flote.app, how it looks on screen. And then I wrote a message and I just tried a test. And I posted that. And now I was trying to find it, and that gave me a problem. And I was... Look, I just... Oh yeah, here it is, test. But then my previous message was under media or something. I don't remember exactly what I did.
Yeah, everything should populate that you post on your main feed, and also the home feed. And then we have different filtering options for your profile, so you can check out just videos, just pictures, just audio. We're actually coming out with the new platform, or the upgraded platform. We'll have a lot more ways to filter content through there. So you'll be able to see on the home feed, you'll be able to see just images like Instagram, or just videos like YouTube. Again, curate your own experience, moderate your own experience, give the users the tools they need to view Flote or interact with Flote as they see fit.
What I liked about it is that you also have a kind of, now I see it again, you have a kind of Patreon ID where people can take a subscription, or what's the right word for that? I'm sorry for my terrible English sometimes, but people...
But yeah, they can post exclusive content behind a
so
paywall.
Every month you pay, or every post, or how does that go?
Right now it's every month. We're looking to make it so that you can just do it to post specifically. And then we're launching this year groups, which will be big. And then we have Flote Market coming that we're really excited about. So people, our community will be able to buy and sell a lot easier directly using crypto on the platform.
So I can start an OnlyFans on Flote.
I've been waiting for it.
So is it also possible to pay your viewers if they watch it? Because I think Johan needs that option for his OnlyFans page.
Johan, you can post your feet pics on Flote. It's gonna be okay.
We won't ban you for it.
No,
but we have 4 animals here, so I apologize if you guys hear any background.
No problem.
Isn't that something that you make some kind of a commercial, and if people watch your post, they actually get money?
We definitely have thought about this. We are integrating a token and a reward system kind of similar to Odyssey or Minds, except ours will be focused on the producer or the creator versus the viewer or the consumer. So, but that doesn't mean that we can't come up with some sort of tools where content creators can incentivize people to just watch their show and have their own kind of little token economy or whatever, some sort of reward system, money payout.
Something that I forgot to ask, but when did you start all this? How long is this going? How
In
long is
2019?
this
In
adventure going on?
2019?
No, not when it got launched, but actually what led up to this moment. What made you decide to go and make all this trouble?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Friends that we know, pretty big content creators on YouTube started getting deplatformed, demonetized. We saw our friends. We saw our friends
having to change their speech, speaking. It was so Orwellian. It was so Orwellian.
I mean, it is. It is Orwellian. Yeah.
And we tried jumping off Facebook and Twitter, and going on other social medias that existed, like Minds.com and Gab.com, and unfortunately, we didn't feel like that was the right community for us, and so we kind of just decided. We were actually working on a privacy coin wallet, and we got into Boost VC, which is run by Adam Draper. And as soon as we got in there, like the first week, we're like, okay, plot twist, we're no longer doing a privacy coin wallet, and we're going to go into social media. And we just kind of hit the ground running. And
Maybe it's me. I want to test. I don't think it's me though. It happened for a second, but I don't see anything on my volume meter. I can try something. Wait, I'll be back in a second.
I can listen. Just. No, it's not. It's not anymore.
We're good now.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So we saw what happened with Alex Jones in 2018, getting deplatformed across all the big tech platforms in one day, 24 hours essentially, and then we saw that started to happen. We saw the trend happening, and we saw that happening with people that we were following, on content creators on YouTube, independent journalists on Twitter. Facebook groups that were sharing memes, for the crime of sharing memes, they were sent to Facebook jail or deplatformed immediately. I mean, groups with 1 million plus people taken down overnight, people that have been, they've been building up their communities for 5 to 10 years. Our YouTube friends, they were starting to earn, $7,000 to $10,000 a month from YouTube ads, and really able to start focusing on their work there. And all of a sudden, demonetized overnight. No real rhyme or reason given. Sometimes even the emails will even say, if they even send you an email, it'll just show you have been kicked off our platform because, and like literally one of our friends had, it's just a blank line there.
Yeah.
So
they're very broad.
So it's just these community guys, they're saying, sorry. Yeah.
Terrible. It's terrible to hear stories
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
I have to apologize. I had 2 hours of sleep, and I already asked this question, so sorry for having to answer twice to me.
Yeah. Then people were asking, and then
I think
I
it's
sent
interesting, and we should put some people to Flote. Johan, can you put a link in the chat, flote.app? The censorship is a terrible reality of today's life. I guess it's part of the entire, collapse of the system that we are witnessing as we speak. How do you see, outside of social media usage and everything, how do you see this situation moving forward?
Oh yeah, we'll talk about anything. What do you mean? What do you mean exactly outside of
the topic of flote.app? Well, currently there are some people that believe they need to get a fourth jab to be safe from a flu-like virus. How long is that story going to
I would say that theory is
do you believe
pretty unstable here in Texas. It's not a very popular theory.
Yeah. No, again, I think this is it's unfortunate with what's going on in the world, but in a way I like to, to look at the positive things. And I think right now the silver lining that we can get out of all this is that people are revealing their true faces. Mm-hmm. The masks are coming off. And now we are able to see who is really on our side or who we want to actually communicate with or do business with, which I think is the really most important part, is creating these parallel economies that are as peer-to-peer as possible and supporting each other in each other's missions. There's no reason to fund governments. There's no reason to fund big tech corporations anymore, or anybody really, even a local restaurant down the road that requires a vaccine passport and mask. Do not go there. There's no reason to. Choose someone else. Choose someone that has some sort of mental capacity to see through the lies of what's going on here. Because if we let the propaganda continue, we know where it's going to end. I mean, these things have been written about in history. We see these cyclical natures in human civilizations throughout history. We know where this is going to end, and it could get really bad. Or we can choose to work together and choose to basically stake our plot of land, both in real life and online, and we can choose to defend our property basically. And that's just the way things are. But in reality, I believe that this moment should have come honestly a long time ago, as far as people starting to kind of fight back. This probably should have started at least in the U.S. back when they started their Federal Reserve. Back over 100 years ago. So it's unfortunate that we have to fight this fight now, because I feel like my great great grandfather should have taken up this mission. But hey,
it's got to come sometime.
Yeah, it has to come sometime.
Well, in that way, this entire COVID pandemic is a blessing, because when I moved to Liberland, everybody said, "You are crazy. You are living in the most free country in the world, because in the Netherlands you can smoke marijuana."
Right.
I was like, dude, you don't know anything about the Netherlands. It's a pedo paradise and it's terrible. And so when I got here, and everywhere you go, it's like, oh wow, what a great country. And I've been trying to prove them different, and it's very easy these days to prove them different, because
we just had a friend leave the Netherlands. I think he just stated yesterday, because he got in a fight with some restaurant manager. He wouldn't wear his mask in the bathroom. Yeah. I just saw that on Facebook the other day. So he's leaving. And again, like, we left Nevada or Las Vegas to move to Texas,
right?
Because we saw what the trend was happening. We got a communist governor in Nevada.
The worst.
And he started, talking about all this stuff. They're trying to do a vaccine mandate where you're going to get fined as an employee if you're a worker in the state, if you don't have your vaccine mandate next year, or your vaccine passport.
In Austria, in Europe, they take it as far that they will fine you whether you work or not. You just get €7,000 annually for not being vaccinated.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not a whole lot of Bitcoin anymore, but still, it's
right.
€7,000 you can spend in a better way, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, we have cryptocurrency here, thank God, as a technology. So now we have a financial opt-out. We can allow their fiat money system to crumble, as it always does. I mean, the math is on our side when it comes to this type of economic warfare. And now we have, things like Bitcoin and other coins out there that to kind of see through the light.
I wanted to ask about coin integration on flote.app. What are your
It's our Shiba.
look, there's a Shiba.
Nice.
No, what's the right? A Doge. Shibu.
Got also a coin, eh?
Shiba Inu, Sana. No, I wanted to ask, what criteria do you use when you select a next coin to list? Does it have any criteria, or do you accept people that pay you for integrating a coin, or what's the deal behind that? Why do you choose? What did you just mention?
Polygon.
Yeah.
Why that one, for example, not another one? And are more coming? And what's going on with that?
Yeah, well, we chose Polygon integration because Polygon right now just has the largest. Well, it's fast and pretty much free. It has the largest ecosystem as far as like a second layer solution. And when it comes to like a useful money, I used to really love Bitcoin. I mean, I've been using crypto again, for the last like 8 years as a money paying developers around the world, China, France, Argentina, Canada. It doesn't matter, obviously, because it's crypto. And unfortunately, after the halving events, the last halving events, and as we see when the network gets congested, transactions become more expensive and slower, which it's not really useful as a good currency on a platform. So that's why we chose Polygon. We're looking to wrap Bitcoin in Polygon as well. So you'll still be able to use a lot of the crypto that people want to use. At the end of the day, though,
what are we launching with? We're launching with wrapped Bitcoin.
Yeah, float token, and then Polygon, and then wrapped Ethereum. So, but at the end of the day,
on Polygon.
Yes, on Polygon. Yes. But at the end of the day, we were looking to support like any coin that has a great community behind it, and also we're interested in privacy, coins as well, to give people that option if they choose to. That's really it. Yeah, we're not looking to like get paid to like launch some little shit coin or whatever.
We're not Binance. We're not going to charge you $100 million for a listing.
No. And the administration, or how to say, the transactions within the platform are not on the blockchain. Oh, give it a second.
1 second, sorry, our dogs went.
Yeah, no problem.
What was that?
I wanted to ask that the transactions that are made within the platform are done on the platform itself and not on the blockchain, or are you going to put them all in a blockchain? All blockchain transactions?
They'll all be blockchain transactions.
Okay. Interesting.
Johan? I have also a question. I missed the first part of your of what you said because I was busy with my pizza. But where you have the website, is it on a server or is it like or is it on a blockchain like Mimo.cash or discussions.app?
Yeah, we're on a server right now. Our goal as far as kind of decentralizing in that manner. So our Shiba.
It's okay, don't worry. Nobody's watching.
Is to basically pick many cloud service providers across the world that have not shown any sign, at the very least, have not shown any sign of censorship, or actually have come out, pro free speech. As we've decided, we've really looked into the ideas of, what we want to do as far as that strategy is concerned. What we would rather do is just have cloud service providers, again, that aren't big tech, and then give users the options to post to IPFS or, library or other ones. We just don't feel like we need to integrate that holistically, on our end, because, we don't need every cat picture on blockchain, so we'd rather just give the user the choice of if they do want to post their stuff on IPFS or blockchain, then they can do so.
Okay. Yeah.
Just want to show everybody the live stream on Flote.
Yeah. We're on Flote. Yeah. Have you heard of all these? You have a lot of a few social media alternatives on a blockchain, like Mimo.cash or discussions.app.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. I've heard of them.
Okay. Yeah.
It's very smooth today. Yesterday night we tested it yesterday, and it maybe it was because we were just starting it or something, but it's very smooth today. Very nice. You can see exactly how long our lag is if I play the video like that. But okay.
Yeah.
We are now live 19 hours since I switched on the stream, so it's slowly adding up. I think for now we have a pretty good insight in what flote.app is and what it's going to be. When is this update coming? You said it in the beginning, but I forgot it.
It'll be this quarter. I don't want to give a specific date yet.
Okay.
We're hoping to launch it before the end of the year, but we ran into some things that we wanted to fix before we launch. So yeah, they'll be this quarter. Hopefully, no later than the end of February. And we just sent you Erin just sent you a $5 Bitcoin tip on Flote, and because we have super chat functionality with Bitcoin, so in the chat log there you should see it.
Okay.
I want to say, real crypto people always say it's coming soon.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, especially with something like this big of an endeavor. But yeah, it's coming soon.
It's better to have it done correct than to have it done quick, I think. I mean,
right. Absolutely.
Well, I guess that's it. We don't have. I don't see questions. Johan, you have questions?
Yeah, let me see. The last time I looked, there were no questions, and there are still no questions.
I'm trying to keep the schedule, so it was at 7. We started a little bit later because of a previous guest, but okay. I think we should stay in touch, and we will follow flote.app. I got an account, so now all I need is to get my muscle memory to memorize it, and then you will see a lot more posts of me coming by. I stream almost daily, and I want everybody to know, so I guess flote.app is the next place that is on my list. What I really like is that you could fill in all those other social media platforms that you are a part of. So people can just go to your profile page and click all your, here's my Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, library account, and you had a really big list of all those accounts. So I think that is the way forward to, try and connect with as many as you can, because to think that you are going to be the next Facebook and people are coming exclusively to you, I don't think that is really the way forward.
Is there also like a chat integration that if you are streaming on Restream, you can see the chat from YouTube and Twitch and wrapped in one chat, but is it also possible for flow.app?
Yeah, we're looking to create a feature like that. Hopefully be able to get to it this year. But absolutely, yeah. Again, it's all about collaboration, integration, interoperability, and that's we couldn't agree more.
Oh, good health. Bless. I say it in English.
Bless you.
She's got about 5 minutes of sneezing.
And does you say good health?
That was a nicely timed mute, by the way. I saw.
And
right.
I had some questions. If you have at this moment is a war between Twitch and YouTube to get the most game streamers, and like Twitch has an advance with all these features that streamers have for yeah, how you call it in English? All these things that you can show on the stream,
what do you mean, like emojis or whatever, or what are you talking
about? Emojis, and you can do
more like the commands. I think like a raffle wheel and things like
goals that. And all this stuff.
Like interactive type of features.
Interactive.
Okay, yeah.
Have you also thought about that?
Yeah, we've definitely thought about it. I'm not sure exactly how far we're going to go into that. I'd rather take technology that's already out there and try to integrate it if we can. Also, I think our focus, at least initially, is more like, not all these kind of more, I don't know, fun things, like TikTok. Like we don't want to take a lot of those features and bring them over. So anyway, yeah, I don't know really how to answer your question yet, but yes, we are looking into basically all the platforms out there now, and we're deciding, what's the best, things or use case for our community right now. In the future, we may actually even have it so that we always have people that come and suggest things to us, which is great. We really appreciate that. We're very open and we love discussing things with people. That's how we learn. Yeah. And so. In the future, we may actually have some sort of DAO component to Float where people can actually propose things, and then we can even get specific funding for certain things to make them happen faster. So that's something that we're really interested and curious into looking right now is kind of these DAO structures, and Float may be turning into a DAO in the near future.
Okay, cool.
Well, I was just thinking, if you're ever gonna pay content creators, you can think of me. And I will be exclusively on flote.app.
There we go. All right.
One future.
I don't have a contract yet.
One thing I really miss in the past we used what was this, the Yoshi that you can pay with Bitcoin during the stream.
Tip Bitcoin.cash it was.
Tip Bitcoin.cash.
And they stopped it because they said.
And that's one thing that we really miss. Yeah, so people could be interactive.
Tipping with Bitcoin instead of PayPal, because I don't have a PayPal account. So if
Right.
people
So
could
what do you
tip-
what do you mean? What do you mean? So we just tipped you with Bitcoin
Okay.
as a super chat,
Oh, okay,
like
thanks.
that. Is that what
By
you're
the
talking
way.
about, or?
Yeah,
No,
but
no.
then
It's let me explain. It's you can tip some streamer, and then you see something happening in the stream.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened. Streamlabs used to have that integration.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they still do, but
Yeah.
no, that's interesting. And I definitely I like that idea. Being able to have that flash up there and show on there. That's
And we had that people could speak a message in the stream, and you had
Right.
this computer voice that was reading the message, and you could
Right.
show a picture and.
yeah, the big difference between
Yeah.
flote.app and Facebook is basically that you got a integrated wallet, right? That is that is the big difference. If I can see, if I just my first look. So yeah, I think all these features of paying for things, that's something that you should exploit, because that's what you got more than others.
I think Zuck wants to do that with his Libra coin, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
wants to do that, and he's talking about it. But you can.
Is that Vic?
Huh?
Is that Vic who wants to do that with the Liberland coin?
Zuck,
No.
Zuckerberg, Zuck.
You mean veto?
Oh yeah.
You mean
Zuck.
veto?
Libra.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah. I mean, it's that whole rabbit hole is really interesting to go down, but I mean, imagine if Facebook did come out with their own, imagine if Facebook came out with their own coin during when Bitcoin launched. I mean, I think that the Facebook, Libra or DM or whatever it's called now coin would be probably the highest, the highest valued asset in the world, just because of the social, the network effect. And being able to connect people to interact and engage freely. So I think crypto plus community equals I feel that's what it's all about, and that's how all these coins get value behind them, and so we're really interested in exploring that.
Well, I'm interested to find out what happens next year at the Bitcoin anniversary with flote.app.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're excited.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank both of you for showing up today and presenting us the flote.app app. And let's stay in touch. Shall we leave it at that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having us on, guys. It was really fun, and we're just really happy to be a part of the Bitcoin birthday party.
Cool. We will make a nice highlight video so we can share it on flote.app, and everybody knows exactly what is being said, what we have been saying just now.
Awesome. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
Take care.
All right.
Thank
Have
you
a
very
good
much.
rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, it's time for the raffle.
Time for the raffle. And in the meantime, I am trying to connect with...
Shall we first do the video, or shall we first do the raffle?
No, let's do a raffle first.
First the raffle, all
You know what I
right.
will do at the very first... Oh, no, I won't do that. I will try and put you back next to me.
Okay, then I pick the winner. And the winner is Soef again, the fourth time.
How is it possible?
He's getting a billionaire.
He's becoming a billionaire. Well, that's difficult though in EFLs, but okay.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Johan, there you are again. Oh, wait, now I forgot to remove you from the television. Wait.
Okay. Oh, now you heard me double.
Here we go. Soef won, but now we just need to check what prize he won. So let me spin the wheel for Soef. Another one. Wow. Let's see. We are on 5.2. This time it looks to be a bigger prize. 9x. 9 times 1.3 makes 11.7 plus 5.2 makes 16.9 EFLs. 16.9 for Soef. What a nice number. 1 is 6.9.
Yeah.
And now it's up to me to add the next person to the chat.
And I start the new raffle. So people, you can type ! raffle. And then we're...
In the meantime, I will play a little video because we are running a crowdfunding campaign. So let's go and show you the QR codes to donate to Viruswaarheid, the Dutch Anti-Corona Action Group. Here we go.
On a sunny Saturday afternoon,
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm een American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar, dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. Viruswaarheid. And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests, he wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote, so let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The 4th Industrial Revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then. To go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed, at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals, so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack of democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they're the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Here we are with, what was it, Adolf Honkler, or
How you like it.
der Kommissar.
Yes, we have audio only for the Honk Commissioner.
Oh, okay, because he wants to. Nobody is allowed to see him.
Well, maybe we don't want to, eh? Maybe it's better this way.
But if you hear his voice, then I think some people will know who he is. All right, der Kommissar. Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, I think it's quite a good new development. The ability to use millions of lines of codes in Solidity, I think, really has great potential for Bitcoin Cash, and I'm quite excited. In the beginning, I was very skeptical because, well, somebody told me we're gonna put Honk as a SEP20 token because we don't want to build a bridge because then you have the risk of the third party. And then I was like, yeah, but this entire Ethereum virtual machine or whatever the name is called is a third party because I can only get Bitcoin Cash out if I connect with Flexcoin or CoinFlex, what's the name? So in the beginning, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. As far as I know, there are now two bridges, and yeah, to say that you mitigate the risk from a third party by only having SEP20 tokens, I was not so happy with that because I use the tip function a lot, which is only running on SLP, and I'm always a grumpy guy. Johan knows all about it.
Well,
So
you're the one that is giving away 10,000 euros to the listeners.
yeah, well, I bought them for a lot less, but
and you're giving away €1 million in EFLs.
yeah, if the price quintuples.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I like to tip out cryptos because I like to put people into crypto and giving them a good first experience. I always aim for the first time users, basically, because I'm not such a wizard on the computer, I'm more of a talking guy and doing things. But Honk has been great for me in that way that it has really been able to I have really been able to put my heart in it a little bit.
Oh shit, Yoshi, they cannot hear you speaking.
I think it's not true because I
Okay,
can
okay.
see myself speaking. So maybe
Okay,
I should put myself a little bit
I just
louder.
checked
One, two.
the stream.
I can hear myself, so we will see what happens. But I should be.
You're not loud.
Sorry. No, I think we cannot hear Colin speak. Maybe that is possible because I didn't put him yet.
Oh, Colin, say something.
Yeah, I forgot it. Wait. I would put Colin.
Okay. Well, Colin, keep on. Oh, now everybody knows he's Colin.
1, 2 test. I will put it a little bit louder, but this is it, guys. I cannot put it more loud than this. I can check something more. Here. Oh, wait. Sometimes, yeah, wait. Now it can go down again. Sometimes, for some reason, my microphone settings switch back to some old settings and you cannot hear me. So thank you. Who said it? Eldorado. Thank you, Eldorado. I was saying how happy I was with Honk because it came exactly in the right time for me. I was declared persona non grata from Liberland. The pandemic started to hit the globe, and I put my heart in it by showing the world that we are living in a clown's world. And Honk has put the icing on the cake by going X30 last year. So that was amazing, and I really didn't expect any of that. That was like the best Christmas gift I could imagine. But now we are at a point in time where the volume in Honk is the same as it has always been, which is less than $1 per day. The what's the right word for it? The farming in Mist Swap is still active, but if it's continuing like this, then in 2 weeks it will run out. So what is going to be the next step for Honk after this amazing price move of the last year?
To the moon.
So yeah, I mean we can kind of back up a little bit too. So yeah, Honk was like basically one of the very first tokens on Bitcoin Cash, right? I mean it was basically Spice and Honk.
Yeah.
Spice got built out a bunch of dev things. Like the tip bot was really the big one. I mean the tip bot's still around. That Spice kind of had its price appreciation. Honk was just kind of like your mess around token that was worth nothing and really was worth very very little. And so it was thrown around by the billions, which is like 1 billion is like 1% of this total supply, and like people are just throwing it out because worth nothing, right? That's how tokens start generally. And so fast forward to, I guess, personally, I had a lot of Honk and it was just kind of sitting on it. I knew the meme potential was definitely still there, and so it wasn't worth like getting rid of it. But like working on SLP, I think is like just very difficult for devs. I have my dev and who's worked with me for a while, and he like always complains about SLP, and like anything you try to do is like broken in the next like weeks or months. And so like building any type of kind of system off SLP, any type of website is just very difficult to like maintain basically. And so basically in the last year, I kind of jumped over to Ethereum for a while to kind of play around with all the DeFi stuff, including NFTs, farming, all that good stuff. I was on the Binance Smart Chain food finance thing for a while, jumping around those. I got wrecked in like every sector, but I'd have a couple 10x whatever, and then it'd make up for it all. So it was fun, but yeah, I learned a lot of what's actually like what's possible with crypto really. When you work on an Ethereum smart machine or Ethereum virtual machine EVM, and then so I wasn't really paying attention to Bitcoin Cash most of this year, and then I knew Smart BCH was coming, but it never was, and then it finally got released and hooked up to it, and it was basically exactly like same UI as Ethereum and everything, except confirmations were right away, and obviously there was like basically no transaction fees. And to be fair, the transaction fees are like a couple cents, which is less than SLP Bitcoin Cash main chain. But I mean, when you're working at this, like anything under $1 after you go from Ethereum is just like amazing. So I knew that this is kind of the opportunity to basically build Honk out a little bit. And so a couple months ago, we started, probably about a month or so ago, we like basically quote unquote made the Honk smart contract. We minted 100 billion, which is the same supply as SLP, and then we would only distribute it via proof of burn. And so you basically had to burn your SLP Honk in order to get smart Honk. And so this was the move to basically make sure that there wasn't central authority to hold the SLP, and another things like say that we're like committed to Smart BCH, right? Like we're committed to this. Like I maybe have a couple million Honk somewhere in some random wallet on SLP, but Smart BCH is worth that now. And so now we're on Smart BCH. And so and I think that's what kind of caused that price appreciation you're talking about, just like that single pivot. People are seeing this like, oh, people are actually like working on Honk. And the big thing too is the liquidity that's on MistSwap. I think there's like still around the same that there's been, but there was like 70,000 put in at some point, and so a whole bunch of BCH got put up, and so but then people just like were buying a ton of Honk.
It was stuck at I think the maximum so far in the MistSwap was 90 Bitcoin Cash pledged to the Honk smart contract, if I say that in the right jargon. But we touched 90 Bitcoin Cash with the equivalent of Honk on the other side. So that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and honestly, I only expect that to increase. Like our market cap right now is 400,000, which it is okay. But like you look at some of these other coins on here, and it's just like, what are these coins, right?
Yeah.
Like some coins.
I got an
I have no
idea about it, but I'll better be quiet.
Yeah. And I mean, especially when you're working with these shit coins like it, a lot of it is just like honestly like wash trading. And honestly, like I don't know like when it went from 100,000 to a million market cap, I don't know like who was doing that. Like I really honestly don't. And so that was like actually amazing to see. And so yeah, we're building out honk.cash now. And so some quick plans that we have. I don't know how much I can go into most of them, but we're definitely trying to do like a honk swap, like basically kind of compete with Miss Swap. We'll see how the functionalities play out, but I definitely expect the honk liquidity to go over to honk swap, and so there'll be farms as well. And the interesting thing I think, which will be kind of advantageous for people, and that's not quite the right word, but is that we're going to pay out our farms in honk. And so what exchanges do, what like Uniswap and SushiSwap and MissSwap, they all do is that their farms, they get rewards based on inflation basically. And so the coins will inflate forever. Like there's an unlimited amount of sushi, unlimited amount of uni, unlimited amount of
Mist.
Yeah. So honk, there will only be 100 billion. And so how we're going to like basically fund this is that basically any unswapped SLP we have, I don't know the date off the top of my head. I think we pushed back to March, right? But we might keep pushing it back just if there's some stragglers. But we'll see.
Oh, sorry. Did you push it back, or did you make what?
I think push back to February.
Yeah, February. Yeah, for me the date is the 6th of February.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, if we don't have like the swap out by then, we'll probably keep pushing it back so people like know what we're getting into.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to like completely end it without any product out. And so what's going to happen then is that we're basically going to turn that unswapped SLP into our LP rewards, our farming rewards basically. And so it's going to be on like basically a similar emission schedule to how Bitcoin mining rewards work, is that there'll be a lot of emissions in the beginning, then they'll kind of taper off over the years. And so that's how we're going to fund our farming, incentivized farming. And so I don't think the APRs are going to be like super high. Like they're not going to be at 500% or anything like that, but I don't know what they're going to be. If honk goes up a lot, it might be a lot of percentage, So it'll be interesting to see that dynamic play out. Farming on a limited supply token, because once you get the token, you know how much of the supply you have, which I think is a huge deal.
I misunderstood it then, because I was in the understanding that it's going to be like something around the number of 30 billion probably that's going to be left over. And I was like, oh, these 30 billion are going to be used to trade, to put up the volume in the honk trade, so that the people that are providing liquidity get a reward from that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Farming rewards.
No, but I had the understanding that the honk were going to be used to trade honk versus Bitcoin Cash or smart Bitcoin Cash, so that the mist swap payout would be high. That it would be high in the list of coins with volume. Let's call it like that. But the thing you say now is that the 30 billion that are going to be left over are going to be used for your own native swap website, Honk Swap, where people can trade also Spice and Mist and all these other new coins on SEP20 and be rewarded with Honk.
Correct. Uh-huh. So yeah, we're just going to start with a couple farms and then go from there. If there's more farms that people want and we can incentivize properly, we're going to do that. And so of course that the farming reward of honk is like a set thing, but if the actual, as a liquidity provider, you actually like obviously get fees from people swapping. So if our volume is high, then obviously the farms will get rewarded more as well. So it's more of a risk to do that, I think, but I'm willing to take it rather than like going through MissSwap. I don't want to I know MissSwap is great. Like I know they have a ton of liquidity already. But I think taking our little niche and see if we can build it out, it'll be an interesting play to say the least. So we'll see how it. I mean, if the liquidity just really isn't there, we can always resort back to just rewarding the mist farms. But I prefer to keep it in house, So see if we can do that. So yeah, that's basically that. And then one other huge big thing that I'm super excited about is NFTs. And so we're gonna have, I don't know how much I want to say about this. We're gonna have 6,669 NFT generative art, and so you're gonna be able to stake them as well for Honk. And so, and then we might try to gamify it a little bit as well. But we'll see. Let's just say I really like Wolf Game on Ethereum. We'll see what we can do with some Honklers and NPCs. So
I'm not familiar with that one.
yeah, it's Wolf Game is basically like a, how do you call it? It's like a risk taking NFT game on Ethereum. It's fairly popular. The game is like kind of out, not really, but I like the mechanics that they've done so far. But I know that that's a lot of like back end coding, and if we can pull it off, it'll be pretty awesome. But that's definitely far in the future. But I think people like the NFTs just in general. We got some art back already, and it's pretty sweet. So
I think it's interesting to talk more about the NFTs, because the former guest that we had, I think they had a different opinion about the NFTs than you have. So yeah, tell me, what do you think of NFTs in general?
Sure. Yeah, I think a lot of NFTs are overpriced. I think a lot of them are underpriced. I think NFTs have a huge opportunity to like fill a utility gap basically within cryptocurrency. Obviously like the biggest two are Bored Apes and punks, right? Punks are just like popular because they're the oldest one, really, and Bored Apes are popular because basically the community that you get into when you have a Bored Ape, and now there's celebrities all over having Bored Apes and everything. And so I don't know many specifics about Bored Apes, but like a utility could be like if it was a share, you could get paid out dividends from your NFT. It's also kind of like a staking thing. So you stake your NFT and you can get a rewards token. And then, I mean, this all kind of ties into gaming too. I mean, I think the best education for NFTs is like being in the World of Warcraft marketplace or RuneScape marketplace, where you're like basically buying and selling digital goods that obviously aren't worth real world money, but they kind of are, right? Because like a lot of times with those games, you could like literally like illegally buy in-game gold with money, right? And then from that, and so if you can actually own those assets, if you own the mithril rune breastplate gold trimmed, like I think that's huge. And so from there, like you can even like rent out your NFTs, right? Like maybe somebody needs to go on a quest and they need a better armor plate, so they rent your NFT out for $1 for
Yeah.
like that, or like I think awesome. And now that this explosion of NFTs, like this whole last year has been really about profile picture NFTs, which like are fine, but like the utility's not there. And so I think NFTs with real utility are like basically going to run 2022, and that's like, again, Wolf Game. If you guys want to, I don't want to go into it too much because it's fairly complicated, but there's sheeps and wolves, and then obviously the wolves are more scarce, and then they can like basically steal wool, which is a token from the sheep, and so it's like a whole like intricate game, and then it's all with NFTs. And so I think that's like what NFTs.
And then what? You clash your NFTs and you see who win, or is it like a Magic the Gathering where you have to pick something? Or I
have no idea what he means.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
can you let a mod, like games like Skyrim, where you can, or other games where you have mods. Can you let the mod also be an NFT, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose it could. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of got to run into like, because obviously there's like piracy, right? And so you still got to kind of run it. It's like a general check. Like the joke is the right click saver. Like I'm just gonna right click. And so yeah, I mean, I guess a mod could be. And so back to your question, Yoshi. There's a card game called Gods Unchained, which I got into last year, and honestly just like printed money. It was kind of absolutely crazy. I bought a shit ton of card packs, and like just basically like sold the cards over the course of the year, and yeah, it's like people are buying these cards hundreds of dollars for an actual card game like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone. And so the game is fun, and so that's like an actual NFT real world use case. Like you got to build the deck and pay like top tier deck, And so that's another cool use case. And the thing with that is like there's cards, like there's different grades of cards too. So like there's like bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, right? And like they all have the same function in game, but like obviously the diamond one's cooler because it's more rare, so that one's worth more.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. You know, I've been writing a little bit. I don't know, you probably didn't read it because I don't put it out everywhere. But I was telling you a little bit about my honk adventure that basically started around 2 years ago. And the thing is that honk came exactly in the right time for me, and I could really make my point with that. Unfortunately, the world has changed a lot since March 2020 when I started streaming, and I have thought about it some time, and for the next couple of months at least, I think I should change my stream to a Dutch stream. I am born in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is having quite a hard time on Corona. It's unlike many other places. And the Netherlands still hasn't adopted crypto. Not a lot of countries have, actually. Maybe Liberland is the only one. But I got the feeling that the moment is now more than ever to get the average Joe into crypto, because it's becoming so obvious that governments are not there to be trusted. And so why are we trusting their money? So one of the first guests, he will probably be on one more time today. He is the leader. I can call it like that. Can I say that, Johan?
He doesn't want to be called leader.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be called leader, but he is. Of all of the Netherlands in the Corona protest. And
he's the most familiar face.
Yeah, he's the most familiar face. That's the right word. He is a very controversial character. And today he was in the show and he told me basically that, and Johan also, and everybody who was there, that he wants to try and get the Dutch people to understand crypto better. And of course, with that comes a lot of work because it's 17 million sheeple that have no clue what money is. So there's going to be a lot of work in writing articles and explain, tutorials on how to use a wallet. And for the upcoming couple of months, I think that I will put my clown wig down and focus on that. Also because my Liberland passport expires in March at the end of, let us see what it's saying. It's expiring 29th of March. And as you probably know, I am persona non grata of Liberland. So if I can prove to the entire world what an amazing Liberlander I am, then I'm sure that the one dictator that declares me persona non grata has to make an incredibly good case of making his point. So that's a little bit, in my personal life, the way how I'm dealing with things. And I'm thinking what to do with this honk, because I still got a billion or something rolling around and I don't know what to do. So
give them away.
yeah, I could give them away, but I already gave away a billion, and for now the farming option is great, but the problem that I see is that the volume isn't supporting the position honk has right now. It's slowly declining, and there is somebody pumping a lot of volume in it last month, which was great, which allowed me to stake even more. But if I hear you say that the honks are going to be used to pay out as a liquidity pool reward token, then that's a little bit different than what I thought, because I thought it was going to be used to basically trade it and create volume.
Oh, no, that's just wash.
Yeah, just wash trade it away, but I was holding that liquidity, so I was hoping it would be that, So I don't know yet what I will do. I will never sell all of my honks, of course. I will probably also keep like a couple million SLP honk.
Honk hodler.
But
We just I'll say this about honk is that when the NFTs come out, you'll definitely want some honk to use.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm completely new in NFTs. I know that they exist. I don't know if you saw my NFT series that I had one guy create for me. But the NFTs aren't created, but the images are ready basically to be created. So yeah, I'm completely new in the world of NFTs, and I'll just hold on to my honk until they are out and see what's gonna happen. I'm always more than willing to do whatever for honk. I mean, use all my honk videos as much as you like. I welcome you to do so. But yeah, I take this moment also a little bit to say goodbye to honk. You know, I'm not gonna leave it behind completely, but it costs a lot of time to stream every day and keep the chat up and all those things. So my heart goes out to the Netherlands a little bit, and because of the situation we got, and because of this pledge of this one guy today to work with me on exposing the paper gold scam, as I always like to call government debt. Yeah, for the next couple of months, I think you will not see a lot of Honkler hangout. So that's just my conclusion that I made over the last couple of weeks. It's been a fun ride, you know. I had a lot of fun with Honk, but at some point I also have to be careful that people will not just remember me with a clown wig, you know, because although it's a nice image, I am more than just a clown. So I
You're
thought this.
clown bossy.
Yeah, I thought this is a Dutch clown, by the way, a Dutch clown bus. But I thought this transition phase would be a good moment to, you know, basically announce such a thing. And I don't know how it will go forward. I always have honk in my heart, you know, but every day a honk stream. The problem with my honk streams is that I touched on so many sensitive subjects that it made me more depressed instead of happy, you know. I also, last thing I will say, I don't know how many songs you know about clowns, but they all kill themselves, you know. So I need to I need to stop being a clown before I go in the wrong direction with that. So
you know how it ended with Clown Bossy, eh? He's now a conspiracy nut.
no, it's not true. That was fake news. It was a Photoshop. Yeah, it was a Photoshop.
No. You haven't heard the story that he is fighting with his brother. And his brother calls him an anti-vax conspiracy nut, and he says he doesn't want to see his brother because he is vaxxed.
No, it's a fake story. It was completely
That is not a
Photoshop.
fake story. It's not a Photoshop.
Okay.
So you can really find it in the news. Not
no,
fake.
you can see a print screen of somebody who took a news page and wrote his own text on it. That's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, but the thing is really that never
I'm
mind.
not convinced. Anyway, so that is, I'm very grateful that you are here, Honk Commissioner, because I would love to give my wig to the next honker. I love to still stream with Honk if there is something important to mention. I always like the Honk outfit, you know, it's because I say strange things, and now I have the perfect reason why, because I'm a clown, you know. So, but yeah, it's going to. I have to become a little bit more serious and take yeah, my passion a little bit further than just a honk. So.
Yeah, I mean, I streamed for a while. I streamed twice a week for probably 6 some months, and that was it's taxing. I mean, I definitely didn't do it as long as you did, and it's a lot of work to like keep content up. So I definitely understand.
Yeah, well, the stream will continue, but the language will change, and the people that I'm gonna talk to, they don't understand shit about crypto. It's really gonna be the basic of the basic. So I cannot tell them about a HONK.CASH token that releases its NFT. You know, it's too much for the people in the Netherlands. They don't understand. They need to hear about the history of money and that it started with gold and that we now got Bitcoin and
What also
so.
helps is once they have some crypto and they know how to use a wallet, then all the other stuff comes
show 'em.
naturally. Yeah.
What will the name of the Dutch channel be is the question. I have an idea, but I will not release it today.
Mm.
But I thought of it. And the thing is actually that it has again a clown wig in it, so I don't know. Maybe I stay a clown, I don't know. And I just give away my honk on the stream. I keep on doing that. Maybe I'll do it like that. But yeah, it's. I think it's a good moment to switch it around a little bit and to show people different qualities I also have, and so yeah, this was a little bit my thinking. So yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind, Hong Commissioner.
Of course not. You do you,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. No, I really I liked the thing I liked most about Honk, the reason why I in the end decided I would use Honk as my identity, let's call it like that, was the tip Bitcoin.cash. So if you plan on developing stuff, I really suggest you add a service like a tip Bitcoin.cash where people can interact on a stream-like setting with the honk. And yeah, that was for me the trick that did it for me. I was like, okay, if I can connect my stream with this token, then you sent me the first donation, I think, Colin. It was something like 6.9 million. And yeah, that was a great fun. And I in a way, I regretted a little bit that they completely leave behind the SLP because, for example, the new tip bot requires you to pay a transaction fee for each tip you make. So if you are sending 1,000 honk, you have to pay more in BCH fee than you are tipping. And yeah.
So our honk tip bot should be back in the end of the week.
Mm.
But this is
So-
SLP tokens.
No, this is going to be the.
Oh,
smart
okay,
BCH.
okay. Well, that's pretty amazing. That's gonna be good.
You have to
Yeah, so
explain
we'll-
me how that smart BCH works because I haven't figured it out yet.
So it's basically Ethereum.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay.
Ethereum on Bitcoin Cash. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, maybe I
Yeah.
watched the wrong video. I watched, I think it was from K Nike. He had the video and he explained it, and halfway the video I was lost.
Well,
Yeah, so it's basically just a bunch of smart contracts. I mean, I've like so Bitcoin is more like linear, and Bitcoin Cash is more like linear per block, and it's not as kind of adaptive and complicated. And so that's why Ethereum is honestly so expensive, just because like when you do stuff, it the Ethereum computer has to compute so many different things, and that's why the gas fee is so high, just because it's doing so much rather than just like updating the balance. It's like going through all these checks, and so that's generally why Ethereum's more expensive. I know the gas fees are just like stupid high right now, but ETH 2.0 is going to save everybody apparently.
Yeah,
But
soon,
yeah,
soon.
I know Bitcoin. Yeah, right. I know Bitcoin Cash kind of solved it a little bit, and their TPS is high on Smart BCH. So, but yeah, it's basically just that. I mean, like literally, you can port anything over. I mean, obviously with a few adjustments, but from Ethereum right on over to Smart Bitcoin Cash because it's the same language. So it's like literally a one-to-one. So it's super nice for that to like kind of kickstart the whole ecosystem. Is that you can just fork stuff right over. So
Yeah, that's great. And you got millions of lines of code that you can just take and use to your own liking, and with a lot lower fee. That's the best part of it, right? I like the new trading, for example, with the liquidity pool and the farming, and it's a lot. Well, it shows a lot more trust than some centralized exchange that can disappear at any moment, which happens all the time also. And if you, well, with Honk at least, I got a feeling that it's a legit coin like Spice. There is a lot of crap out there already, and it's only a couple months old. But
I
Honk
made the
and,
most of it. Yeah.
Honk and Spice always, try to bring a honest product. But I try to. They are not in it to scam you out of your tokens. You know that you are buying some shit token like a Honk, for example, but at least you know exactly what you are buying. It's a one out of 100 billion if you buy one, and that's something that I have always liked about both Spice and Honk. The fact that there is a lot of content out there and people are trying to explain it to people, and that it's not so difficult in use as some of these other tokens that are connected with some kind of a platform that nobody understands how is ever going to make money, but they got a token, and Honk is just a bullshit token and everybody knows that, and it's there to have fun with. And well, now actually something more is going to be created in the form of their own swap platform and their NFT series. But the token stays 100 billion. And yeah, that's a kind of trust that I've always liked about Honk. And that's why I can always recommend people to buy some Honk, because you know what you are going to get, and it's not going to be different in the future or anything.
Yeah. There's somebody in the chat.
Yeah, I can read it out. This is one of the people that I think, at least, because I don't know actually on Twitch their username, but it looks like one of the usernames that contacted me lately, because I was on television about 2 weeks ago and I got some response from people, and I was just talking about the terrible understanding that Dutch people have about money. And his comment is, we ran into the same thing where a lot of Dutchies do not know shit about the history of money, let alone they try to understand crypto. They still see it as a scam or Ponzi scheme. And that is, of course, mostly because of the media coverage that crypto gets in today's world, at least in the Netherlands. It's very one-sided bullshit. It's fake news. It's just fake news. But the people believe it, and well, since 2 years, it's becoming more and more obvious that it is fake news, and that's why I think in the upcoming couple of months I really should focus on getting the Dutch people on board on crypto before it's too late.
Let's ask Colin. How do you get people into crypto? Or did you got anybody into crypto?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have over the years. I mean, I think the easiest thing to do is like send them some. A lot of it's just been like, I think the thing is that like we're at a point in time where like everybody pretty much knows about crypto, and so it's a little bit different. You kind of have to.
Oh.
Can't be like, oh, this is Bitcoin, it's decentralized. Like people know that already. So it's like, what is the use case for them? And so, as far as like me getting people into crypto, I don't know. I usually just say like, just buy something, go and buy something in the top 10. Buy, just buy whatever you want. Buy Honk, and so, because I think people don't need as much like convincing anymore. I mean, maybe they do if they actually like really need it. Like, I don't think in America like you need crypto. I mean, like obviously the dollar's inflating like super horribly, but 7%, 10% over a year isn't a whole ton when Bitcoin goes up 10% in an hourly candle, right? So, but like Turkey where it's inflating whatever 50, 100% a year, of course that's better. And so it's kind of hard to, because the United States crypto is a lot just like investment and speculation, so it's a little hard. And when people ask me advice, I just say like buy Ethereum basically. And so I think crypto will be kind of mass adopted in the future, basically because it'll be a better place to store your wealth in the fact that you can like basically get a yield on it. And so I think that's like turning into the use case. I know it used to be like thing used to be like peer-to-peer cash, and that still is definitely a use case, of course, but I think like the mass adoption comes when people are earning 15% on their dollar basically by holding crypto. So instead of 0.01 in their savings account or whatever the hell the rates are at banks,
and inflation being 7.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like yield's like a huge thing that I think is like, I know it probably drives a lot of big money into the space, just to, like hold stable coins on Ethereum farms. So
Yeah.
I think that's a huge factor now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Problem is when the people always come to me, they know I'm into crypto because I told everybody, but they only come to me when the Bitcoin is at the peak, you know.
Right.
And then I say, yeah, you're too late
This is the
now.
moment to sell. Yeah.
But then you see that they are like, I want to. Don't you see? I want to go in, and I think it's going higher. And I say, no, it's really the top. But okay, if you want, get them into crypto.
I sell you mine.
Yeah, sell you mine. And then everything goes down, and then they are angry at me. They say, yeah, I told you it was going down.
Horrible story.
And I never go back into crypto. They sell it back to me.
I sold my brother Bitcoin Cash at $3,000.
Okay. Oh man.
like 2017. Oh god. He's like, I was trying to sell at 4,000, but Coinbase was down.
Yeah.
$3,000 for a bit. Did you say Bitcoin Cash?
2017. Yeah.
Really?
No, in 2017.
Oh yeah.
December,
At the very start. Yeah. We hit
when Roger Ver was going in.
half a Bitcoin per Bitcoin Cash. It was at some point. Yeah, that's
exciting time in Bitcoin Cash ever, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Colin, I think we should definitely stay in touch because you're a great guy. I will always follow Honk, I think, because after 2 years, it's
Adam is
becoming part of my image a little bit. The people actually in the village where I live, they all think I am a clown for my profession, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that NFT series, and because I have no I've never worked with Ethereum. I speculated a little bit on it, but I never really used it. So,
What you could do, I don't know how expensive they are. Law punks are doing something similar on Bitcoin.
yeah. I saw that, but I don't have any of those.
Yeah,
So
I think that's
I'll be patient. Yeah.
Is the next guest already in or?
No.
Because we got Adam on the.
Oh well, invite him. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, you can come in. You can hang. Maybe you know this guy, Colin. Adam Williams.
I think so.
Where is he? How
if
do
you wanna
people
get
know Adam Williams, Johan?
Everybody knows Adam Williams.
Oh, I don't, but okay.
That's this bodybuilder guy.
Should we know something more about Honk Commissioner?
I guess I kind of spilled the beans a little bit, but yeah, if you want to get a kind of feel for NFTs on Bitcoin Cash, law punks on blockng.money are doing some pretty cool things. So I think they're kind of like got the best NFTs right now on Bitcoin Cash. So.
There is no place like OpenSea yet for Bitcoin Cash, right?
No, yeah. That was actually something I was going to bring up, is that like we're probably going to have to build our own marketplace, kind of like law punks have done. Like you buy and sell right on their website. So there's not an OpenSea. Maybe there'll be like a HONK.CASH or something. I don't know.
Honk.
That's far in the
Open
future.
Honk.
Yeah, there you go. The Honk place or something. But yeah, so we're gonna have to build our own marketplace. So that's gonna be out before the mint does, so you can buy and sell them right away. So, but yeah, that's what I got for now.
Cool, man. Cool. Thanks a lot for being here with us today, celebrating 13 years of Bitcoin. I wish you all the best, of course, for the new year. May all your honk dreams come true. Let's stay in touch, and yeah, I think we covered it.
Definitely. For having me.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
That was Honk Commissioner Colin visiting our show. Make sure to check out honk.cash. We haven't mentioned the website, honk.cash. Honk is traded on places like mist.swap, I believe. No, what was it? Shit, give me a moment.
Mimo.cash.
Nee. Oh. Wait, I will share the link in
Just go to CoinGecko. Type in honk honk.
No, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we should have mentioned that. Can you put this link in the chat, maybe? Marketcap.cash. Here you can find some info on the honk.io token, or honk.cash token nowadays. Yeah, it brought me a lot of fun, and I think it can do the same to you. It's in a way just the start of a new episode in Honk, and we're looking forward to see what's gonna happen. I don't know if you can see it, Johan, but my eyes are slowly closing. I slept 2 hours. I'm sitting behind the computer now for 10. So let's have our next guest on. But I'm gonna try and keep it a little bit shorter because I didn't eat anything today.
Maybe
So
just do a break because I think I was too late with responding to Erin.
well, I got one thing going then. I will make a call with my friend from Liberland, Paul Brooks. Oh, but you cannot hear that. Oh man, how am I gonna do that?
What?
I don't think you can hear what I'm hearing now. Let me try something.
He's not in Skype, or?
Hey, sir, how are you doing? I'm okay. It's just that I have a little bit of a problem because I don't know how to put your sound into the stream. So I'm trying to find something, but a second here. I'm already live. People can hear it. Settings. Let me try something. Audio. Desktop audio. Let's see if I can put you up like that. Please don't write me any messages, people, because everything will be for everybody to hear. Let's see. Is this the button? Desktop audio. Can you say something to us, Paul?
Yeah, I'm about almost knee deep in snow in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, and my connection's not so good. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm glad to be here. Happy birthday, Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think you are. People can hear you on the chat now. Paul Brooks has been on the show before. I met him in a Liberland conference. And the reason I put you on, Paul, was because one of the guests today wanted to ask questions about Liberland. And I thought you would be a great sidekick to those questions. The only thing is that a couple hours ago he cancelled his invitation because there was some urgent meeting in between that he didn't know he was going to have yesterday. So, unfortunately, Joemar is not going to visit us today, or at least I can check again, but I think by now it's 3 o'clock at night for him. And let me just double check it. No, he didn't read my message, so I'm afraid he's not joining. But Paul Brooks, how are you doing? What is going on in your life? Where are you located? Are you still holding on to your Bitcoin? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm in Southern Oregon, in Ashland, Oregon, and things are going well. Exploring new ideas and new projects, not working on any particular project at the moment, but following very many, and excited to see where things go in the near future with this whole explosion of like the what we used to just call AR, VR, and blockchain all separately. Now we call the metaverse, and watching where it comes in its this sort of second wave of hype around that. I remember the first one in 2015, the same time about the time Ethereum launched, there was a good hype around AR and VR and possibilities for exploring that through blockchain and tokenization and the token economy and all of this. So now that second aspect of blockchain combined with AR and VR and stuff goes mainstream, it'll be fun to see where that goes. So that's the kind of projects I've been keeping my eye on, which of course makes sense because it kind of blew up in the media. So a lot of people are doing the
Uh-huh.
same. But in reference to price action, don't know. Just keep going forward.
Yeah, take it 1,000 at a time. We take it with $1,000 at a time, slowly up.
Right. It's only
Yeah,
down 10% in the past 90 days, and it's up 50%
yeah,
over the year. So
yeah, exactly. It's been going great, and okay, if you read the mainstream media, you only know about the crashes, but it first has to go up before it crashes, right?
right.
The reason why I invited you is to because of these questions that were coming on Liberland, and I wanted a little backup. In case you don't know, my Liberland passport is going to expire in March, and I am in need of, or in need. I don't know if it's need, but I need to make a point to Liberland because they believe I am a persona non grata because one person told them. And of course, we both know, Paul, that it's not the case. So, yeah, well, things are going, it's happening, and I don't have a lot to say yet. It's due in the next couple of weeks, months, and I'm still trying to build myself a more solid foundation than I have today. Honk has helped me a lot with creating a narrative that I can use to explain my story. And now it's time to grow that story, basically. And today, one of the guests was a prominent figure in the anti corona movement of the Netherlands. And he basically said that he's going to work with me and the team, not just me, to try and explain crypto to people. So I am really looking forward into making that happen. And it's always been about that for me to explain to people why their current money is not what they think it is. I had to wait a terrible long amount of time to get the right moment, but I do think the right moment is coming now. And yeah, that's the next couple of months. I will probably go and change the stream to a Dutch stream and focus on the Netherlands. So that is, if that is going to be successful, then I will tackle the Liberland issue without any problem, I'm sure. So that is a little bit what's going on in my life, and yeah.
It could be helpful for people to also know how they can attain their own passport
Yeah.
for Liberland and where the consulates are. There's one in Somalia. Where are the other ones?
No. The Somaliland one has rejected it in the end because
they did.
They spoke out the intention, but they never actually recognized Liberland.
Have we talked with places like Prospera in Honduras or any of these like
Yes,
autonomous cities?
yeah, I know that they spoke about it, but the same thing, there is no follow-up because the one who is supposed to do that is not doing it. So there was a big story about Honduras and how Liberland is going to have an enclave in Honduras, and yeah, it's you know the Liberland dream is only just starting, Paul, in a way, I mean, it's gonna take so much more effort than what has been currently brought up that I haven't lost confidence at all, but this is the moment where basically the people should be running to Liberland because of everything their government is doing.
Right.
So yeah, that's
And
why I
Liberland
think for
doesn't have to be in any particular place either. It can be many smaller communities around the world. It doesn't have to
exactly, it's
be
about the people.
centralized.
It's about the
Right.
people, right? And so I think the time for this project Liberland is coming now. And I just said the Honk commissioner, I told him the same thing, that I had a great time doing all these streams, but by now, at some point you should also look forward to the next thing before the world is gonna remind you forever as some clown, right? So I think the time is right, and yeah.
I do too.
But hey, Paul, I heard that you are completely covered in snow and with a bad connection and everything. Maybe we should call it for today because I only slept 2 hours and I'm streaming for 10. My eyes are slowly closing. So yeah, I think for today we have been live for so long. I would really like to show you all the ideas of Paul, but for that it's best if we can see him and if we have a little bit better situation. On top of that, the
super.
entire chat is asking for raffles, so we will do a couple raffles to finish the stream, and I will invite you back for one day in the future to join me on a future stream. I do want to ask you one thing. Did you receive this white paper I sent to you about tokenizing land?
I didn't read it yet. I could go back. I don't remember.
No, it's okay. I
If
will
you
send it
see,
to you again.
yes,
I
that's
got
right
some
up my
friend.
alley.
I got some friend, and I immediately thought of you when he showed me his white paper. So I read it,
Okay.
and well, I understand it. But it's basically tokenizing land, and you should read it because this guy thought about it, and he made a nice proposal, and everything in it. It's quite impressive. So I thought you would like it. So.
Love
I will
that.
send it to you again, and maybe for a future stream, I will invite this guy and you together, and we will make a
Oh, that would be
nice.
great.
Yeah, we will really go into the deep of it and try to, try to tackle these issues that he comes up with. It's an interesting white paper. I can recommend you reading it. I will send it to you later today.
Okay, super. Always love being on the show.
All right, Paul, it's great to have you, and let's stay in touch. I wish you all the best for the new year, and we will talk again soon.
Uh-huh. Rest well. Enjoy the rest of your stream, Yoshi. Talk to you soon.
All right, mate. Have a good day. Bye-bye. My apologies to Johan, who couldn't hear what was going
Yeah,
on.
I could hear it on the stream.
Johan, let's do a bunch of raffles because everybody is asking for raffles. What about
Yeah,
a
but
couple of raffles?
there were some guests coming, and so we ask Willem again.
Oh yeah, Willem was coming back, so we can try and see if
check
he's
also the
making it.
wallets that and check also the wallets that we have also
Oh yeah, the smart Bitcoin Cash,
yeah, maybe
smart
the
BCH.
SLP. Yeah, maybe the SLP.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the SLP is a different one. Let me check it. Wait. Flex.
Maybe the SLP is full of Honk tokens. Maybe the SLP is full of Honk tokens.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Let's see.
All the useless What does it?
I did not receive any smart BCH.
Okay. What was it? The moon shit or something? What was it? The moon shit or something?
No, what was it again? Yeah.
Een broodje shawarma.
Moonfart, it was. Moonfart token.
Moonfart, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see if I got some transactions. So no Bitcoin, no smart BCH yet.
Yeah.
Yet. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
When we put up all the... What's the right word? When we put up all the highlight videos. Can I give this job to you, Johan, that you will make nice highlight videos out of it?
I do.
Make a nice cut?
I do.
Oh, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. It's unfortunate that I didn't eat because now I have to cook first before I can sleep. And then I'm sleeping with a full
And
stomach.
the chat is going wild now.
Exclamation mark raffle, beautiful people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do one. Oh, great!
They are doing predictions that Soef will win
everybody.
The raffle. Soef will win the
Everybody is looking at
raffle.
my account now. That's a stupid mistake. Ah, that's how it is. All right. The SLP wallet is
we
loading.
have double
So,
sound again. we have double
oh,
sound
double
again.
sound. What's that about? 1, 2, test. 1, 2. Oh, yes. 1, 2, test. Now it should be okay. Yeah,
Okay.
my apologies. Uh, yeah. Also, no SLP transactions, Johan. You can check it in the
No?
blockchain, but I don't have any SLP transactions.
Okay. Maybe I can dump
No,
a
it's
lot
okay.
if you like.
Only when it's honk.
Oh, I'm twice. I'm.
It's already fixed. Yeah.
It's
All
already
right.
fixed.
I'm gonna
Okay.
spin it, and Johan is gonna pick a winner. Good luck.
Okay, here we go. Yep, end of the raffle, and pick a winner, and it is
Joff.
Joff.
Joff is the
965.
winner. Congratulations to Joff.
Yeah.
Let me write it down.
Mhm.
Joff 965.
Complete the thing, and then even kijken hoor. Start a new raffle. Yes, it has begun.
I will spin it again for Joff. I will spin it once more. 2x. No, what was it? 4x. 4 times 1.1 makes 4.4 EFLs. Guys, I know I am getting an incredibly long list of prizes that I still have to pay, but don't worry, you will all receive your prize, let's say before the weekend, because I will take a couple of days off after this.
And I have to check my my Twitch whispers also.
We have a new raffle running, ! Raffle. We will do a little bit of a raffle, what's the right word? Bonanza, I always use. Next raffle on 25 minutes past the hour in 6 minutes.
I guess well, Anna Williams is not coming, or he will read this message in 2 hours or something.
Yeah. Well, we can try. What did Willem say again? What is the... Oh, wait a second.
Not Willem, Adam Williams.
Hey, I am asking for Willem.
Oh, yeah, there he is. There he is.
Oh, he's coming?
He's
Okay,
coming.
great. Great, now I can still not sleep.
Yeah. Oh, he's answering. He's answering.
Maybe he's saying, oh, I'm
Takes
gonna
a
let
while.
Yoshi sleep because he deserves it.
I'm on a call now. Will you will join shortly? Okay. Maybe we can play
Yes.
his video. Then everybody
Great,
knows who
we will
Adam
do that.
is. He's a sport coach, and he can tell you everything about sport and
We will be
health.
back in 9 minutes after the video.
You can all watch.
And make sure to
Williams.
donate.
And maybe we shall at Willem Engel too.
It's always great to have a confusing factor like Johan in the show. Here comes the video.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walk around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. Viruswaarheid. And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So great organization, they need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program, and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests. He wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The fourth industrial revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed, 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then. To go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals, so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military-industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack of democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they are the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Yes, we're back. Let's do another raffle, Johan.
Yes.
We will just raffle half an hour some raffles, man. It's okay.
Okay, ja. Ja, de raffle. Even kijken hoor. Yeah, we're closing now the entry. So here we go. Hoppakee. And pick a winner. And the winner is, even kijken hoor.
Mbisani.
Ja, hoppakee.
Congratulations
You
to the
are
winner.
lucky.
Let's see what you won. I'm gonna spin the wheel. Here we go. For the ones that are still watching, do we have people that are still watching, by the way, Johan?
Yeah.
We are going to raffle for half an hour, fill up the time a little bit, and wait for Willem Engel to conclude his messages, and 1.5 EFL for the winner. Congratulations. Around 9 o'clock, which is in 30 minutes from now, we expect the next chat with Willem to happen, where we will announce the total value of money that we gathered today, that we crowdfunded for his cause. Maybe, Johan, we will do it in this way, that we will just play the video again. You start a new raffle. Is there already?
We have also another version of the video.
Yeah. I don't have that available now. I have to click that. It's too late. I'm too tired. That's why I want to play this video.
Okay. And in the meantime, you can do a donation. Just scan the QR code.
Yeah.
Or use the address in the video below.
And we will just play this video. It's a 9-minute video. You are able to participate in the raffle by writing _raffle. And the giveaway is running, so please donate to Willem. So far we are around $200, so not a bad score for today. And In 9 minutes, we will be back and we will do one more raffle. So that's how it's gonna be. Enjoy. Here we go.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm een online strength and healing coach. I'm een American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. 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 And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So, great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests, he wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The 4th Industrial Revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then. To go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed, at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals, so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military-industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale, and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group. Love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they are the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Yes, we are gonna do another raffle and another video. We are still waiting to announce the number to Willem Engel. I have bought back all the EFLs, guys. If you have donated EFLs, I just paid Monero on the old price of 2 weeks ago because my wallet didn't update. So I overpaid by 25%. But Johan is laughing. Here is the price. I didn't see that. Never mind. Never mind. It's all profit.
Yeah. It's just the price in fucking euros. And
Ex-
where are we going? We don't need any euros.
exclamation mark raffle is the last call for this round of raffles.
Yeah. There was a funny comment in the chat. We have to highlight it. Somebody's donating his dog to Yoshi, hand delivered. You want a dog, Yoshi?
I asked for a cat, but I wasn't allowed.
Geen Doge.
Oh, you can.
What is Shiba?
You can give me a dog also, but I don't think the dog will like it in my house because it's a small apartment and it's not really a place for a dog.
I have one Shiba for you, one Shiba token.
Oh, I think you got some more than one.
Yeah, I got some more. I'm just waiting till it goes up. We're closing the raffle now. Hoppa, here you go. And we pick a winner, and the lucky fellow is Henk again. Yeah, your second time, I think.
Oh, really? Second time?
Yeah, Henky Spanky.
Henk, oh yes, second time for Henk. You are right. Let's see what's gonna be this time. Here we go. Oh, you know what? I think that you don't hear it yet. Wait a second. 8x is a good number, so I will leave that. But for the second one, I want you to hear my spin. 1.8 times 8 makes 14.6. No, 14.4. Oh, no. Oh, it's too late. 8 plus 14.4, I think, but let me just double check. It's a difficult number, eh? Let's see. 8 times 1.8, 14.4. And Henk already won 6, so that makes 20.4 EFLs. 20.4 EFL.
Sorry.
Congratulations to the winner. We will keep on repeating our raffle. What's the right word? Well, our raffle.
Just repeat the raffle. Repeat the raffle. If people want to say something, you can just say it in the chat. Say it in the chat.
Yeah, if you want to ask us a question, feel free to do so. I'm just tired and I want to say all kind of nasty things when you cannot hear it. So that's why I play these videos all the time.
Liberlander will find you a cat. Liberlander will find you a cat, he says.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Double audio. Oh, yeah, that's because I played the raffle sound. All right. The raffle is open again. We are going to play the same video for 9 minutes. We are expecting Willem Engel at 9 o'clock, so we will do a couple of raffles until then. And we will tell Willem his final number. We will keep it a secret for now. I'm going to play the video, exclamation mark raffle, invite your friends, because we are giving away tons of crypto. Here we go again.
Hey guys, Adam Williams here, coming to you from the Netherlands. I'm an online strength and healing coach. I'm an American expat. Ik woon hier voor bijna 6 jaar. Dus ik spreek een klein beetje Nederlands, zeker. Dames en heren. Tuurlijk. Ja, toch? You want to just pretend that you speak Dutch, walking around saying to people, ja, toch? Anyway, so here to talk to you about an amazing organization and their Bitcoin birthday party, their donation, their fundraiser for what they're doing. And the name of the organization, which I just learned a few days ago, is called Viruswaarheid. 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 And they do 4 things. Number 1, they're a peaceful organization working to create a voluntary society and a parallel society to the tyranny that we've all been experiencing. Number 2, many court cases all over the place, working to expose the corruption and the law breaking that's happening at the state media and at the court level. Also, tons of research with many doctors and medical professionals that are being censored and silenced and having their livelihood taken away for speaking out against what's happening. And then finally, throwing protests, which I've been going to for 20 months since the first one they had at the Malieveld there in Den Haag. So great organization. They need help in order to continue their mission. And so you can support them by just hitting the info that's connected with this video. So Mr. Willem Engel, who's a part of the program, and I've met several times at the at the walks and at the protests. He wrote something that I wasn't able to improve on. It's a really excellent thing that he wrote. So let me just read that to you from Willem's voice. Looking back at almost 2 years of information warfare, a strange feeling of pride fills me. We did not win the war yet, but our role wasn't to topple the behemoth yet. The first task is to expose, to demask, to unveil the beast being artificial intelligence. The fourth industrial revolution that is being accelerated by groups like the World Economic Forum, International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, National Institutes of Health, and the foundations of Zuckerberg, Gates, Soros, is the merging of man and machine. When we started with Viruswaarheid, we knew that governments break laws, normally doing it for a greater good and the safety of citizens. We also realized from the start that things didn't add up. The measures were disproportional and illogical. Like having the gym closed so impacted me in my bodybuilding career. I'm at 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. Having the gym closed and the liquor store and the smoke shop open, it just doesn't make any sense if the goal is actually about health, but we know it's about force and control. After a month, it became clear this coup d'etat was a worldwide problem masked under the guise of an international health crisis. The marketing of COVID, and shortly after, the vaccines and the app has all the marks of a false flag operation. Now, speaking of false flags, I was inside the building 90 minutes before it was destroyed, 21 years ago now, in New York City. I walked through the World Trade Center every day. I was 23 then, to go to my job at the World Financial Center. I was a director at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies, officer of the firm in derivatives trading. So I saw the entire first tower on fire from 300-400 meters away across the street, saw people jumping out of the building and was running away shortly after. If you guys remember algebra, I know some algebra about the Iraq and Afghanistan wars that followed, led by a false flag. Millions of people killed or maimed at a cost of trillions of dollars borrowed from the unborn, stolen from the unborn, equals so that thousands of well-connected war profiteers, usurpers, politicians, alphabet agency wraiths, military industrial complex mercenaries, and dark sorcerers can earn billions of dollars for themselves and their friends. They're doing it again, except now they're doing it to everyone, everywhere. We have seen many of these false flag operations for the pretext of proxy wars in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia, never before on such a scale and in our own civilization. The shock method has been planned to the last detail. How many of you have lost family members that you don't even speak to now because you can't see reality the same way? This is by design. This is planned. Every facet of life has been affected by the measures that clearly focus on submission and re-education, attacking the fabric of society itself. What did we achieve so far with our group? In the 25 court cases, we laid bare the deceit and corruption in many layers of government and the courts themselves. With the demonstrations, we have shown the lack in democracy and human rights. The protest has grown from a few unhappy citizens to a full-flung resistance. The countless broadcasts and news articles have informed the public of what was and is still going on behind the facade of media and politics. As a fourth pillar, sometimes less visible, nonetheless, at least as important, working on the people's autonomy, creating a parallel society, ranging from food and education and media to self-governance. Looking forward to 2022, we see a tipping point on the horizon. The pressure and time constraints are mainly felt on the other side. By continuing and increasing our effort, we hope to bring the perpetrators of the coup d'etat in front of a panel of judges of an independent court. I'm ready for the Nuremberg Trials 2.0. We believe in the road we took beginning of 2020, which still consists of the core values of love and truth. Those are the values of the group: love, truth, freedom, and humanity. The way of nonviolent, non-cooperation, and non-compliance is the way to tackle this worldwide problem. So I really love what he said. It really much sums it up for me. So thanks for taking the time to watch this. I know your time is valuable. Please do donate to this noble cause, because they are the ones not just talking about making things different, but actually working to expose the truth so it can be out there instead of be obfuscated, and people can make their own decisions about what's going on, and we can take our control back of our own lives, take our personal responsibility, employ compassion, employ empathy, and no more of this forcing and coercion and lying. We need it to end. So if you want to get a hold of me, again, I'm Adam Williams. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook. All my information will be here. And my job to serve is as an online strength and healing coach. Like I said, 4 silver medals in natural bodybuilding these last 4 years. And I help you build muscle in your best healed body. I have students all over the world, and maybe I can help you. Thanks for watching, and support this mission.
Ja, daar zijn we weer. Ik zit nu ineens te bedenken, ik ben vergeten, ik heb nog niet Willem toegevoegd aan de stream, dus die kunnen jullie nog niet horen. Dan moet ik nog heel even klikken.
Ja, voor zeg maar onze videomasters wel. Ik zelf niet hoor.
Oh, oké, nou, dan weet je wat voor stress Yoshi nu heeft.
Nee, it's fixed, it's fixed.
Oké. Oh, en dan komt de andere William.
That's okay. We can always take him later, but we have a final number. We have a final number of our crowdfunding campaign of today.
I am curious.
Well, me too, because I don't have it actually. It's Johan who's gonna tell you. Willem, maybe while we are waiting for Johan to finish his conversations, should we make a kind of appointment to make you a friend and to set that up, or is that something that you will just fix by yourself? And
we can make an appointment.
It's up to you. Yeah. It's up to you. Yeah. I have a lot of time.
Wacht even, ja, ik zit nou met Erin Williams, die wilde ook in de stream komen.
Ja, nou dat doen we, we will put him after this.
Oh, okay.
Can
you wait
15 minutes.
So how was it? You did a broadcast.
Well, it was
almost 10 hours now, eh?
Yeah, we started at 11 and now it's 9.
Yes,
I have made a stream once of 28 hours, so I can sit on a chair for a long time. But I slept very short, and the the last hour I wasn't on my best, let's say it like that. But it was okay. We had very interesting guests, and well, I'm most excited about the fact that we are gonna try and explain crypto to the Netherlands. Um, the outfit I'm wearing today is connected with a crypto token, and I explained them that after 2 years of being a clown, I have to make sure that I do not become a clown forever, you know, before it sticks to my personality and they only see the clown. So that's why I said goodbye to the honk token in a way and told them that for the upcoming 3 months I will focus my energy on the Netherlands and will work well in whatever way is necessary to spread the message and to do that in a way that it's more accepted than when I talk with my clown wig on, because I tend to sometimes speak my mind a little bit too much. For example, I talk about the pedo club for about 7 years now, and it always triggers people, and it's, you know, something I should avoid in the upcoming 3 months because it's unnecessary and it's beside the point, you know, although it might be a club full of pedos.
You mean
I don't
pedophiles?
have to. Yes, yes, yes. I always say the pedo club. Yeah, you pay taxes to the pedo club. You go ahead and admire your pedo club, and that always
Well,
triggers people. And
there is of course a hot debate and an emphasis on the satanic ritual child abuse that Gideon van Meijeren has asked some questions about, and mainly the reaction of the chairman and later on of Grapperhaus were telling. So I think there is a problem. And if you look at the
Willem,
the Deming case, I have spoken to some people within the Justice Department. Yes, it is much more widespread than just one cover-up.
Willem, I will tell you something. 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago now, I was in a television show on the Netherlands. They are following me now for a couple years because I'm speaking out, and you will get noticed because the Netherlands is not so big. 3 years ago, I had a moment in my life where I believe I could have made $70 million. And looking back at that moment, I had a guardian angel on my shoulder, because if I would have made such an amount of money, I am very sure that I would have been, what's the right word for that in English? Compromised, because I was not strong enough to withstand what they would do to me at that moment. And I can see very easily how society is set up in such a way that everybody is manipulated into hating pedophiles. Personally, I hate abuse. I don't care if you abuse animals or children or women or men. And on the same hand, I don't care if you love women or children or animals or a man. You know, it's about that you do not abuse and that you act in consent with your other party that you are with.
Yeah, but of course, when you talk about pedophilia, the other party is not, how do you say, equipped to make those kind of choices for themselves. So I think that is a very sensitive point. You could say the same for bestialities. With an animal, you don't know because you cannot communicate. It cannot sign. It cannot.
Yeah.
And I'm not comparing animals to children, but in the sense of understanding. So, is it possible to have an informed consent with a dog or a child? I don't think so, because we have these special regulations around the mentally challenged.
Yeah, I understand that, but for me, it's not about informed consent. It's about, do you abuse somebody, and is a dog?
But that's the whole point. The consent or the abuse. Something can be violent, but if it's consensual between two adults, that's their thing. The point is that there is no such a thing as a consent between an adult and a child, in my opinion.
Well, to be fair, I haven't really, for me, the main point to make was always that somebody can tell me he loves children, as long as he doesn't practice it, for example, that's another thing. Yeah, it's his thought, Some people say that.
True, you can't convict people for thinking or feeling. It is about their actions and their intentions behind those actions. I think the author of Alice in Wonderland was also a known pedophile.
Yeah.
Whether he acted upon it or not, I don't know. But Alice was his, I think, 11 or 12-year-old girl next door. While he was 60, I believe that's the story when he wrote the book. It's a nice book. It's a nice story. Yeah, I mean, I can't say you shouldn't read it because it was written by somebody who had a perverse thought. No, it is what it is.
Yeah, so that's usually the thing I make, like the abuse part is the bad side, and as long as there is no abuse, and then you can go into whether or not it's abuse when a child is not capable of making a decision, and then I usually say you can only learn by making mistakes, and stuff like that. And
I understand the libertarian thought about being your own master and everybody makes their own choices. But to have that ultimate freedom, I think we need some framework of regulations, both sides. So if you look at duties and at responsibilities and also about rights, it's a triangle that has to be in balance.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit too tired to really go into it now. So yeah, I was in a position where, do you know the serie Flikken Maastricht?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've not seen it, but it's this police
Dutch
series. Yeah.
Yeah, Dutch police series. And in one of the episodes, they spoke about the diplomat of Serbia being Diplomat Harmsen. And my last name officially when I was born is Harmsen. And in that year, they really had a plan for me. And I am very sure that $70 million would have brought me a lot of bad stuff. And I can see how people are, even though I was a grown-up man, were fooled into a situation that they later regret.
Yes, you're
But then,
lured
of course,
into
it's
it.
yeah, and then it's too late, and you are compromised, and you do whatever they say, because otherwise they will tell the world what you did on that one day when they tricked you. So I personally believe that all of the top, you can only get into the top of the system if you are first compromised, regardless of how many good.
Agreed. Agreed. And there you
yeah.
come to the whole part. I don't really believe in a satanistic idealism. I believe in a mechanism of compromising and blackmailing.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't say that those people really want that, but once you let a human being perform a ritual that is so strong that it will stick with him for the rest of his life, you got him, and they have found a way of making people perform these rituals and compromising them, and basically have them for the rest of their life do whatever they need to say or do or whatever. So yeah, I don't want to say that everybody is such a bad character. They have a bad ego probably, and they want to be very important, and then they get into a situation they can't handle, and they are sucked into it, and they can't get out. And of course, there's probably going to be some very bad people in that group, but I also believe that some of the top officials are just a victim of their own stupidity in a way. And yeah, but okay.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
that's something I would definitely we can talk about it more at a later stage, I guess. Johan, maybe we should do the last raffle because we got a couple of people. We have been raffling money out for the last
Yeah.
hour,
Yeah.
and people are.
And shall we also ask Adam Williams in the chat?
Yeah, maybe after the number. Or maybe
Okay,
Adam.
okay.
Do you think Adam Williams
Then
wants
I
to
tell him
donate?
Okay, yeah, maybe. I gave him the username so you can add
I
him
will do that,
manually. I tried to call. I don't know if you got somebody.
Where did you
calling,
send me the username, Johan? Let me first.
Wait a minute. It's I have to go back. I'm also tired, I think. Even kijken hoor. He has the username here. Wait. Even kijken. Oh, here is the username. Yeah.
In the meantime, I will call for the last raffle of the day. I will I will triple all the prizes for being the last raffle.
Yeah. I throw it in the Skype chat.
Yeah.
Even kijken, hoppakee. Sorry, not the Skype chat. Facebook chat.
Okay. Facebook chat. Let's see. Here we go. Let me add him. I think Johan has the number, so.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you the number. Okay. And here we go. First raffle?
Oh, first raffle, yes. I will.
Okay, here we go. I close it now. Okay. And the lucky winner is Eldorado.
Oh, he didn't win yet today. I always like it when there is new people. Eldorado TG. Did Eldorado also donate to Viruswaarheid or not?
I don't know, but you can still donate. The addresses are in below in the chat. Complete is a new raffle.
No, we don't do a new. Oh, with Adam Williams, maybe. Why not?
Yeah.
1.1 EFL for Eldorado. Congratulations to the winner.
Oh yeah, Adam is in. Yeah. Hi, Adam. Good. We're tired, but oh yeah, we have to.
Adam, how are you?
Yeah, hi. If you like, you can also donate to Viruswaarheid.
I made a mistake. Here we are. We are back. I have to press.
The champagne.
No, we missed the champagne
It
bottle.
was like pop. Yeah, and my wife she's watching now. She may come in. But yeah, I want to make it very special. So I popped a bottle of champagne for myself and for my wife.
Well, I will put Adam here. Why not? It's the end of the show anyway. It's what it is. Adam. Yeah, I am representing honk.io. It's a SLP token on top of Bitcoin Cash, and I try to prove the clown world to the people. The clown world we live in today.
Yeah.
Now, for some reason, I don't manage to get you in this. Oh wait, this is it.
People can hear Adam, or
it should be okay. Adam, I think you have to turn your phone 90 degrees. Is that possible?
Yes.
All right, we got you now. I should put you in the television, but I am lost. I am a little bit lost.
No problem.
Johan, we are all waiting.
Oh yeah. First.
First a little sip. I will have also a little sip.
All right.
Adam, you can make it higher. Just throw in some crypto. Then.
Okay. How do I do that?
Oh, you saw that little movie that I post on Facebook?
Yeah.
You see the QR codes?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can scan your favorite crypto.
Okay, let's see.
We only need $800 more to get to 1,000. No, I don't know.
Okay, we have A lot of Monero came in. Monero, so I can't see from who it came. It's a privacy coin, but it's 124 US dollar compared to the price nowadays, the price at the moment, and we have like $33 of the other coins, so that's like $150. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I can't get into my wallet right now, but I'll have to make it bigger.
Well, we will say that you will make $150 into €150. What about that? That's about 15 euro or so.
Give whatever you want to give.
Sounds good.
But I think there's more coming in later because we post the videos online, and then maybe you have some people that that see it later. Yeah.
Cool.
But €150 is better than nothing.
Absolutely.
That is about 1 hour of a good lawyer.
Maybe
Yeah,
half an hour.
something like that. Well, some lawyers are more expensive, so we normally don't work with the highest pay grade lawyers because you pay too much for show.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it must be quite a onderneming. Jongens, ik kan niet eens meer.
An undertaking.
Yeah, it must be quite.
It's like a company. I think we passed the $500,000 mark already with donations in the almost 2 years that we're running. Well, actually, more than 1.5 years because we started at the end of May in 2020. And most of that money is, of course, spent on court cases. I think we have more than 25 court cases. Unfortunately, when you lose, you have to pay extra. So that is insult to injury. But a significant amount of that money is also spent on informing. I think those are the two main parts that we spend the money on. But if people want to know what we spend the money on and what we plan to do next year, it's all on the website Viruswaarheid.nl. We have our mission statement, we have the numbers. Our accountant even made the numbers half year, so people can see up to June 2021 what we did, and then I think this month or next month we will give the update about 2021, because I think it's really important that we practice transparency where the other party lacks transparency and openness.
Exactly. It's very, very important.
I was just wondering, Willem, what do you think? How many hours a week did you spend on all of this in 2021?
I mean, me and Jeroen, we don't get paid anything. We normally don't even declare our expenses, so we actually lose money on the whole thing. And we both spend about 60 to 80 hours a week, I think, on this enterprise for more than 1.5 years already. So normally you would say we would have already finished that $500,000 on the two of us.
Yeah.
But it's different when you do something in your mission. Money is not a motivator; it's a means. So if we have more donations, we can fight harder.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, let's make it to $1 per EFL, and we got another $1 million for the COVID group. Let's call it like that. I really think it's gonna be such an easy job once we start. Never mind. I like to dream. Willem,
we have dreams alive with all this tyranny happening. Have to keep it.
Yeah, of course. It's yes. It's actually, for me, it's a big motivator, because I left the Netherlands and everybody said you are crazy to going to Liberland, but today I'm very glad to be outside of the EU, outside of a NATO country. I live in Serbia. It's really a different world. If you look at the news in the Netherlands and then what's going on here, it's I can be very lucky to have made this move. So.
Yeah, true. Well, we have a lot of supporters from that region, so we get the news from Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, Albania,
Yeah.
and it's a different part of Europe. That's very clear.
And a very different mindset. You cannot believe how much I've learned since I am here. Because if you are in the Netherlands all the time and you have only got your little bubble of the Netherlands, it's a strange mindset. It's like what's the name of this movie with the girl, with the Hunger Games, and they have world 1 to 12, and in every world there is a completely different mindset, and it's a little bit like that. I really feel like I moved from the capital to District 7, something like that, for the ones that watched.
It's funny. I'm going back to the capital because I'm moving to America. I'm going back in a couple of weeks, moving to Florida. So I'm going to the free state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis is one of the biggest people in the world standing up against this tyranny.
Yep.
So they don't have any mask nonsense, no vaccine passports, no nothing there.
But
They've been open for 500 years.
Yeah, you see, even for Ron DeSantis, how difficult it is because it's so layered. It's so stratified that in every district, every school board, every judge, there is the possibility of corruption, and these NGOs and companies have done so much infiltration that even or Greg Abbott, for that instance, you had these hospitals in Texas that try to force vaccinate their employees, and they even won a few cases, these hospitals, against the employees in the state of Texas. So you see that even if you're a governor, it's not that easy. And in Brazil, I think it is even more pronounced. Bolsonaro is really standing up to the tyranny, being very open about it. But that layer cake that is already being built on that socialist thinking, trying to deceive the masses into being against Bolsonaro. It's always the same tactics: a radical, a right-wing, Nazi, anti-Semite.
Yeah.
You
Blah,
have
blah,
the same talking points. Doesn't matter who the opponent is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
By the way, I want to ask Adam Williams. First of all, maybe you can talk louder because you're a little bit too soft. Your sound.
Okay.
But yeah, you were the guy from the movie clip that we saw in between all the guests. Maybe you can talk a little bit about yourself. You're a sports and healing coach.
Yeah, sure. I'm an online strength and healing coach. So I got 4 silver medals in all natural bodybuilding. I just made a change. 10 years ago, I was fat. I was 100 kilograms. And I decided to get back in shape and regain the plot. And so I got second in Europe last year. So I have an app, and I give 3 times the value of an in-person coach because I help them with their workouts on the app and their nutrition and daily accountability. So I talk to my students every day so they lose the kilograms or gain the muscle or gain the confidence or look better in clothes or whatever that they want. So that's my big focus. My girlfriend is Dutch. That's why I moved to this formerly beautiful country 6 years ago, but it's transformed into a statist disaster with rampant sheep and rule following everywhere.
That was already, I will say it was already like that 6 years ago. It was just not so obvious.
It wasn't so obvious. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because we were exporting all the misery, and this time it's within the borders.
You got it.
Okay, we have Willem Engel is going. Let's say goodbye to him.
Willem, let's stay in touch. I will write. I will make some paper and send it to you on Skype. I think we are on Skype, so
great. We keep in contact about all the price, every crypto that come in, that we send it to you, and what way you want to receive it, etc.
Well, thanks a lot for setting this up. Great celebration, and thanks for the funding, the crowdfunding. Adam, thank you for making the clip, and let's see each other soon.
Yeah,
sounds great, guys.
I have a feeling it's the start of something great.
What's
My
your
name
name?
is Yoshi Livo.
From Liberland.
Yoshi. Okay, great. And do you know Hermina? My friend Hermina? She was working at Liberland for a little while. She was like secretary.
What's her last name?
She's Dutch. She moved to Hungary now. She's loving Hungary.
Oh, I know. Is she the girlfriend of Chrome? She used to be girlfriend of Chrome. I was I think I shared jail time with her boyfriend at the time.
Possibly.
What was her last name again? Oh,
I can't think of it right now. Hermina is her name. Hermina the heroine. She's absolutely lovely.
I'm not 100%
Small thin
sure.
girl.
I should see her. She got dark hair.
She's got dark hair.
Yeah. I think I know her. Her. That was the very start, like 2015.
Yeah, but years ago. Years ago. Yeah,
I don't think I'm
exactly.
She traveled in a van.
Yeah.
Possibly.
And she has a yurt. She has a yurt.
But there are still people listening.
I know. We're just having...
Cool. I'll let you guys go.
No. We were,
Enjoy your
you can know
evening.
the reason we got you in is that you can also talk about yourself and your coaching. And maybe people are listening and they say, "Hey, I'm also 100 kilo. I want to also win the bodybuilding championship."
Fantastic. Well, just reach out to me. I'm on Instagram. It's at Adam Facebook Williams. Adam space N period Adam space N period space Williams. Places. You can get a hold of me those two places. Yeah, man, I love helping people. I love helping people. It's great to be able to work with people online because they don't have to be. I don't have to be there, so I don't have to trade my time for dollars, and I can work more efficiently, and people can get all their help on a daily basis. So yeah, that's what I love doing. I worked on Wall Street for 17 years before that. I used to be a derivatives trader. So I used to be in the financial whole system, but now I'm out.
So you actually know your stuff when it comes to economics.
Yeah, I have a degree in economics, and I was a derivatives trader at Merrill Lynch and Jefferies. Had a $400 million book at one point. That was my...
I tell you, and in 2011, I discovered Bitcoin. It took me a while to really fully grasp it and to buy my first. But after I studied the subject for some time and I felt like confident enough to talk with other people about it, I went to the streets on the Netherlands and I was wearing anonymous masks, and we had a group of people doing that, And I was standing on the street and I was asking to people, "What is a euro? Do you know what a euro is?" And nobody knew, man. And I was like 20 years old, and I was like, "How is it possible that I'm living in this country with all these rich people? They have a lot of money, and nobody knows what money is." And then, slowly I started to understand that it's a very specific time in history where we live in. Where,
amazing. I worked on Wall Street for 10 years before I knew what the Federal Reserve was doing. I just didn't understand,
I was the auditor.
I'm sitting there,
I studied
decisions, and it's crazy.
It is. Also, I think from all politicians in the Netherlands, it's with 150, right? 150 people in the sleeping chamber, as we call it today, the sleeping room instead of the second room and the sleeping room. But out of 150 people, I believe there is less setting. So now it changed because they had elections last year. But before that, there were like 2 people that understood the money system. Out of 150.
It's unbelievable. And these are people making decisions on behalf of everyone. It's crazy.
Yeah, it should be mandatory for you to know at least what money is.
Are you a collapsitarian? Do you think this has to collapse? This intergenerational debt is so immoral.
In a way, yes. I don't think we can really get out of it by just pampering people and say, "Oh, yeah, you made a mistake all your life, but it's okay. We will fix it for you." No, they have to feel it, and it's going down. And that pension that they have been building up, that is gonna be worthless. That is my collapsitarianism. Is based on the pension funds. That will collapse. I don't think that people in the Netherlands are gonna shoot each other and drop each other from their houses.
That's not gonna happen. It's not in the consciousness here.
But the wealth they
Americans might do that though.
Yeah, they have a lot more guns. You know, they are a little bit more
That's the first thing I'm
crazy.
getting when I get there is get a gun.
Yeah. Well, I think you need it if you go there. You know.
In the past, I've contacted people that really lived in the Soviet Union at the moment it collapsed. And what you saw is that there were people that are very dependent on the state, and they just died from hunger. While the other ones, they knew how to farm, or they had a small farm, or they had like a contra economy.
Yeah, that's what we have to build.
They survived.
Yeah, I guess the next thing they're gonna do like cyber attack pandemics and climate change pandemics. You know, it's they got all the stuff ready to go.
Yeah. The cyber attack is also something that I think about lately, and I don't know. We had John McAfee in the show once, and he warned us that every computer is basically compromised, because if you watch porn, then they installed the keylogger and they are not using that information yet. They are just building it up, and one day all computers simultaneously will get hacked from all their crypto. That was his prediction.
Really?
So it's
whoa.
I don't know.
Before he was, they catched him.
It's a classic.
Guy. I don't buy that he killed
This is a dangerous show to be on. You know that.
McAfee was here.
Yeah.
I don't think online fitness coaches, but I think we're down the line.
What?
I don't think they're going to come after the online fitness coaches first. We're down the line.
I always think if they really wanted to get me, I wouldn't be here. Exactly. So I just keep on going.
Ron Paul's still walking around, so it's all right.
Also that, yeah.
But many people they have gotten to, for sure. A lot of doctors. I mean, how can they ban Malone off the internet? It's amazing what Joe Rogan's doing. He's that guy's a hero, you know, and well, especially Malone's a hero. Whatever you think about Rogan, going out and talking about this on a high level. I think 50 million views. You know, that's a lot. It's an impact.
Yeah. Did you see the latest interview that he did?
No.
He had the inventor of mRNA technology in the show.
Yeah.
One day before, this guy was banned for Twitter for spreading misinformation about mRNA vaccines.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, shall we do one more raffle or what?
Yeah. Oh, there's still somebody asking. Oh yeah.
What? About the 1 million euro I'm going to give away.
We already gave it away. Was it the moment when you went to the toilet?
No.
Just missed it.
Don't ridicule it. I'm going to give away €1 million.
Yeah.
What's so funny about it? It's real. Make sure to check out the highlight video and you will know all the details. That's always Johan. And how many times did you give away $1 million, Johan? And somebody says, no, it just happened. Believe me, once I give it away, you will know.
All right.
Let's spend. Let's give. This is okay. Okay. That was your last chance to raffle, and let's pick a winner. And the winner is Hank again.
Hank, congratulations to Hank. Let's spin it. Oh, I'm gonna click the button on 4x, and we got 4 times.
Spin, all right.
4 times, oh, that's too little. I spin it again. 4 times 1.2, 4.8 EFLs. Well, every time is €1 or something, or 2. Congratulations to the winner.
Congrats.
Shall we do a new raffle?
Wait, I forgot to show the raffle wheel. Wait, here it is. 4x 1.2 EFLs.
My bottle is not empty, and we have a very nice guy in the chat, Adam. So
I am also.
Shall we do a new raffle?
Last raffle, because we are now live 10.5 hours, and I didn't sleep at all last night.
Time to wrap up.
Yeah, it's enough. It's enough. At some point, you also have to stop it, because I need to watch all the videos of Viruswaarheid that I missed today.
All right.
Yeah. Adam, tell me, how did you get into this movement?
Yeah, I just heard about the first demonstration at the Malieveld. Frank Rusik was there. That's when I learned about my favorite Dutch word, vrijheid, because he kept saying that. What's he saying? So there was dancing, and it was so great to be with people again. You know, after
Was that in June of 2020?
June 2020, yeah, May, June, whatever. The first one they had there. A lot of people, 5,000 people, something like that. And then, but unfortunately, these Dutch people didn't listen to what we had to say. So now we're here.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Dutch are very stubborn. They have a very strong belief.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they've listened to their government for so long, and the government didn't tell them to do crazy things up until now so much, you know?
And they have been rewarded for their
Yeah.
trust, you know. I mean, look at the Netherlands, look at the streets there, look at everything.
They think everything works.
Yeah, but my explanation to it all is that there has always been a lot of terrible things happening because of the Netherlands, but not within the borders.
Right.
So the people didn't know, and they were bombing Iraq and they were bombing Syria, and in my lifetime at least.
Right.
And yeah, so the people didn't know because those were the terrorists, right? We have to do that because 9/11 and blah blah blah.
Blah.
So yeah, but now it's getting to them because there is no more Iraq with a lot of gold to steal. The gold is now in the pension fund of them, and the people that believe this story have all turned 65, so they work their entire life. Now is the time that they should get back everything they saved up.
Yeah, it's tough to tell
And
them
now
that it's not real.
and now it's breaking.
Now it's breaking. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I have to
George
say-
Orwell predicted it in the 50s of last century. So
For sure. Aldous Huxley as well predicted it. Orwell predicted that there would be this type of
manipulation.
control. And then Aldous Huxley said that people would be too entertained and distracted to even realize it's happening. So they're right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, guys. I
all right.
appreciate it.
Thanks for making that video. We will play it again and again.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Until you're 100 kilos.
Yeah, of muscle, all of muscle.
Of muscle.
Yeah.
Have a great night.
You're
All right.
doing it very good, by the way. Yeah. But have a nice evening.
Thanks, brothers. Take it easy. Nice to meet you guys. Bye.
All right. Guys, I guess we're gonna end it. Libertad is trying to trigger me, but it's not working, my friends. It's not working. I've had too many bullshitters already in my life, so keep it going. Maybe tomorrow, you never know.
Yeah. Okay, the last raffle. Well, just my glasses.
One more then. One more. I might give prize to our friend. Let's
people. Just there are not enough rafflers, so type in exclamation mark raffle. We have like 15 people in the Twitch chat, so yeah.
I will check the special video check of yes, the highlight videos will be up before the weekend. I will put some pressure on Johan before the weekend.
Yeah, maybe I think tomorrow.
You know what I will do, Johan? I will spin the wheel first and then we pick the winner. What
Is that
about
possible?
I will do it now. Here comes the spin. Here comes the spin. Maybe we have a jackpot. Oh, almost. 4x.
Yeah.
4x 5 makes 2 EFLs. 2 EFL.
Okay, and
how many participants we got, Johan?
There's not much. 5, and we have 15 people in the chat.
Let's give them all.
I guess the people. No, I ended it.
Yeah, you can click 5 winners. You can just keep on clicking.
Okay.
Joff gets 2.
Okay, that's one for Joff.
Yeah.
Pick another winner. Frommel.
Frommel wins 2.
And Bubbelup. And then Huppakee.
Balf.
And Henk. Oh, I think Henk. Yeah, okay.
Not too fast, please. Not too fast. Hrvatska. 2 EFLs. That's always, if you put the HR in your name, it's already visible in a way. That's the Croatians usually don't like Liberland so much. So it's expected. You give it away. All right, Johan, when do we have the next Freedom Radio episode?
I know. Maybe. No, I think not this week. I think next week. Yeah.
All right.
We'll just
next
do
week.
a holiday, and then next week we're back again. Yeah.
Let me just make the final announcement that if you won a prize, the best way of claiming it, or how you should claim it, is to share your EFL address with us, either in a whisper on Twitch, or I think they can also come to the Telegram channel of Freedom Radio and post your message there. We pay out all the prizes manually, so we need your address to receive it, for you to be able to receive it. So with all that being said, we want to thank everybody. We have been live for 10.5 hours now. It's been a great day. Bitcoin, 13 years. The world will never be the same again.
Yeah.
Let's see what the upcoming year 2022 will bring, Johan.
Oh, and the sleep kicks in even more when you're drinking champagne.
Yeah, we're gonna end it. We're gonna end it.
Yeah, kick the F12 key for the end tune.
I think I deleted that hotkey, but we will
okay,
see. We will see what happens if I press this button. If this is the end of today's show, I wish everybody a good rest of their day. Yoshi out.
Bye.
It didn't work, Johan. I'm just gonna press the stop button.
Now you don't see anything. It's just a sound audio file.
Ciao.
Ciao.